What's up, people? To live stream. My sleep schedule, by the way, has become decently fucked. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. I got up at like 9 p.m. today. I was gonna stream earlier. I was gonna stream yesterday too, and then I didn't. I want the YouTube stream pop up. PPG on top? You know how to debate him again tomorrow, right? Dude, PPG is the only one who will fucking debate me. I put up an open debate deathmatch challenge. I did this twice. I debate him. Okay, well PPG agreed to multiple debates. But I don't know if I'm gonna do all of them because like I don't want to just debate him over and over and over again. I might have to for the points, but like here. Come on. It's fucking in the wrong server. That's why. I put out like an open debate deathmatch thing. I did this like twice. So the lunatic, at least it'll be fun for a little bit, maybe. But like, these are somewhat like dense things to debate about. I said, trying this against us, Bimmy was the only one to reply, and right now bosses double everyone's score. I'll do a debate deathmatch against anyone on one of these prompts. Oh, national emergency flood. Taxing unrealized gains, implementing wealth taxes, and raising higher corporate taxes are detrimental economic policies. I hold the affirmative. Worker co-ops are generally superior to traditional firms. I hold the negative. Free trade is generally preferable, generally better than protectionism. I hold the affirmative. Bidenomics is working. I hold the affirmative. No one except Bimmy has taken me up on this. Except, I guess technically, Casey also agreed to the wealth tax debate. So hopefully I'll do that with Casey too. And then the boss did finally agree. He said, "Fuck it, challenge accepted. I'll take the order of that one." But I don't think he has as strong as a position as the other people who I'd be interested in debating. They won't. No, I might have to just do like a broader, like, you should vote for Kamala Harris. I asked Patate or Casey and OK or some of the other like lefty people to do like the worker co-op debate. They don't want to do it. And I sent out this open thing. David Denson Panda has me blocked and everything now. He thinks I'm, quote, the most retarded person in the server. I don't know why we have this beef, okay? Listen, I like the man. I disagree with him, obviously, but like, he's a like fine dude, and he just hates me. I don't know why he hates me. Non-fun is the most retarded person in the server. Doesn't have its own thoughts, just regurgitates far left podcasters. I like how he says that, and like, I'm like Like most of the time I spend in a server is debating lefty people. Like because most of the people in the server are left leaning. He's like the only like conservative there who I'd argue with sometimes. But like, yeah, like most of the time I spend in a server is debating left-wing people because I'm more moderate than them. Bro, you're vegan? Like what? Far left is vegan? I'm not even vegan. What? I'm vegetarian. Like I'm moderate on that too. Like there were vegans in the server, and I'm vegetarian. Like I'm the moderate. I'm the moderate there too. I'm moderate everywhere. I mean, I'm a like decently progressive person, but it's just funny. It's just funny. Yeah, and I sent my 2. I logged on, I read some of the logs, and I sent my 2 messages. I don't understand how he's still salty about this. I think I voted, but everyone's scared. Who's scared now? Who's scared now, David?
Wait, so we got Zen, Everflow, and Zella?
Yeah, they're the judges. They're the judges.
I can't lose. I can't lose.
Oh, there's no...
I love how it's so funny. It was like, he only won because of the judges, and then, but literally as soon as he heard who the judges were, he said, I can't lose, I can't lose.
Oh, wait, I
like,
can lose?
There's no way I can lose.
The only thing I believe can reasonably separate a moral subject, which is granted moral rights, and a moral object, which is not, is some capacity for a conscious experience. Conscious experience is the very thing that gives you your ability to be morally wronged.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
He knocked it out of the park right there.
Yeah.
What you're saying is that in this case, the individual's bodily autonomy outweighs the right to life of this unique human organism.
And what I'm saying is yes, you're kind of on a whole different level than what I thought you would have been on.
By verdict of split decision, the victim.
I really like the juxtaposition of a genuine middle-aged father calling a fresh high school grad I know, it's like so...
Victory goes to non-fun.
Listen, I like to do it, okay? And then also, yeah, doesn't have his own thoughts, just regurgitates far-left podcasters. But again, most of the time I spend on the server is debating, like, PPG or Casey, who are, like, further left than me. And then
Men with
he's
no
saying it like
host.
my research streams aren't public.
Where are you?
Me regurgitating far-left podcasters? Listen, he could have gone for the Destiny clone allegation, okay? And that would have been at least a little valid. But, like, regurgitating far-left podcasters? What? I don't know what he's on about. Israel to Russia. Syria, Turkey, Georgia. Already did this one. Basically his son. True. I wasn't even, my position in the debate wasn't even like, it was a relatively moderate, it was abortion up to 22 weeks is where I drew the line. Like that's not a very, I wouldn't say that's a far left position. Like that's, the far left position would be like abortion all 9 months. I don't think it would, pre-watch by the way. I don't even think that's a far left position. But you know what, dude, he asked me, he thinks I'm 14 too. I'm pretty sure I've showed him my ID before. Or I had a thing, but oopsie daisy. $13.78. $13.79. Oh, it's fuck. It's 1 pixel off. Abortion after 219th month. I'm not gonna be able to get it exactly even. You guys are gonna have to deal with it. I had a thing set up where it could be, but I guess it's gone now. I don't know what happened to it. It probably disappeared when I did when I reset OBS to do like a gaming thing. Okay, there's like 2 videos I want to watch. While I fucking play Minecraft in the background. We'll probably take notes on them a little bit at least, and I'm noticing I fucking closed my thing. How the fuck did I do that? Going 3, baiting income inequality. It has the goat. The goat himself. Gregory Mankiw. Who wrote he wrote like the economics textbooks I used, because he like his textbook, The Principles of Economics, it's like one of the most widely used textbooks. It's not like it's not that special or anything. And I later found out he's actually incredibly based, okay? He's pretty new Keynesian, which is based. That's what I am, for the most part. He's like still like anti-wealth tax, which is what we're watching today. We're watching him debate the wealth taxes and income inequality. And he's got some nice beliefs on the Phillips curve, okay? He basically has my exact beliefs on the Phillips curve, where it's like it's not a useful policy tool at all, but it is still an important macroeconomic concept. So he's a fellow Phillips curve apologist. So hell yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Irwin, and I'm director of the Political Economy Project here at Dartmouth. And along with Andrew Samwick of the Rockefeller Center, I'd like to welcome you to this afternoon's
resolving our disagreement over this contentious issue.
That guy, he lets a moderator speak.
And along with healthcare, is probably one of the most politically contentious and very interesting topics that the country has to confront. There are a lot of reasons that it's so interesting. The first is that at its core, income inequality, or wealth inequality, has some very interesting methodological questions, beginning with how we define and measure inequality. From there are related issues about things like social mobility, which drive a lot of how we feel about income inequality. Part of resolving our disagreement over this contentious issue, of course, is going to stem from how we define the problem itself. Hence, the first part of the debate that our 2 guests have been asked to take on: what is the problem? Separately, inequality raises profound philosophical questions, things like what is fair? What do we owe the most disadvantaged members of society? So, as Doug pointed out in his introduction,
what is your FOV?
There is, in fact, a philosophy component to it.
It's just
These are
default.
questions that
I
are
haven't
usually
changed
relegated
it.
to other departments on campus. But the fact is that they drive a lot of our economics in terms of what it is you want to accomplish. And, of course, if we disagree about
60.
what we want to accomplish philosophically, then, of course, we will
pretty high.
disagree about the best way to get there.
I think I have it at 90.
Turns out that economic
usually.
analysis matters an awful lot as well. At bottom, we are going to be discussing market outcomes, and in particular, how market rewards offer rewards to capital and to labor, and in particular, how those have changed over time, and what, if anything, we ought to do to intervene. Every government in every developed country plays some role in shaping the markets for capital and labor, particularly through the creation of human capital, or education, as it's more often known. And every country, at least every developed country, has some mechanism for redistributing wealth after the market has had its say. That leaves us with a huge continuum of possible policy interventions, ranging from, at one level, trying to elevate the productivity of folks who are not benefiting from current market outcomes. It also leaves us various options for just taking money from those who are doing quite well and redistributing it to those who are not doing well. Or perhaps we can discuss taking it from people who are doing well and giving it to other people who are doing well, which is what happens with some entitlement programs. But that brings us to the second part of the debate, which is what is the solution? And then, of course, aside from all of that, we have the politics. There are clearly defensible intellectual disagreements around this topic, many of which are going to be elucidated here. But it's also true that our system seems less capable of integrating different views and ameliorating these kinds of problems in the past, or at least the political discourse is far shriller than it has been at other points in the past. And our hope here is to turn up the substance and to turn down the volume. Now, here to do that, stepping into the debate, we have two both prominent economists, but also very thoughtful individuals. Both of these gentlemen on my left have been involved in academic issues related to this issue in many different kinds of ways, and both have made a commitment to writing and communicating about this issue for broader lay audiences. On my far left, on your right, N. Gregory Mankiw is professor of economics at Harvard University. He's taught macroeconomics, microeconomics, statistics, and principles of economics.
Debating
He has
income
also
inequality.
taught sailing. Now, should we get into yacht building, which is, if it goes in that direction, he might be able to weigh in on that. Right.
Oh wait, I should have put silk touch and diamond pickaxe. I'm done. Well, whatever.
1%, which, just, right. It's on the
Let's call it
CV.
JD Vance for
Professor Mankiw is a prolific
debate. It
writer,
was
as many
hilarious
of you
to
probably
see.
know, for both
Yeah,
lay
about the couch,
publications
yeah.
and academic journals. His research includes work on price adjustment, consumer behavior, financial markets, monetary and fiscal
goat.
policy, and economic growth. He's written two popular textbooks, which some of you may have used, an intermediate level textbook,
I used them.
Macroeconomics, and the introductory textbook, Principles of Economics. The latter has sold over 1 million copies and has been translated into 20 languages. From 2003 to 2005, Professor Mankiw served as chairman of the President's Council of Economic Advisors for the George W. Bush administration. Now, to my immediate left, in the Senate.
He actually, I found that. I mean, he'll bring it up in like 30 minutes, but he mentioned that during the debate. That was actually a driver of inequality because in the past it was a lot harder. It's going to be even easier if like ChatGPT and AI tools. The debates are going to be fire entertainment, obviously. I'll be streaming them, of course. I wonder, like after every debate, I kind of want to do what we did with the first Trump Biden debate, where it leads into a panel. So like we'll watch the debate and then we'll have a panel with people on it to talk about the debate, and B, just debate Trump versus Kamala in general. Yeah. The rise of like I think the term he uses is like the rise of superstars, how it's a lot easier nowadays for people like Robert Downey Jr. to he mentions how Robert Downey Jr. I think made $50 million off of the Avengers movie, and now he's making like $80 million for the next one or something. It's a lot easier for famous people to like sell their abilities to a much wider audience. And he can write his textbook, and it not only is his textbook used here, but it's also the most used economic textbook in South Korea as well, even though he's never been to Korea. What will you say to the young children when they ask you where you were the Palestinian Holocaust in 2024? Dude, I'm assuming you probably saw, but there was the fucking the Wikipedia article now just has it the Gaza genocide instead of allegations of genocide in Gaza, which is interesting.
Jared Bernstein is a senior fellow at the Center on Budget Policy and Priorities. From 2009 to 2011, he was the chief economist and economic advisor for Vice President Joe Biden, and also executive director of the White House Task Force on the Middle Class, and generally a member of President Obama's economic team. Mr. Bernstein's areas of expertise include federal and state economic and fiscal policies, income inequality and mobility, trends in employment and earnings, international comparisons, and the analysis of financial and housing markets. Prior to joining the Obama administration, Mr. Bernstein was a senior economist and the director of the Living Standards Program at the Economic Policy Institute in Washington, D.C.
Of course it is.
He's the author and co-author of numerous books for both popular and academic audiences, including Crunch, Why Do I Feel So Squeezed, and 9 editions of The State of Working America. He has also published extensively in various lay publications, the New York Times, Washington Post, Financial Times, and others. I welcome you both. The terms of the debate are as follows. Greg Mankiw has agreed to kick off. Both of the folks up here will make 15-minute opening statements. They will then each have a 5-minute rebuttal period.
By the way, no one's going to know this actually. The State of Working America thing he mentioned is from the Economic Policy Institute. The actual listen, I might have problems with some of the EPI things, some of the Economic Policy Institute's recommended policies, but the State of Working America thing is actually usually pretty good because it goes over like how much wages have risen and stuff every year, or I think it's every 2 years. And unlike some other things, okay, they actually are willing to admit that sometimes things are going well for workers. Like they were like during COVID, they were like, oh, this is really good. Look at all the decrease in inequality that we're seeing because wages are growing fastest at the bottom. There's other institutes, more perfect union, who seem to be totally unwilling to admit any of that. Yeah. And they're at least willing to admit trade-offs exist.
I may ask some questions, and we may open it up for them to clarify and extend. At that point, we will turn it over to the audience. There are assistants who should have been passing out note cards. If you would like to write a question, please raise your hand now or later, and somebody will give you a card, write down the questions. Those will be brought up to me, and I will sort through them in hopes of kind of sorting it out so that I can ask the most commonly asked questions and keep the things moving along. But please feel free to write your questions down, and we hope to have a robust discussion. I will be the timekeeper. With that,
By the way, I have no clue what the fuck is up with like the Wi-Fi or something, dude. Like, it's still it's showing 40% drop frames, but I don't even think that's true. I don't even think that's real, because 40% drop frames would look horrible, and like nobody, and like when I look at the stream VODs, they seem fine. I don't know what's happening.
I'll turn it over to Greg for his opening statement.
Thank you. It is a delight to be here at Dartmouth. I haven't been here at Dartmouth since I was a student in college myself and was visiting a friend who was here during Winter Carnival. Things seem a little less hazy to me than they did then. What I'd like to do is talk about three things. First, what the facts are. I'll do that briefly since I think they're relatively familiar. I'd like to talk about some of the explanations for the facts. Why is what's going on? And then I'd like to turn to the policy issues, how we might respond to these. So what are the facts? The facts are that inequality is very high right now by historical standards. If you look at
Greg Menke. What are the facts? Inequality is historically high.
measures of inequality in the United States, you find that it was high in the early part of the 20th century, and it started declining, especially in the post-World War II years. It reached a low sometime in the 1970s, and then started coming up again, and we're back to where we were in the early part of the 20th century. So if you look at measures of inequality, it's like a big U.
I have pre-watched this actually, but I forgot he mentioned the thing. But people will mention this U-shaped graph a lot, because it is a U-shaped graph.
The bottom of the U is sometime in the 1970s. That is means that it's more difficult if you're at the bottom of the income distribution. While inequality was falling and the economy was growing, we saw reductions in poverty. But basically, over the past 40 years or so, we've seen poverty relatively flat. It's fluctuated over time with the business cycle, but there has not been substantial reductions in poverty, and that is it goes hand in hand.
If you look at poverty measured by consumption, it actually is going down. When I don't find a graph, the like nominal. Oh, here's here. Yes, this. Yeah, so this is like the blue poverty rate, the official rate, whatever. Yeah, the after-tax income poverty rate. And then if you look at poverty by consumption, it actually has gone down, which there are reasons. Poverty was decreasing with inequality. The quality has gone up. Poverty by income has remained flat. There are, I should remember. I actually don't remember all the advantages to measuring poverty by consumption. Why would you measure? I mean, I know it can better account for government transfers, but there are also income things that measure government transfers as well. What the fuck just happened? A tree just fucking grew on me. Okay, sick, dude. What's up, nerds? What's up, Grumple? Why would you measure poverty by consumption? Some point to income inequality, explaining GDP gains benefit the wealthiest Americans and poverty don't feel the same gains. Others suggest government anti-poverty programs are ineffective. Living a dream. Increased immigration has also been introduced
As an explanation, as undocumented immigrants tend to have higher poverty rates than non-citizens. None of these reasons, however, can accurately and fully account for the reasons poverty has remained relatively stagnant. Specifically, no data reveal no necessarily positive correlation between income inequality and poverty. Other research concludes that U.S. anti-poverty programs have had major impacts on poverty, and that immigration is neither the sole nor the most important factor influencing the relative poverty rate, as immigrants' incomes tend to rise fast enough to offset the additional immigration and poverty rates. In truth, this issue likely has much more to do with how the Census Bureau measures poverty than any secondary influence. What the Census Bureau defines as poverty might not be what you expect, and there are many factors that are excluded by this key metric. That show a different picture. Census Bureau began measuring poverty in 1959 and is now officially defined as 3 times the cost of a minimum food diet in 1963, adjusted to current prices based on family size. What's measure is more comprehensive. S&P, okay, blah, 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 blah. According to some economists, it would be more accurate to report poverty levels as a measure of consumption rather than income. Proponents of such a measure argue that relying on income as a measure of poverty produces a unclear relative poverty level that fails to accurately represent one's quality of life, instead of denoting only their income level as it relates to the rest of the economy. For example, in the 1970s, the internet was in its infancy, only concerning a few researchers, yet today the World Bank estimates that over 90% of Americans use the internet. Such quality of life improvements are not considered by the official income poverty measurement. Measuring consumption is better for capturing quality of life changes over time, according to its proponents, as it is wow, that's the same thing I mean when I say poverty. I know, yeah. Poverty is when you have no Wi-Fi. According to its proponents, as it is primarily concerned with assessing the people who purchase, consume, rather than how good is acquired. Accuracy in capturing material deviation. Consumption measures ability to be better capture the extended deprivation of material poverty. This is because they focus on the individuals actually consuming and provide a clear picture of their standard of living and material well-being. I think, I don't know. It would probably be more, I would be more accurate to say that the quality of life of people in poverty has gotten better. So, well, the number of people in poverty has probably remained the same. The floor has raised for everyone. So the people in poverty today do have access to the internet and fucking Pornhub, whereas they didn't. Whereas they didn't before. I was gonna say something else, but I couldn't think of something.
And with increasing inequality. So that's the sort of the bad news. Before I move on to the explanations for that bad news, let me sort of put in one piece of good news here, which is that if you take not a U.S. view, but a more global view, you actually come up with a somewhat different story. Inequality has been rising in other developed countries, so it's been increasing in much of Western Europe, for example. But if you take a completely global view, you look at all individuals around the world, you actually find a very different picture. Global inequality has actually been falling, and global poverty has been falling, even while the opposite has been true in the United States. Well, why is that? Well, that's because the past several decades has seen very rapid growth in Asia, in particular in China and India. And so you start off with many billions of people in very poor countries experiencing very rapid growth. And what you see is that global poverty has been falling, even as U.S. and global inequality has been falling, even as inequality has been rising in the United States. Now, that global perspective is something you might want to take as a global citizen, but it doesn't bring much solace to Americans. That is, if you tell Americans that inequality is rising and are not making any progress against poverty, saying, don't worry, there's lots of Chinese unskilled workers are doing quite well, that doesn't make them feel any better about the situation. But as citizens of the world, we should take some happiness in the fact that...
who knows anymore? It depends on what socialist you're talking to. You know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Who knows? Doesn't really make any sense. It's like it don't. Our fucking dude. You know what's wild? You could argue. You could argue like technically, having cops is more socialist than not having cops, right? Like having government provide security, isn't that more socialist than having like the private sector do security? Like, isn't that really more socialist? But at the same time, like socialists will say, well, socialists believe the government is fucking a dictatorship of capital or whatever, so they believe self-control of capital. But socialists will say like, oh, police are evil capitalists serving the interests of the landlords and capital interests, and yeah.
it's from a global perspective, inequality is
I
falling
need to-
and poverty is falling. So what
you
are
can't see
the
it.
reasons
Hold
for rising inequality over
No,
the
you
past
don't need to
several
see
decades?
this. You need to see that.
Well, I'm going to talk about 5 hypotheses. And I really think of these not as alternatives, but as 5 forces at work happening more or less simultaneously. So force number 1 is what I'll call the race between education and technology. That is actually the title of a book by
Median person in the U.S. is pretty well off. True. I mean, I mention this a lot, but I mean, like, compared to everywhere else, we're doing pretty well. Even other developed countries, like the U.S. has the highest median income, disposable median income in the world. I mean, like, we obviously don't have as advanced social safety nets as a lot of European countries, but at the same time, we have way more Six Flags, right? Like, even poor people in the U.S. can afford to go to amusement parks. Six Flags in U.S. versus EU. I really should just do amusement parks, but Americans chains typically installed identical. Okay, this is not at all what I want. Okay, so we could. I'm pretty sure, like, people in the U.S., this empirical data, they like take more vacations. They can afford to take more vacations than Europeans can. Who is a better president of Harvard, Mankiw or Claudine Gay? Was Mankiw president of Harvard? I didn't know he was. That's right. Yeah, he's a professor of economics. I mean, I don't think many people like Claudine Gay, so. Okay, again, I pre-watched the first, like, 22 minutes of it, so I know what he's about to say. There have been the best medical technology doctors in the world, but the worst insurance system, LMAO. What's up, Lies, Kanye West? Okay. Race between technology. Sup. And education. Thinking of Larry Summers. Good luck. I'm gonna wait for his exact phrasing, but this is like, it's like skilled workers get more productive and unskilled workers are demanded less, basically, and it drives up skilled workers' wages and reduces the oh no, sorry, that's the next one he's about to say. This one is like as technology advances, it drives up demand for skilled workers relative to unskilled workers, and there's a gap in education because we stopped subsidizing it as much. So, you know, we had the GI Bill, so people are going to college more after that, after World War II and stuff. But since then, we've stopped subsidizing education as much, at least at higher levels, while at the same time, technology has been growing faster than ever. So there's way more demand for high-skilled labor relative to unskilled labor, but we're not doing enough to get people into high-skilled labor. Thanks. I'm going to screen.
by 2 of my Harvard colleagues, Claudia
About
Goldin
what?
and Larry Katz. And what they argue is that technology and education are the primary drivers of inequality. Technology tends to increase inequality. Technological progress tends to increase the demand for skilled workers and reduce the demand for unskilled workers who increasingly find themselves
Increased demand for skilled workers relative to unskilled workers.
replaced by technology. So if you think about, say, a typical professor today, I probably use less secretarial time than I did in the past because I can do a lot of things myself with my computer. So the technology makes me more productive and makes secretarial support less important. So, and that's throughout the economy where sort of skilled workers use the technology and become more productive, and unskilled workers increasingly replaced by the technology. Goldin and Katz argue that's been true throughout history, but that until 1970, we were increasing the supply of skilled workers because educational advancement was increasing.
Has it been true throughout history? Oh, fuck. Time, but educational advancement has slowed since the 1970s.
So we had things like the GI Bill and increases in educational attainment associated with the post-World War II generation. And so while the technology was increasing the demand for skilled workers, the educational system was increasing the supply of them even faster, and as a result, inequality fell. Educational attainment then plateaued sometime in the 1970s, and as a result, technology started winning the race between education and technology. So that's hypothesis one, and I think really a very important one. Hypothesis two is globalization and trade. Increasingly, we've been trading with other countries, in particular countries with large numbers of
Globalization and trade. It's just going to say it increases, it can outsource unskilled laborers easier than you can outsource skilled laborers. How do you spell globalization?
unskilled workers. So take China, for example. When we import goods from China, they're typically produced by unskilled workers, and we're buying T-shirts, say, from China, and
Fucking hell. Importing goods from unskilled workers decreases demand for them domestically.
we're exporting things like software, that are produced by skilled workers here. And what that does is that trade reduces the demand for unskilled workers domestically and increases the demand for skilled workers domestically, and as a result, once again, increases the relative wages of skilled workers relative to unskilled workers and increases inequality. So globalization and trade are part of the story. I don't think it's the main thing driving this, by the way, because if that were the main thing driving increases in inequality in the United States, we'd be seeing just the opposite in China. That is, they're exporting unskilled workers' goods and importing skilled worker goods. So you should see the declining inequality in China, and we don't see that. In fact, inequality has also been rising in China. So I don't think trade and globalization is the main thing going on here, but it could be one of the things contributing to inequality. Immigration. Similar to trade, immigration can also affect the relative wages of skilled and unskilled workers. If you look at the percentage of Americans that are foreign-born, you see it basically, it very much mirrors the trends in inequality. From roughly 15% of the population was foreign-born in 1930. That fell to about 5% in 1970, and started increasing to about 13, 14% today. Well, why does it matter where people are born? Well, it turns out that foreign-born workers tend to be less educated than domestically born workers. 7% of native-born American adults have not completed high school. 27% of foreign-born adults in the United States have not completed high school. And this is true today when you see a lot of relatively unskilled Mexican workers coming in. It was true a century ago when my four grandparents immigrated from Ukraine. None of them had more than a fourth grade education. So it's fairly common when immigrants come in, they're relatively less educated, and that affects
Vertical Gang, what's good?
distribution of income in a couple ways.
Oh,
One,
you can't even, Vertical Gang can't even see the video that we're watching. Hold on, I can add that in it. Okay.
Unskilled workers at the bottom of the distribution, even if it has no effect on anybody else, that will mechanically increase inequality because they're then measured. But in addition, they compete with locally unskilled workers and tend to depress the wages of the unskilled relative to the skilled.
So you're on YouTube, see, let me see. Yeah, I'm in everything, bro. Oh shit, yeah, just give me a second. Add window capture 3. It's gonna mean you can't see Minecraft very well, but you know what? There you go.
4. So education, technology, globalization, immigration. Hypothesis 4. Superstars. There's been several years ago, I guess 1981, Sherwin Rosen, an economist, wrote an article in the American Economic Review talking about the economics of superstars. Well, what is a superstar?
Fuck. I missed what he said. Okay.
Superstars. Hypothesis 4. So education, technology, globalization, measured, but in addition, they compete with locally education. So it's fairly common.
Compete with local. Unskilled workers. Driving wages down. Depressing wages. That's the economist word. And 4, I think he said, were superstars.
When immigrants come in, they're relatively less educated, and that affects the distribution of income in a couple of ways. One is if you put a lot of unskilled workers at the bottom of this distribution, even if it has no effect on anybody else, that will mechanically increase inequality because they're then measured. But in addition, they compete with locally unskilled workers and tend to depress the wages of the unskilled relative to the skilled. Hypothesis 3.
Did I not
4.
say that?
So, education, technology, globalization, immigration. Hypothesis 4, superstars. There's been several years ago, I guess 1981, Sherwin Rosen, an economist, wrote an article in the American Economic Review talking about the economics of superstars. Well, what is a superstar? A superstar is a person who can use his skills and reach a very, very wide market. You cannot be a superstar if you are a plumber. No matter, if you are the best plumber in the world, there's only a certain amount of people who you can service. On the other hand, if you're one of the world's best actors, you can ply your trade and sell to the entire world. I'm sure some of you have seen
I think he was
Robert
saying
Downey Jr.
overall
and
wages would be depressed. I'm pretty sure he said unskilled.
Man.
So we're talking about inequality.
The wages of the unskilled relative to the skilled. Hypothesis 4. So, education, technology, globalization, immigration. Hypothesis 4, superstars. There's been skilled workers and tend to depress the wages of the unskilled relative to the skilled.
Yeah, he said it tends to depress the unskilled relative to the skilled. When I start talking about Lululemon and raising minimum wage, no one eats out anymore. A damn Subway.
When people ask what radicalized me, it's the fact that a $5 footlong now costs $13.
Well, the reason the $5 footlong existed was because of low demand during the Great Recession, when wages were low and unemployment was high. Post-COVID, inflation-adjusted wages grew dramatically, with growth being fastest for the bottom 10% of earners, and unemployment has remained under 4% for nearly 2 years. The reason a footlong is $13 now is because of demand pull inflation from this historic wage growth. Despite this, inflation-adjusted
And to be fair, cost push inflation from the increased wages.
consumption of fast food meals is about 12% higher than it was in 2019 and 3% more than it was in 2023, so it looks like Americans aren't having that much trouble affording fast food. After all, wages have outpaced food inflation since the 1980s, and this trend has only accelerated post-COVID. More broadly, the US has the highest growth in the G7 and the lowest inflation, so I guess eating a lot of fast food never actually teaches you the economics behind it.
When people
Listen, you want to go back to 2008 $5 footlong prices? Okay, how about you tell you want to go back to 2008 $5 footlong wages, okay? And rent prices. The housing market crashed. People's homes were depreciating in value, okay? Homes right now are appreciating in value, so people who own homes are getting money. People have higher wages than average. Unemployment is at like 4%. I think it's at 4.1 or 4.2%. Okay, it was at like fucking 10% in 2008. Okay, so...
Hypothesis 4. So, education, technology, globalization, immigration. Hypothesis 4, superstars. There's been several years ago, I guess 1981, Sherwin Rosen, an economist, wrote an article.
Let people lose their house and go homeless? True. Skilled laborers. Service more people. And unskilled laborers. And unskilled laborers. Is that how you spell it? What's good, Conrad Speedberg? Homeless sheriff, $5 footlong? Absolutely. Everyone get mad because I said Paul Krugman, okay? Everyone get mad because I said his name. Which happens every time. Can we make America affordable again? And should we? About why probably not a good idea to try to get back to $5 footlongs. Probably should just accept the $13 footlong or whatever. and just make sure wages increase along with it. What even can we calculate? Can someone calculate the time price of a Subway sandwich? It wouldn't surprise me if the time price of a Subway sandwich has actually gone down since 2008 for blue collar workers, at least, because they saw the biggest wage growth. I can make better sandwich to half the price myself. Okay.
In the American Economic Review, talking about the economics of superstars.
It doesn't matter.
What is a superstar? A superstar is a person who can use his skills and reach a very, very wide market. You cannot be a superstar if you are a plumber. No matter, if you are the best plumber in the world, there's only a certain amount of people who you can service. On the other hand, if you're one of the world's best actors,
what is time price? You're asking me what you guys don't know what time prices are? Let me tell you about time price. Time prices are really simple. It's just the average amount of time the average worker has to afford a good, right? So, you know, back in the fucking medieval ages, the time price of sugar was very high. The average worker had to probably work multiple days to afford a pound of sugar. Whereas nowadays, the time price for sugar is much lower. The average worker only has to work not even an hour to afford a pound of sugar. So although if you go back 200 years, the sugar price of a pound of sugar was probably cheaper in nominal terms. It was probably less dollars. The time price has gone down significantly. The amount of hours the average worker has to work to afford it has fallen significantly. Even if the number of dollars it costs has gone up, which is part of the reason why time prices are good. Anyway,
you can apply your trade and sell to the entire world. I'm sure some of you have seen Robert Downey Jr. in Iron Man. Right? The Avengers was one of the most successful movies of all time. He made, just for making that one movie, $50 million. That one movie.
And now I think he's making 80 million for the playing Doctor Doom or whatever now.
Roughly speaking, 200 million people saw the movie. They each paid something like 25.
Production of said item has increased. True. Yes, production has gotten faster, more efficient, cheaper. Yes, that's part of it. Part of it is wages. Part of it is part of it's supply as well. Yes.
Sense to Robert Downey Jr.'s
Technology
part
has
of the ticket
gotten
price,
better.
and as a result, he could sell his services as an actor to the entire world. That was possible because of technology. You know, a century ago, he couldn't have sort of gone into a theater and acted in front of 200 million people. But today, by virtue of technology, he can provide his skills, become a superstar, and make $50 million. That is increasingly the case, I believe, in the economy as people can expand their scope to worldwide markets. I do this in a small way by selling my textbooks around the world. I have the #1 selling economics textbook in South Korea, despite the fact that until recently I've never been to South Korea. I sit in my office at home in Massachusetts, write these books, send them off via email to my publisher, and by and large, all these students in South Korea are reading them. Unfortunately...
You don't know that they're reading
them. Well, they're buying them. That's all I care. They're buying them.
They're buying
them. They're buying them.
Sorry.
They're buying. Now, sadly, economics textbooks are not quite as popular as Iron Man movies, but we're working on that. Now, to what extent is that pervasive? It's hard to measure. It's very hard to measure the superstar phenomenon, but I think increasingly things like CEOs are superstars. You're running companies that have worldwide scope, and as a result, the people at the top of the economic ladder, what's sometimes called super managers, are earning high rewards. The median CEO of a Fortune 500 company makes $10 million. That's partly because he's looking at a company has global reach, and his productivity is very high. Now, critics of this phenomena say CEOs don't deserve it. It's all they're just being screwed by they're just screwing the shareholders by putting their cronies on the board and getting paid excessive wages. I think it's probably not true in light of the fact that private equity companies that also hire CEOs pay them a lot of money, and there's no principal agent problem there. The private equity firm owns the entire company. If they thought the CEO wasn't worth it, they wouldn't pay him that much.
So he's talking about non-fun is vegan too. I am vegetarian. Listen. So many people keep telling me they're vegan, okay? They keep giving me good arguments. And I have I have nothing against veganism, obviously. I don't consistently or I'm not soon to be vegan. Probably, dude. Who knows? Anyway, oh fuck. Okay. What he's mentioning here is which ice is the best to get? Which ice does this ice melt in the nether? I don't remember. Vegetarian gets to eat dairy and eggs? Yeah. CEO would crash the stock market with bad presentation if it's normal they have high wages. So that's true, but okay. what he's talking about is true. Companies have gotten larger. They have gotten more productive. Okay, it's part that is part of the reason that CEO pay has increased. Okay, CEO pay has increased a lot, right? The steel man of this, right, for the other side is that union power has also decreased. So although these companies may have gotten more productive, the reason that like CEO pay compared to workers pay, the reason that ratio is like 1 to 400 or whatever, like the average CEO gets paid like 400 times their average worker in America versus like it's 1 to 100 in Europe or something, is because the decline in union power in America. Since the 70s, unions have lost a lot of power, and that is a contributing factor. Okay, this ice melts in the nether, right? I want packed ice, or where do I get blue ice from?
And so those are 4 explanations. My 5th explanation particularly involves Dartmouth. You think of Dartmouth as a particularly elite educational institution. Of course, that's true. But it's also a very, very elite dating society, right? Here you have very, very smart people getting together and meeting other very, very smart people. Well, why is that important? Well, it turns out there's been a big increase in assortative mating. 40 years ago, if you looked at the income of husbands and the income of wives, they were negatively correlated. That means the higher the
Vegetarian doesn't sound too hard. It's not really. It says, started to marry other high-income people. Oh man, pork and beef. Dual income, no kids. Oh, dink. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, double income, no kids. Yep.
income of the husband, the less the wife earned. Why is that? Well, if you're a successful husband, your wife needs to work.
I've seen the TikToks.
And therefore, she's more likely to stay at home and raise the kids. Today, there's a positive correlation between husbands and wives' incomes. Why is that? Well, your Dartmouth grad male grad's going to go become a successful doctor, lawyer, banker. He marries a woman who's a Dartmouth grad who's going to become a successful doctor, lawyer, banker. Take two high incomes, put them in the same household, and what do you get? More inequality in household incomes. Okay, so those are the 5 explanations as to why I think we've seen increasing inequality.
I know 2 dogs that are married with no kids. They have
globalization,
bucks.
immigration, superstars, and more assorted mating. What do we do about this? In the last 5 minutes, let me talk about possible policy solutions. Well, one possibility is to treat the symptoms, not the disease. Say we have increasing inequality. Let's use the tax.
Spend money on
instead of trying to treat the ultimate causes, let's just sort of fix the outcomes by taxing the rich more and cutting taxes for people at the bottom of the income distribution. And that's in some sense what we've done in the past few years. CBO has.
Fucking hell. I should have brought a bed with me, but you know what? Too late. Fuck, I'm gonna need to make an anvil. I shouldn't have used an iron pickaxe. I think there's a village somewhere. I don't know. What else are they spending it on? I don't know, big houses, pools, hot tubs. They're definitely not more superior. Fascio, for sure. I mean, I don't... did I ever claim dinks are morally superior? I don't think they're any less moral, at least intrinsically. Docs support a rich society, tax the rich part, but they also paid an insane amount of money to go through med school, which is the interesting part, yeah. Depending on the type of tax, though, it wouldn't even... Like, oh, fucking hell, dude. Most of even, like, Warren and Bernie's plan, I think would only... I think would only start taxing people who... Or only start raising taxes on people who earn more than $400K a year. And then the wealth taxes would only apply to people like with over $50 million a year. And also it's taxed on your net assets, so it excludes your debt, or your debt is like a deduction. Which actually, by the way, people complain about like billionaires borrow money to like avoid paying taxes, which is true, they do that. But also at the same time, a lot of these wealth taxes would actually incentivize people to borrow more, because you get out of paying more taxes that way, because now you can say, hey, look, I have a loan. I'm going to count this loan against my net assets. And it's going to decrease the value of my net assets, at least nominally, because I'm in debt. Look, I'm in debt. Yeah. I was going to say something though. But like, yeah, these it probably would not end up affecting doctors that much, but it does not make it a good tax. One of my Arab pals got to ophthalmology. He's gonna be making 7 figures a year. I don't know. Is that like what type of fucking doctor is that, bro? Granted, he'll probably pay off school loans immediately. Wall Street guy's making it a month. Eyes. Oh, okay. Yeah, we know. And on the same cost doctors too. We do. We used to know people who own their own eye clinic. My dad was friends with this one girl who like bought out her boss's old eye clinic, and I think they were. I mean, they're making a ton of money, but it was also really expensive to buy. Obviously, I don't know what their net worth would have been, but they were definitely in debt. Although they were able to carry it, obviously, because they were making money. Doctors are people on the low end of the spectrum. If you want to talk about rich people, I mean, the problem is, what I imagine. So these economists are talking about income inequality just across the board. Like he's mentioned this thing over and over again. The wages of skilled relative to the wages of unskilled workers, right? The issue is what most like center of wealth forms. The thing that like most like really left-leaning people care about is literally center graph I'm looking for is like the 0.01% that are yeah, wealth at 400 richest Americans. It's this is just in trillions of dollars. Where's their relative share of wealth? You can see it's increasing here. The top 0.1%. Yeah, there you go. Think it would be considered right or left wing on the global scale. On the global scale, I'd definitely be considered left wing. Yeah.
Causes. Let's just sort of fix the outcomes by taxing the. What do we do about this? In the last 5 minutes, let me talk about possible policy solutions. Well, one possibility is to treat the symptoms and not the disease. Say we have increasing inequality. Let's use the tax instead of trying to treat the.
What's this guy? Socialist? Treat the symptoms and not the disease? What's he think the disease? He thinks the disease in capitalism. Greg Menkiw based socialist moment here. What the hell?
The ultimate causes. Let's just sort of fix the outcomes by taxing the rich more and cutting taxes for people at the bottom of the income distribution. And that's in some sense what we've done in the past few years. CBO.
Tax the rich more. This is I imagine I should have brought. Me and Casey had this conversation before. I didn't bring it up because I didn't know the data surrounding it. I still don't know all the data surrounding it. I just know more about it. If you take into account government transfers, our tax system has actually gotten more progressive over the past few years, over the past few decades even, I'm pretty sure. It's true that like we have cut taxes on wealthy people to an extent, but at the same time, we've also increased government transfers to poor people to the extent where it ends up not even just evening out. It ends up becoming more progressive, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Overall effective US tax rate for the bottom quintile is literally negative. They have a negative tax burden. Stop paying people to buy EVs and other dumb Washington tax policy schemes. I don't know if incentivizing people to buy EVs is a dumb tax. I say that's one of the smarter things because you're literally That's what you should be subsidizing positive externalities and taxing negative externalities. That's like that. From the most like libertarian viewpoint, really, that's all the government should be doing in terms of market intervention. From like even from like a libertarian viewpoint, is that you should be taxing negative externalities to price them in, and subsidizing positive externalities, which is what the electric car thing is, to price in the effects of that too. But Elon Musk is desperate to lick Trump's balls. Yeah, look at this federal transfers. It's a lot. Subsidizing can simply mean tax breaks. That's what we do. That's like my understanding is that's what we like. I'm pretty sure we give people a $7,500 tax break for buying an electric vehicle. I don't think we're literally giving them checks. At least not the federal government. I'm pretty sure the federal government just gives them tax breaks. IRA tax break EV. 30% sale price. Sale price. You may qualify for credit up to $7,500. Yeah. See, look, I was right. I was trying to explain it to Kanye. Yeah, okay. Why should I give me your opinion? This is 11 minutes long. What is this? John Kennedy grilling witnesses about EVs.
Mr. Chairman. Welcome to our witnesses. I'm sorry.
Why is it only in
late.
my left ear?
How many of you drive an electric car? Own an electric car? Okay. You gentlemen don't?
If you mean electric by battery electric, no. If you mean plug-in electric, yes.
Okay. Of the three folks who raised their hands, how many electric? Do you own gasoline-powered cars at all? No.
No, Senator.
No. All electric. Okay. Let me ask you all this, and please give me brief answers, because there are five of you. There's only one.
We're basically using people's tax money to. Why is Kanye West? I just want you to. Do you know what a positive externality is? Can you explain to me what that is?
If electric cars are so swell, how come we have to pay people to drive them?
The upfront costs of an electric vehicle are about $10,000 higher today than they are for an equivalent internal combustion engine vehicle today, but that cost is declining substantially. And so this is a temporary intervention to help the auto industry strategically compete in global markets and to transition as battery costs
Here's my
fall.
admonition. Okay.
Sorry.
Doc, how about if electric vehicles are so swell, how come we have to pay people to drive them?
I think sorry, Senator, I'll staple.
Sorry, I can't see the names.
Oh, it's Gross, Ms. Gross here. I'll defer to not comment on policy questions about incentives and so on. Maybe pass it off to
I can see your name tag.
They don't have a good. There's, two answers. One, because, well, I think he actually mentioned it, the upfront cost. Positive externalities. Look, we can draw it. There's deadweight loss. Oh, we can subsidize it to get rid of deadweight loss. Oh, dude, that's why. Dude, that's why. Oh, dude, what? Dude, why? Dude, what? What? Oh, deadweight loss, and then we subsidize it, and then we get rid of the deadweight loss. What? That's wild. It's a higher social benefit than private benefit. So we subsidize it so the social benefit is equal to the private benefit. Dude, that's crazy, dude. What a novel concept, dude. Didn't even watch the video. I mean, we can keep watching some of it, but like, he goes in hard into the numbers. The numbers of what?
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. Would you start over?
I was just going to say, I'd like to defer on policy grounds, not to talk about policy incentives and so on, defer over to my colleague here, Ms. Hinman.
You don't believe in electric cars?
Totally support electric vehicles and drive 3 of them myself.
So if they're so swell, how come we're having to pay people to drive them?
So just
What a dog.
speaking personally, then, not representing my company at this point.
Sure.
Speaking personally,
What's your company?
EPRI, the Electric Power Research Institute.
Oh, okay.
And I'd be careful about policy stepping into, wading too deeply into policy as an independent leader here. But when we think about, again, I just want to ditto what Dr. Jenkins said.
I just had
This is an
2x speed
effort
right
to
now.
compete
I
globally.
know all that, but
They're old,
how,
so
if
they're
so
cock
swell, how come
slow.
we have to pay people to drive them?
Well, maybe then the quick answer for me is I didn't take advantage of incentives, but I also bought used vehicles on the market. I love it. They're wonderful to drive.
Okay.
Senator, similar for myself.
What's your name?
Maureen Hinman.
Damn,
My hair's longer in my picture, sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't even know who I'm talking to. Go ahead, Ms. Hinman.
I did want to follow up with my colleague, Ms. Gross. I purchased my first EV.
Yes, ma'am. But if they're so swell, how come we have to pay people to drive them?
I purchased my first
You're gonna keep saying that the answer is to make the private benefit match the social benefit. That's the well, really, again, there's 2 answers. One, because the upfront cost of an electric vehicle, but really that falls into the first answer, is because right now the private cost is too high, so you subsidize it to make the private benefit match the social benefit. Look. Wow. Here's a... Oh wait, that's in production. This is in consumption. He gets into the numbers.
Speak for myself, but we purchased our first
Of what?
vehicle in 2015.
What number? What not? Do I?
because it
What
was easier to-
numbers? What numbers would debunk what I just said? You'd have to keep going. You have to convince me that climate change isn't
Charge,
real.
drive.
Is that what he?
Okay.
How many calls?
How many cars are
295
there?
million?
Okay. And what percentage are electric vehicles?
1.6.
Okay. Hold up that chart. Here's where all electric vehicles are. California loves them. The West Coast loves them. Everybody else is kind of lukewarm.
Go into this stream vid and get some real-time action. Go into what?
Okay, I'm trying to understand why. But let me move on to this. Let me ask these two gentlemen. I think the reason is because they're more expensive, and people don't.
Oh, go into disc and stream vid so I can get some real-time action. I'm just why? We need to get. I need to watch this because he's yelling at me, and then I'm gonna go back to taking notes
When
here.
they drive a car, like it to run, and when it runs out of electricity, it stops, and they can't find a place to charge it. So let me ask these two gentlemen. I don't want to be unfair. So it's clear we got a long way to go. We got 283 million cars in America, and we got 3.3 million electric vehicles. We got a long way to go. And at least these three folks think that we need to take taxpayer money and give enough money to American people so they'll walk away from gas cars and drive electric vehicles. How much is that going to cost? I'm going to ask them in a second if I have time. But how much do you think it will cost for us to basically bribe every American to drive an electric car?
Well, Senator, excuse me, Dave Sweet with the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. I would just underscore your original question with this. There's really
I don't have a stream delay. Why do you think you get special privileges? Also, dude, I still don't know what's wrong with the fucking Wi-Fi, dude. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
two things at play as it relates to
How
what's
much money do you think it'll cost to bribe the American people enough to make them drive electric cars, to move those numbers?
Electrification is increasing as it relates to cost. Only a fraction of currently eligible
How much
vehicles
do you
are
think it'll
eligible
cost?
for the federal tax credit. So,
How much do you think it'll cost, David?
Senator, I think I put earlier
I'm
that.
calling on you, sir.
Apologies.
How much do you think it'll cost?
It ultimately depends on consumer
You don't
adoption.
know, do you?
We don't have an exact
You
figure.
think we'll just keep throwing money at it until we hit the jackpot? How about you, Mr. Davis?
Eventually, if you put enough charging stations, that'll solve a range anxiety. Because the reason I didn't buy one is because I may have to drive 450 miles
How much do you
each
think
day
it'll
for a
cost the American taxpayer for us to convince the American people, frankly, bribe the American people to get rid of the gas car and drive an electric car? Can any of you give me a figure?
Senator, the Treasury Department reports you spent about $1 billion year to date. So for the first half of this year, so roughly $2 billion this year. As I noted,
How much do you think it'll cost?
Not against climate change. I'm trying to remember the name of this issue.
This video
One of Reductions I remember has a good video about it.
was made
It was so weird to hear it come through both of my ears because that video only has it coming through my left ear.
possible by Curiosity Stream. Watch an exclusive companion video to this on Nebula, which you can access by signing up for the Curiosity Stream Nebula Bundle deal for disruptive technology. There's a tipping point. There's a point in time when its path towards market dominance is a certainty. Now, electric vehicles are almost certainly a disruptive technology. They're almost certainly a technology that will, with time, become dominant over their predecessor. In this case, the predecessor is the internal combustion car that you, yourself, almost certainly use. Chances are, though, when asked, you'd say that your next car will not be electric, and you're right. The average consumer, according to surveys, would not even consider purchasing an electric vehicle, demonstrating that the technology is not yet at the tipping point where it's on a certain path towards market dominance. But again, that path is almost certain. EVs are not there yet. Right now, they're too expensive, too short range, and too slow to charge, but they're close. In fact, research can quantify just how close they are. It's been shown that the tipping point price for EVs, the price that will lead to mainstream adoption and eventual disruption, is $36,000. Taking a look at the prices of the base models of 3 of the world's best-selling electric vehicles, they're already roughly there, so we know that that's not what's holding mass-market consumers back. What also matters is range. Consumers say they need 291 miles or 469 kilometers of it before the cars can go mass-market. 2 of the best-selling EVs, the Tesla Model 3 and the Chevy Volt EV, are not far from that, while the Nissan Leaf lags behind. Range and cost are closely linked, and you can essentially trade one off for the other, as the battery is the single largest cost of an EV. That's why the industry is so focused on innovating and scaling to lower the component cost of EV batteries, and it's working. In 2013, the average price per kilowatt hour of an EV battery was $668, meaning the base model Tesla Model 3's 50 kilowatt hour battery would cost $22,400, 2/3 of what the vehicle sells for. Nowadays, the average price
Well, basically, can't build the chargers until enough people have electric vehicles, right? Because there's not enough demand for the chargers. But also, you can't build the. But also, you don't have the money to build the chargers unless people buy electric vehicles, and it's that vicious cycle, right?
they're really not far and will be there in the next few years. So range is not what's significantly holding mass market consumers back.
It's fiscally not feasible.
It won't be at all within a few years. What is, though, is charging. The research shows that consumers want to be able to charge their cars from empty to full in 31 minutes, and that's the magic number for mass market adoption. With this, current $36,000 EVs just aren't yet there. The base model Chevy Volt EV can't even fast charge. It doesn't have the technology for it, and even the 31 minutes. But that would be just a lot tougher. What this research can lead us to conclude is that the largest barrier right now to mass market EV adoption is, in fact, the charging problem. The tipping points just will not happen without widespread fast charging, but widespread fast charging is just difficult because of the very way our electric grid works. You see, back in the 1880s, Thomas Edison, with his direct current...
You see the direct current and alternating current stuff, so you got to build fucking converters, and it's expensive, yeah.
Doctor, you're doctor.
So $2 billion this year is what the estimate for the Treasury
How
Department.
much do you think it will cost for us to, let's say, get 75% of these?
How much will it cost American consumers to remain?
How much? Do you know how much it'll cost, Doctor?
No one knows the future with certainty, Senator.
Right. You just think we ought to keep throwing money at it until we hit the jackpot.
I think we ought to set a stable policy for.
What's funny here, I don't think the fucking senator understands also the thing that the video just mentioned is that there's a tipping point, right? There's a point where electric cars become cheap enough and chargers become prevalent enough that most people will prefer to buy them without getting paid. The rare earth metals don't grow on trees. Wow, crazy. Nobody knew that. Without getting paid or tax breaks by the government to do it, right? So you just have to get electric cars to that point. You don't actually have to pay everyone to buy an electric car. You just have to pay enough people to get an electric car to the point where companies can afford to build chargers everywhere and increase their battery range and increase how fast they can charge. And at that point, it'll just become the better option for people. Oil is an amazing resource. That's true. Yes.
Framework that allows American consumers to become familiar with the environment and American businesses to innovate and to compete within that stable framework. That's what I said.
And how much will that cost?
Will cost less than the benefits delivered by the
I don't
policy.
care how much it costs, do you?
I care if the benefits exceed the cost. I don't care about the cost.
You don't care how much it costs, do you?
I care very much how much it costs. As long as the benefits exceed the cost, that's an investment worth making.
Well, okay.
How much does it cost to seed the industries of the future to China?
I get to ask the questions. You're at Princeton, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. How are Jewish students doing at Princeton? Are they feeling better?
That has nothing to do with the hearing today.
I didn't think you'd want to talk about that. Do any of you have any idea how much it would cost? Senator, say 75% of the American people.
Senator,
Also, his answer was good. He cares that the benefits exceed the cost, and it's a benefit worth doing.
The question is fair. One answer to it is the cost of inaction of the U.S. not competing is far greater than any incentive on the front end.
Quantify that for me. Oh man, I'm way over. I'm sorry, Sheldon. Quantify that for me. Because
Why don't you wrap up with this, because I think everybody's had a chance to try to answer your question.
Here's my problem. Okay, we all want clean air. We all want bright water. We all want to eat, and we all want to live indoors. Okay, but there are trade-offs in all of this. Despite what the Princeton professor thinks,
true.
We don't have unlimited money. This is not Princeton. So.
Bro doesn't understand MMT.
We have to decide the
Is
cost.
Hilton okay here?
And nobody seems
Can't
to be able
believe
to
you
quantify
would
the
say
costs.
that.
They just say, keep throwing money at, throwing money at, throwing money at. And nobody can really quantify the benefits, except if we don't do it, then we're all going to die. And when I go back to my people and say, your electricity costs have gone up 30%, but it's for a good cause. Why, Kennedy? Because you're going to die if we don't do it. Why, Kennedy? Because a professor at Princeton says so. That doesn't work for most Americans. Can you answer that for me? You see my frustration? I love driving an electric car. I think they're really cool. But the median household income in my state is $55,000. Our Princeton professor probably makes that in a week. Okay? They don't care what they think at Princeton. Can you answer that for me, guys?
I can't answer how much it's going to cost, but I can tell you that just last year alone, China in the EV market subsidized it by $12.4 billion, and that's their annual spend. It's more than, even with in our best year, it's more than two-thirds of the United States spends.
Let me ask you a question. How much will it cost China to become carbon neutral by 2050?
I am very concerned. Well, they won't, but I'm more concerned about the risk to the U.S. economy of losing the auto manufacturing industry.
Do you know? See, nobody talks about the cost. I'll tell you how much it'll cost them. It'll cost them $1 trillion a year, starting today, to be carbon neutral by 2050. You know how much it'll cost Russia?
Why is this relevant?
$250 billion a year. 3 times what their defense budget. Now, if you believe that Vladimir Putin is going to spend $250 billion for climate change...
well, they're saying, well, China and Russia aren't going to do anything, so we shouldn't do anything about it.
So we go spend all this money, which y'all can't quantify. We just keep spending. They don't spend the money. They're at an advantage, and you know how much world temperatures are lowered? None. Zero, zilch, nada. And I can't believe our chairman hadn't cut me off. But I am done.
Now's your moment.
I am done.
For your enthusiastic participation.
Okay. Positive externality, brother. See the marginal social benefit? This is benefit. If everyone has an EV, marginal private benefit. This is like the benefit of me personally for buying an EV. So we subsidize it so that my private benefit matches the social benefit. Now look, right here. Anyway. Oh, we're talking about progressivity. Federal tax transfers.
has data back to 1979 looking at the progressivity of the federal taxes, all federal taxes put together. And right now in 2014, the progressive.
The U.S. system. What? As you say, non-fund, we're trying to appeal to fertility. Yeah, he didn't really. Does he have to electrify military weapons in vehicles too? I mean, you know what's funny is that, like, really we probably should get to the point where that electrification becomes better, right? Or better than conventional engines for some things as well. Like we solar versus coal. Like we've already done with this with solar, right? Like solar is now cheaper than coal per fucking kilowatt thing produced or whatever. Solar went now like cheaper than coal. So like in theory we could get to the point where it is just more efficient to do that. Like it's probably what we should be aiming for.
The tax system is about as great as it's ever been. The top 1% pays about 30.
Ready? Passive. Top 1%. Again, they're gonna... Vox actually has a really good video on this. Vox, who pays dollars taxes? Where again, he's mentioning the top 1%. Whereas the issue isn't so much with the top 1%, the issue is more the top 0.1%. Because, like, you look at this graph, like the top percent, 10 is 10% of people pay a lot in taxes, but because like the top 400% of people get their money different ways, like their money's all stocks, and they never realize their capital gains, they actually pay.
That means
they actually pay a lot less.
Small portion of their income toward payroll taxes, and poor people in the middle class pay way more. Add payroll taxes onto this chart, and it starts to flatten.
Yeah, you can see they don't pay that much.
Out.
Okay, it's also kind of dumb though, because if you're counting the payroll taxes, you should also count the transfers, right? Like obviously, as a proportion of income, Social Security means a lot more to lower income and middle income people than rich people. So, and so does Medicare and Medicaid. Who? Yeah, I don't know who is talking to who right now, because you guys are arguing about it. Sometimes you guys like drag me in, so I don't really know.
5% of their income. The tax system is about as great as it's ever been. The top 1% pays about 35% of their income in taxes, which is basically the level.
35% their income in taxes. Increase taxes for fits, just for rich, just remove subsidies. I don't know if you saw me, I don't know your position on stuff, but I did a call out in the boss server. I've done it twice. Bimmy is showing all you up right now. Bimmy's the only one willing to fucking debate this stuff, okay? Anyone in the boss server who's in the debate tournament disagrees with any of this stuff, okay?
I will debate deathmatch anyone on one of these prompts. Taxing unrealized gains, implementing wealth taxes, and raising higher corporate taxes are detrimental to economic policies. I hold the affirmative. Worker co-ops are generally superior to traditional firms. I hold the negative. Free trade is generally better than protectionism. I hold the affirmative. Bidenomics is working. I hold the affirmative. Okay, Bimmy's the only one who would do it. I think I might just have to do it. Right, like, I'm trying to think who I could challenge and stuff. There aren't like that many conservatives that challenge and shit, and like there aren't. Maybe I could do like a. The problem is like, I hate a lot of debates I would do with like more like middle people, right? Because it'd be like, should you vote for Kamala Harris or third party? And it's gonna be, I don't know how to work within a framework, because like they don't care. If they're voting third party, they don't care about the feasibility of them winning already. So like, it's gonna be wacky. Bimmy says chat, I know. I might end up doing like 5 debates with Bimmy and like nobody else. I can't debate you since I agree with the most part. Yeah, I don't know. If there's like, I think I added in there the first time I did a call out. Like if there's something like you have a more nuanced position on, we could like hash out the better prompt for just the two of us. But like I don't know. He almost lost a turbo. I could do foreign policy shit. I think more people would debate on foreign policy shit like Israel, like whether like Israel or Ukraine. But like I'm not. Oh no, maybe I could do Israel. Maybe I'll do Israel debates, and we'll redo that arc. That's how Nonfon got started, baby. So Panda should challenge you, but he's cringe. I challenged Panda, has me blocked. Panda blocked me. He hates me. I don't know why, bro. He hates me. He despises me. I want to see Nonfon versus Casey. On what? Casey did. To be fair, Casey did also agree to a debate on wealth taxes, which we'll do at some point. He just has to DM me a time. Yeah. Find Bidenomics for me real quick. Just Biden's broad economic policies, like most of the things that he's passed, like the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. Basically, it's really more of a proxy for is the U.S. economy good right now? But yeah, it's yeah. Oh, the infrastructure bill as well.
Level it was back when Jimmy Carter was president. The middle class. And federal taxes, all federal taxes put together, and
it's so boring and played out. Actually crazy how much hates you. I don't know. I know. Listen, I had fun in our debate, okay? I think he's chill. Like, he's a chill dude. He just hates me. You're like the nicest politics streamer? Aw. Like an unworded amount for the amount I know. I've had like one conversation with him, dude. Maybe I could do Minar and something. What would me and Minar debate? I don't know. I don't know if me and Minar are ever gonna agree on.
I think we've exhausted most of the Trump stuff, and also I love Minar. Okay, Minar. Okay, I love Minar, but I don't think I'm a good enough communicator to teach him the economics he doesn't know. He hates you for no reason. That's an emotional response. I don't know why he hates. His reasons for hating me is because he thinks I'm far left, and he's I guess mad that I won the debate off of judges that he thinks are unfair. Art Panahito, I don't get it. I don't know. Because he just has me blocked. He thinks I'm the most retarded person in the server. Apparently. Oh wait, I can self-pro myself here? I didn't even know that. Self-pro in my fucking inflation video. Don't debate Minar. I've debated Minar so many times already. He's just gonna start screaming? Yeah, it happens every time. It's awesome. Alright.
And right now in 2013, 2014.
Similar to Jimmy Carter levels. I might just have to I might just have to do like a ultimate deathmatch anyone used to vote for Kamala in 2024. I might just have to do it. I might do that later. I remember that. Hasn't Minar disappeared? I think he was banned on Twitch for a little bit. Yeah, I don't think he's disappeared though. No, he's still 2 days ago. Labour Party leader embarrasses himself. Like he's still around. What is his YouTube vids now? Well, he might have been banned on Twitch. Name debate. Quit Twitch? Damn. I don't know if he did or not, but I know he was at least temporarily banned when covering the whole Destiny firefighter Trump rally drama. I think Twitch probably thought he was endorsing some type of political violence when he covered that, and he got banned for that. But
the progressivity of the tax system is about as great as it's ever been. The top 1% pays about 35% of their income in taxes, which is back basically the level it was back when Jimmy Carter was president. The middle class and lower classes have tax rates that are near historic lows. The middle class pays about 14% of their total income in taxes. People at the bottom, about 4%.
Thanks for the follow. Sway KXVG.
And so we have a fairly progressive tax system by the standards of recent history. That's going back to 79 when CBO starts their data. Now, one thing to say about this is you can agree whether this is good or bad, but one thing that's absolutely clear is the changes in progressivity are small compared to the changes in before tax incomes. So you can like the Ronald Reagan tax policy, you can like the Barack Obama tax policy, but either way, the differences between those two tax policies is minute compared to the differences in distribution of income between 1970 and today. So that's relatively small potatoes. Now, there's a question of should we go to French-style tax rates? Should we go to 75%, as President Hollande of France suggested? And there are economists who said yes, but I think that's one I wouldn't agree with. The race between education and technology. What do we need is better educational system, educational reform. And I think that's what exactly those are hard to say. I can talk about that in a minute, but since
Fucking hell, dude. Minar tried to debate me morality. Dude, Minar doesn't... I love Minar. I'm not gonna finish that sentence. Minar is chill and awesome, and he's awesome. I'll debate him and reach out to him. Turn down the debate with me. How is it still night? Does it... If nobody's on the realm, does it day-night cycle pause, or did I just... Was I not in the game for so long? Where's your the village over here? I need to take notes on what he just said, but I need to not die first. Why is my mouse still on the screen? That's not supposed to happen. Once based on YouTube and tries to forcefully reproduce the same arguments in other streams, based. Just like me when I regurgitate the ideas of far-left podcasters. To work on his critical thinking. Oh look, it's daytime. Why are there no beds? Okay, it doesn't even fucking matter because it's already daytime. Sick, dude. You give me a touch with him and keeps ignoring me? I mean, maybe. What do you want me to say to him? He usually doesn't respond to me especially quick either, but...
2 minutes, I won't go into that. Trade restrictions.
Higher levels are not profitable. I'd ask him, oh, so Digital attainment.
I think 5%, as President Hollande of France suggested. And there are economists who said yes, but I think that's one I wouldn't agree with. The race between education and technology. What do we need is better educational system, educational reform. And I think that's what exactly those are hard to say. I can talk about that in a minute, but since I only have 2 minutes, I won't go into that. Trade restrictions, I think, would be the wrong way to go. That can make us more equal, probably make us all equally bad off. So I don't think.
Trade restrictions would make us equally bad off. Does he stream almost every day? I have no clue.
Equality. I don't think we'll be equally poor, so I don't want to go that way. Immigration is a tough one, as we've seen national debate on immigration. At the very least, we should allow skilled immigrants.
High skilled immigrants to be allowed. Right. Allowed in and allowed to. Allowed in, allowed to live and work in the US.
Every single college degree from an elite institution like this one, you should get a green card stapled to it. If you're not a U.S. citizen, we should let as many skilled immigrants in as we can. Unskilled immigrants is a harder one, which we can talk about some more later. Superstars are very hard. I actually don't think Robert Downey Jr. is a...
Tell him to debate deathmatch any topic he wants.
It's a makes wants to make great movies that everyone wants to watch. I don't think that's a problem for society. There are some superstars on the other side of this. I mean, Bernie Madoff was a superstar of a different sort, a superstar wealth diverter rather than a superstar wealth creator. We need to worry about those, but the superstar wealth creators are not a problem. And finally, assorted mating. I don't think the government's going to get involved in telling the rich Dartmouth grad not to stop marrying a rich Dartmouth grad. They're not going to say to the banker, I'm sorry, you can't marry another bank.
Government shouldn't do anything about assortative mating.
Banker, you got to marry a poet. Because we're worried about increasing inequality. Some increases in inequality have social determinants, and those are things we just have to learn to live with. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
The poets may be more interesting.
Yeah. Right? I actually like the idea of making bankers marry poets. This is just such a pleasure to be here, and I'm really happy to be here with Greg, whose work I very much admire, and I was a little worried because I think he's such a careful thinker that I wouldn't find anything to disagree with. But don't worry, there's lots. Though I think on the facts, I agree with most of them, not all of them. I actually think our tax system is more regressive, and I think there's a way in which you were just conflating effective rates with marginal rates. We'll get into that. His list of causes I find all very relevant, and I'll push back accordingly. I want to thank Doug Irwin for putting this together and getting us up here, Charlie for moderating, Joanne Needham for helping me with logistics. I'm going to talk about problems and the problems that I view that are associated with inequality in ways that Greg alluded to but didn't get into very, very deeply. And then I'm going to raise a number of challenges, I hope, to kind of the unspoken tenor of Greg's talk, and he'll have an ample opportunity to disagree with me if I'm misinterpreting him. That said, this is going on, and in many ways, it's not nearly as it's not an obvious a problem, at least in the ways that I'm going to suggest it is. And in many ways, some of the solutions that have been proffered to address that problem are worse than the problem itself. This is at least my characterization of his view, and then I will argue differently. I think I have a few slides, but I may use them or not. 4 reasons why I think the very high levels of inequality, which we both agree are high in historical terms, are problematic.
Okay, what's this guy? What's this guy's name?
Fairness, absence of opportunity. I actually think our tax system is more
Jared something. Jared Bernstein. High income inequality. Issue.
Into very, very deeply. And then I'm going to raise a number of challenges, I hope, to kind of the unspoken tenor of Greg's talk, and he'll have an ample opportunity to disagree with me if I'm misinterpreting him. That said, this is going on, and in many ways, it's not nearly as it's not an obvious a problem, at least in the ways that I'm going to suggest it is. And in many ways, some of the solutions that have been proffered to address that problem are worse than the problem itself. This is at least my characterization of his view, and then I will argue differently. I think I have a few slides, but I may use them or not. 4 reasons why I think the very high levels of inequality, which we both agree are high in historical terms, are problematic. Fairness, absence of opportunity, threats to representative democracy.
Fairness, absence of opportunity. Challenges to democracy.
democracy and macroeconomic instability. Now, fairness is not as squishy as it sounds.
Macro economic stability.
By fairness, what I really mean is that if you look at the trajectory of the incomes of people at different parts of the income or wage scale and productivity, that is the economy's output per hour, you'll find a very big split over the period where inequality increased relative to a period where inequality was flat. That is the median family, or median compensation, right in the middle of the scale, grew in lockstep with productivity for decades in the post-war period, say mid-40s to the mid-70s. In fact, low incomes, middle incomes, high incomes, all just about doubled from the mid-40s to the mid-70s. So that was a period where inequality wasn't a problem at all. Since
Fucking hell, we gotta read the blog about the issue with that graph. That graph is misleading. I know exactly what graph he's talking about. The EPI has their graph which shows the gap between productivity and pay. There are multiple other institutions that have very similar graphs that shows productivity steadily increasing and then pay flattens out after like 1971. The issue I remember with that graph is it uses two different deflators. There are other issues as well, but we'll read a blog post about it at some point. I think there's probably multiple blog posts and things that we should read about it.
Since then, productivity keeps trucking along. It's decelerated somewhat. It wiggles about. But the income of the middle has been...
Fairness. Low and middle income pay was not kept up with growth in productivity.
Flat. The income at the bottom has generally fallen. As Greg mentioned, poverty rates have been quite sticky. And this is not to say that everybody should get the average productivity growth rate, but it is a significant problem in an economy where year after year the economy expands, but people either fall behind or just tread water. That to me is one of the significant problems of inequality. There is a basic social compact or contract that says if you work hard, and put in the hours, that you ought to be able to get ahead, and in fact your children ought to be able to do at least as well as you, if not better. And there's a sense among people that that contract's been broken by inequality, and I think that sense has actually some backing in the data. Opportunity. This is a very big one. In America, we are not five-year planners, as P.G. Wodehouse used to call the Soviets. We don't believe that everyone should have equal outcomes. But we do at least, arguably, and there was a period where this was a discussion about white males, that's for sure, so let's be clear, I don't want to sugarcoat the past. But we do generally believe that while equality of outcomes is not our desired goal, equality of opportunity is. I think there is increasing evidence that the level of inequality we have is actually raising the barriers to opportunity, such that high levels of inequality block income mobility and restrict opportunity. By the way, in
high levels of inequality are decreasing income mobility.
Much the way that Greg referenced when he was talking about education as a key solution to the problem. If the inequality barriers make it more difficult for a poor child to get a decent education or access to the kind of university experience that folks here have, not to mention the rich boyfriends and girlfriends they're going to meet, that's a way in which inequality interacts negatively with opportunity. For threat to representative democracy, I was actually going to write, I was thinking, what are the problems that inequality causes? I was going to write destruction of the world as we know it, but that felt a little dramatic. But in a way, I sort of feel that way a little bit in a way I'll tell you in a second. There are those, sort of a bumper sticker that says, that complains about money in politics, and it says, $1, one vote. that's a bumper sticker and it's not particularly accurate. However, I will argue, and I think quite strenuously, that the interaction of concentrated wealth and money in politics is hurting representative democracy.
Interaction between higher concentrations of wealth and money in politics.
In such a way that enforces inequality of income and wealth, that blocks a progressive agenda or even a centrist agenda that would push back on inequality.
Blocks a more progressive agenda.
And is an existential threat when you start thinking about climate. That is, wealth concentration interacting with money in politics to block solutions to problems that we have, one of which is inequality, opportunity, and mobility, another which is just our ability to be effective stewards of our environment. So I think inequality at this point, as it interacts with our political system, is a threat to representative democracy, and it might even be worse than that once you start worrying about the impacts of climate. Macro instability. Income inequality is associated with something I call the shampoo economy, which is bubble, bust, repeat. This is a problem. This is a problem wherein, again, income inequality and high levels of wealth concentration interact with the regulatory function of government, folks that I hope here at the Rockefeller Institute are studying, in such
interferes with the regulatory bodies of the government.
such a way as to promote financial bubbles, which may generate considerable macroeconomic growth at some point in the cycle, but then blow up and leave a huge mess in their wake. How much time do I have?
You have 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, that's very accurate. Before I get to I'm going to be very glib in my solutions because I'll get back to that. I just didn't want to cram everything into my opening statement. I'm going to tick through a list of about 15 things.
What country do you think has the best overall government policies? I honestly don't. Probably. I don't know. Probably one of those. Probably Denmark or something. Probably. I would guess. Yeah, probably Denmark or Sweden, maybe. I think Sweden still has a wealth tax, but its base is relatively small. Is there any other country you'd rather be in? I don't know. Maybe. Probably one of the European countries. I do still want to move to Europe at some point because I think it'd be cool. I think they're cool.
Things I just wrote off the top of my head as I was riding here from the Manchester airport that I think should make you think should make you and especially make Greg think twice and thrice about this idea that somehow our super managers and our super actors, even if they have superpowers, are being compensated in ways that have very little to do with their marginal product, with their willingness to work for less, and with anything that you would associate with the kind of a good, thoughtful economics that I associate with Greg Mankiw, and everything to do with what economists call rents, which is basically undeserved big pots of money. So I'm just going to tick through these, and by then I'll probably be just about done. There was a careful study. I thought it was a careful study. They have a thumb on the scale here. There was a careful study by a couple of academics that tried to ask this question: can we figure out whether CEOs are being paid for their actual contribution to the firm's bottom line, as Greg suggested with his PE example, or through luck? This was Bertrand et al. And here's a quote: "Oil CEOs are paid for luck that comes from oil price movements." So they were able to link the compensation of oil CEOs in the oil industry to movements in prices that had everything to do with, they called it luck, but really had to do with the global supply of oil, not to do with the CEO's skills. Very high earner. Can I have my first slide, please? If you look at the top line there.
Wait, hold on. What was his?
This was Bert. I'm going to tick through anything that you would are being. I think should make you think should make you and especially make how our super managers and our super act. Just wrote off the top of my head as I was riding here from the Manchester. Do I have?
You have 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, that's very accurate. before I get to I'm going to be very glib in my solutions because I'll get back to that. I just didn't want to cram everything into my opening statement.
Yeah, it's a
I'm going to tick through a list of about 15 things I just wrote off the top of my head as I was riding here from the Manchester airport that I think should make you think should make you and especially make Greg think twice and thrice about this idea that somehow our super managers and our
15 things that show CEOs being overly compensated.
super actor associate with Greg Mankiw, and everything to do with what economists call rents, which is basically undeserved big pots of money. So I'm just going to tick through these, and by then I'll probably be just about done. There was a careful study. I thought it was a careful study. They have a thumb on the scale here. There was a careful study by a couple of academics that tried to ask this question: can we figure out whether CEOs are being paid for their actual?
Study found oil CEOs were being compensated based on movements and prices of oil. Skill.
Actual contribution to the firm's bottom line, as Greg suggested with his PE example, or through luck. This was Bertrand et al. And here's a quote: oil CEOs are paid for luck that comes from oil price movements. So they were able to link the compensation of oil CEOs in the oil industry to movements in prices that had everything to do with, well, they called it luck, but really had to do with the global supply of oil, not to do with the CEO's skills. Very high earner. Can I have my first slide, please? If you look at the top line there, that shows the earnings of those in the top 1%, and I pulled out their earnings in that little graph to the left and matched it to the stock market. The very high earnings of those at the top 1% move with the stock market, not with anything that I would associate with their contribution.
What if they're the reason the stock market's so high? Oh wait, I should not have made so many iron pickaxes because I'm not a high enough level to actually repair it. CEO pay tracks with stock market.
Contribution to the firm at the margin, or certainly with their skills. There's no story that says the top 1% became very unskilled for a few minutes there in the late 2000s and late 90s, and then somehow skilled up again as inequality bounced back. And by the way, I don't believe that the technology and education story gets you very far here in the context that Greg was raising, because much of the movement in inequality has been among the top 1%, or even the top 10th of the top 1%, and they're all college grads.
I mean,
in fact, if you look at
the stock market was down for a bit, so that kind of makes sense, right? Should I buy the dip? Wait, that's a dip? I thought, when did BTC get so high? I didn't know it was at 60. Jesus. I didn't know it was at 68,000 not that long ago. I thought I was still at like 47,000. It was 50. God damn. That hasn't been 40,000 for a long time. I didn't know it is a big jump. Because I remember hearing stories about it crashing like a month ago. I didn't know it recovered.
Premium, the college premium, the premium that college educated workers get over high school educated workers or non-college educated workers, it's been flat for over 10 years. It's been flat since the late 1990s, yet inequality is going up. So it can't be an education story. These are all college grads. There's something going on in the top 1%, the top 10th of 1%, that has nothing to do with certainly the kinds of skills that are bequeathed at college. Like I said, they're all college grads. Go to the next slide. Look at the slide on the left. If you just look at that top line on the left, that's the ratio of pay at the top 1%, CEO pay at the top 1% to everybody else's wages. And it sort of cooks along since the late 1940s at the average level, and then when inequality takes off, it takes off. I can think of no story about skill returns, about you're paid your marginal product, about you're somehow not getting these bundles of rents from the system that you've somehow rigged to your advantage, that you're kind of, in a way that I thought Greg was too dismissive of, that somehow goes up to that doesn't seem to really start until you get to the 99.9th percentile. That somehow there's a real discontinuity in returns to skill starting that high in the scale. I think that's suggestive of what economists call rents, or undeserved large pay packages.
CO to worker pay ratio. It's increasing significantly. Along with inequality. I had to liquidate my 401k? It's crazy. What? You had to liquidate your 401k? That doesn't seem like a super smart idea. Why did you do that?
Financial innovation, overpaid. We see the,
Feel bad
the
for people who
superstars,
just
or
let
at
it
least
sit there. It's a retirement. That's what you're supposed to do with your 401k, brother. It's a retirement account. You're supposed to put index funds in there and do like low risk investments that compound so you can retire. You're not meant to use your 401k for risky investments, like Bitcoin or like.
the actors and the singers and all those fees, they're a minority share of the top 1%, maybe 20%. Most of the people in the top 1% are executives and financiers. I would argue that they have that their pay has certainly not reflected risks that they've engendered to the whole economy. There are race and gender differentials, and I'd very much like to, Greg knows that they exist. I'd very much like to hear Greg's thinking in that regard. We know that there are differentials, even when you control for all the observable skills, there are gender differentials and race differentials. Expensive people get big cash outs even after they screwed up. Here's a headline I wrote down from a few months ago. Fined billions, JP Morgan gives Diamond a raise. Okay, so again, I think that's evidence of rent extraction. There are what I call Thomas Piketty effects. Okay, so Thomas Piketty wrote this famous book on inequality, which shows that as the share of capital income increases, as a share of national income, there's more inequality simply because capital itself is more unequal, and capital itself.
Fucking out. Okay. No, wait, is this not... Wait, where's stability? Did I get... Oh, I went the opposite direction, didn't I? Oh, well, whatever. I just need to go back anyway, so... Not in any rush, I just buy dips on blue chips. I'm so tempted to get into Bitcoin. Well, I just don't understand why you use your 401k to do that. Just do it with, like, literally anything else. Like, listen, I'm only 18, okay? This is not financial advice. I'm not qualified to give financial advice. I'm just saying, in my high school home economics class, they tell you not to do that, buddy. Okay. What the fuck? Emeralds.
Itself becomes like so. Again, I think that's evidence of rent extraction. There are what I call Thomas Piketty effects. Okay, so Thomas Piketty wrote this famous book on inequality, which shows that as the share of capital income increases, as a share of national income, there's more inequality simply because capital
increases as a share of the national economy. Income inequality increases because
itself is more unequal, and capital itself becomes a larger part of the economy. So as the part of the economy, capital income versus labor income, as the part of the economy that's more inherently unequal grows as a share, according to Thomas Piketty, capital income increases as a share of national income. There's more inequality simply because capital itself is more unequal, and
capital itself tends to be more unequal.
Capital capital itself becomes a larger part of the economy. So as the part of the economy, capital income versus labor income, as the part of the economy that's more inherently unequal grows as a share, according to Thomas Piketty, it likely will grow as a share, and there's, I think, good arguments on both sides of that. That in itself will not only increase inequality, but increase inherited inequality, which I think is quite divorced from any skill story or deserved kind of story you want to tell. Finally, I just wrote down big profits in the pharmaceuticals. So I'm really just kind of cherry picking examples here throughout the economy where I think a benign story about super people getting what they ought to be getting is quite easily disproved. I was just reflecting on the extent to which certain drugs are much more expensive here than the same drugs are in Europe. Clear example of what we call rent-seeking behavior or...
Oh, okay. Companies sell drugs in America much higher prices than in Europe. Clearly rent seeking, not evidence of skill.
Somebody with a friend in a high place getting more than they should. The solutions to the problem, which I'll go into later because I don't want to go over my time,
I'll catch you guys later.
Have to do with increasing the bargaining power of middle and low wage workers.
I appreciate you being
Part of that has to
here,
do with
Kanye.
the fact that there's less unions, lower minimum wages,
I
things that
saw
public
you
policy
won
could actually make a difference.
the Olympics. There's like, I think it was a swimmer. There's a swimmer named Yi that I think got like third place in some swimming event. That was funny to see.
In. Part of that has to do with the absence of full employment. We really need tight labor markets. The last time we saw inequality behaving in a way that I thought looked very positive from the perspective of at least middle and low income people was in the latter 1990s when we had a full employment economy. Progressive taxation. The reason why you see the tax full employment. We really need tight labor markets. The last time we saw inequality.
Because we saw really tight labor markets during COVID and inequality also decreased. So
part of that has to do with the fact that have to do with increasing the bargaining power of middle and low wage workers. Part of that has to do with the fact that the solutions to the problem, which I'll go into later. I don't want to go over my time. Have to do with increasing the bargaining power of middle and low wage workers. Part of that has to do with the fact that there's less unions, lower minimum wages, things that public policy could actually make a difference in. Part of that has to do with the absence of full employment. We really need tight labor markets. The last time we saw inequality behaving in a way that I thought looked very positive from the perspective of at least middle and low income people was in the latter 1990s when we had a full employment economy. Progressive taxation. The reason why you see the tax, the effective tax rates on, the reason why you see the top 1% paying more of the taxes than they ever had is not because the tax system is more progressive now than it used to be. By the way, it is more progressive now than it was a few years ago. It's less progressive than it was in the late 1970s, for example. The reason they've been paying most of the taxes is because they've been getting most of the income. Their effective tax rates, their tax liability of their share of their income has actually gone down.
Right, the reason... Oh, looks like a mic stand's messing up again, dude. God damn it. Okay, the reason... that you're paying more in income taxes. Because they are seeing an increasing share of the income. Their effective tax rates are lower than in the 70s.
Mobility very much related to education, and I'll say more about that later. I very much agree on that point.
Okay, we now have 5-minute rebuttals. So Greg?
Let me, on the last point, taxes as a percentage of income, the numbers I was citing were taxes as a percentage of income. They weren't the share of the tax liabilities. It was their effective tax rate. And according to CBO, the effective tax rate of the top 1% is basically back to where it was in 79.
CBO was citing effective tax rates, which show that they are the same level as in 1979.
Let me sort of go back. Jared raised 4 issues: macro stability, threat to democracy, absence of opportunity, and fairness. Let me do this. I'm going to do this in reverse order. First, in macro instability. Macro instability is a big issue. In fact, as a macroeconomist, I spend a lot of time thinking about that. I'm not sure it's connected to inequality particularly. I mean, we had this big recession recently, and inequality's been high. But before that, we had a period of what's called the Great Moderation, a period of very stable macroeconomic performance with high inequality. So I don't see those. I think those two very important phenomenon. I don't see them as connected, as Jared does. As a threat to democracy.
Income inequality. It's not that connected to stability. The Great Moderation occurred during a period of rising inequality.
We can talk about campaign finance reform. I don't tend to be an expert on this, but let me note a couple things. One is we are in a period now of high inequality, and we have the most progressive president we've had maybe in my lifetime.
Aged a little poorly, but time of high inequality. Obama was still able to be elected.
Elected Barack Obama. So this idea that the rich are going to get their way. I worked for Mitt Romney last time. If the rich got their way, I wouldn't be working at Harvard right now. So I'm less convinced that that money has this big influence on politics as Jared is. I should know that there are rich people giving lots of money to politics, but there's people on the right, like the Koch brothers, people on the left, like Soros, and there's this guy whose name I've forgotten right now, who's giving lots of money for to spur global warming. So I think the billionaires have the variety of concerns, and they give money for a variety of different things, and I don't see them as being nearly as influential as he does. Absence of opportunity. I think this is maybe one place we agree. The way I would do is focus on the education. I would spend a lot more time focusing on education.
Absence of opportunity. They mostly agree. Education should be focused on.
Educational system. So, I had mixed feelings about No Child Left Behind, pursued by George Bush, who I worked for. But I had no doubt that on thinking about trying to reform our educational system to make it better was the right thing to do. Whether he had the particular right reforms, I don't know. And I think that's a lot of people debate that. But I think focusing on that is tremendously important. I think also focusing on access to higher education is tremendously important. One of my favorite ideas floating around is from Luigi Zingales at the University of Chicago, who says that college students should be able to sell equity in themselves. And by that he means instead of taking a college loan, go to an entrepreneur who says, look, you pay for my college and I'll pay you some 2-3% of my income for the next 30 years.
Hold on. Oh, I have to text my old teacher real quick. I didn't know that's where. Didn't know that's where he got it from. That's funny. Okay. That's funny. Ah! Does this sort of knockback? I need to put knockback on it.
And the IRS could actually get involved in helping to enforce such a contract because the IRS observes your income. And that seems like a great creative way of helping to spread the risk of getting a college degree, much better than our current system of student loans. And the question on fairness, to what extent is unfair? And I think it's great I want to end on this because fairness is not a word that economists particularly know how to define. So when you talk about fairness, you have to realize that you're going beyond economics. You're going into political philosophy. Is it unfair that Robert Downey Jr. made $50 million? Is it unfair that George Clooney looks like he looks like and I look like I look like? No, in some ways it's not fair, but is that the sort of thing you want the government to be regulating and saying, oh, this is unfair and I want to move resources around? I'm basically a skeptic of the powers of government interfering in our lives, and that's a statement of political philosophy, not a statement of economics. And as a result, I don't want the government to go around saying this is fair and that's not fair. If so, Bernie Madoff, I'm perfectly happy to have him say that's not fair.
Fairness. Fairness is hard to define. In economics, and thank you is skeptical of the ability. Skeptical of the ability of the government to interfere with markets to decide what is fair. I mean, I understand his point there, but I think like one of the better arguments for democracy is that democracy can like serve as a pretty effective check on capitalism. So, for example, I mean, I have a conversation about this, but I'm not gonna assert this 100% affirmatively because I think my friend was able to name like a counterexample from the fucking. I think he didn't say the Roman Empire, but it was some old empire. There's never been a democracy with a free press in which a large-scale famine has occurred. It seems like democracies don't let their people starve because, you know, starving people have voting power and they're going to vote out whoever's letting them starve, right? So I think in that case, there could be like an example where some level of income inequality in a natural disaster or whatever leads to a unfair distribution of food, and then at that point democracy could step in and essentially serve as a check on capitalism and ensure that the government is able to redistribute food to people who need it. Yeah. What time is the debate? It's at 1 a.m. EST, which is 10 p.m. PST. If you're not in one of those time zones, then convert it.
Because that's clearly wealth diversion, and I think there's other examples of wealth diversion. Then we could argue about that and try to fix it. But I think if somebody has super talents, as Robert Downey Jr. does, and as some super managers do, I don't think that's the government's role to try to remedy that. But as I said, that's not a statement of pure economics.
All right. So just because Mitt Romney lost doesn't mean the rich don't have disproportionate influence in politics. I mean, I feel very strongly about that. And
the zombies are killing the one trader. I gotta save him. I gotta save them. I trade him when he's invisible. Wow, what a deal. Oh, they're all killing him. Oh, they're all gonna die. Fire. Okay. Where are the leads? Should have just brought a bed with me, bro. I think this is where... Down this river is where our base is. I don't remember. Exact course. I'm pretty sure down this river. Are you a neocon? No, not really. I want to say neocon. Usually when people say neocon, they're referring to like foreign policy intervention stuff. In that sense, I'm probably relatively close to neocon, but no, I would say I'm a neolib. Broadly, social democrat, new liberal on that spectrum. Oh wait, there's that big fucking pillar to the sky. Oops.
And
no wait, okay. Jared Bernstein. Rebuttal. Just cause Obama won doesn't mean rich don't disproportionately influence disproportionately.
It's certainly the case that the very rich are not able to buy elections. I grant you that. That's not dispositive, in my view, of where I was coming from. And in fact, the fact I looked this up today, and it may not be, I'm not sure this number is still correct. It's a 2010 number from a source that you can that looked pretty journalistic to me. But there's something like 5 lobbyists per member of Congress right now. And so unless that's the biggest market failure I've ever heard of, it doesn't surprise me at all that wealth is playing a disproportionate role in our politics and doing things that I think an objective person, economist or not, would recognize as unfair. And I'll get into some of them in a second. Look, on the Robert Downey Jr. problem, I actually think that there's a probably rent-seeking or some kind of an inequality problem there as well. Although I think in many ways it's your best argument because, as you say, that the superstars do have great access. I will remind you that they're a relatively small share of the top 1%. It's in many ways it's the folks in the boardroom I worry more about. But I guess and this is me just completely hypothesizing off the top of my head, I'll bet you that Robert Downey Jr. would have done the Iron Man movie for $40 million, and been happy to do so. Why didn't he? I think there's a positioning going on between those at the very top of the scale there, and that the only way Robert would do it for 40 is if Leonardo DiCaprio would do it for 38 or something like that. That is, there's a kind of positional inequality problem that has little to do with actual contributions to the economy's health and more to do with where you are relative to somebody else. Embedded in that is the fact that at the very bottom end of the pay scale, and here you could probably talk about folks who are working on the movie set who used to make a lot more 30 years ago than they do now. Embedded in that are the kind of power relations, bargaining power, eroded labor standards, less unions, lower minimum wages, weaker job markets that enable along.
This was democracy. And then superstars. Some superstars do engage in rent-seeking behavior. And the erosion of worker bargaining power. I'm assuming that's what he's about to say. He's about to say that people who enable it, he's about to mention the ratio.
Along with globalization and technology that enable a Downey to get what he gets. So look, I think Greg brings us into a very important area.
Wait, did he mention the ratio?
Relations, bargaining power, eroded labor standards, less unions, lower minimum wages, weaker job markets that enable, along with globalization and technology, that enable a Downey to get what he gets. So look.
Okay, well, fucking hell. Oops. I hate it. Is there a setting to get rid of this? Because every fucking time I like tab out and tab back in, like this fucking stupid thing opens and I accidentally click on it and it's annoying. What's the opposite of compressed? Compressed antonym. Stuffed, overloaded. Increase superstar pay relative to skilled labor workers.
I think Greg brings us into a very important area when he raises.
Hold on, layer 63.
The issue when he raises the issue of fairness and whether we can have a decent discussion about that among economists. I think if we don't, we're missing the show. We're really just seeding the field. We're economists. We're ivory tower. We live in a standard. We can't judge what's fair. I think that's a very big mistake. Let me throw out a few things that I see as patently unfair, and maybe there's a better word for it. Feel free to. But I'd like you to respond as to say if that's okay, because this is sort of another round. Is that okay with you? So I'd like you to respond and explain why either this is fair or unfair is the wrong word for it. As you will. So the carried interest loophole. So this is where people who are stock traders are able to pay taxes on their earnings at lower rates, at the rates that you pay on capital income, which are considerably lower than the highest rates they would pay on labor income, because of a loophole in the tax law. So I'd like to hear, whether that's right. I think the
oh hell yeah, also 63. Okay, sick. Wouldn't really matter if it wasn't. It's gonna be better now. Okay. Hold on, he just mentioned a carried interest loophole, which I feel like I heard it before. But I don't know. I think I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Allows investment managers to pay the lowest and capital gains tax, reduces compensation rather than the ordinary income tax rates you have to pay. This is just mentioning I don't consider this a loophole. I consider this a feature. This is a oh shit. Like a Lanius. Jeez, I can't fucking speak. Rage with 3. Thanks, dude. I don't consider that a loophole. That's just capital. Okay. Capital gains probably should be taxed lower. One, because you don't want to disincentivize saving. Yo, what up, brother? Not much. We're listening to some income inequality economic stuff right now. One, you don't want to disincentivize saving, and two, it actually is already double taxed. It's actually already taxed more because you're taxed on the front end at income, which reduces the amount that you can invest, and subsequently the amount you can earn on the investment, and then you're taxed again once you actually realize the gains. So that's why it's a double tax. Capital income is already taxed on the front end with a labor income tax. By taxing someone's income, you reduce the amount they can carry, they can invest, and consequently, the amount that you can make off the investment disproportionately taxes the rich. Capital gains also isn't temporarily neutral. Blah blah blah. Okay. Anyway, this is an example. Yeah, in a world with no tax, what's that? But in a world with wage tax but without capital gains tax, you get that. In a world with capital gains tax, you end up paying the capital gains tax and the wage tax, which reduces your total return. Anyway,
this is where people who are stock traders are able to pay people to respond is to say if that's okay, because this is sort of another round. Is that okay with you? So I'd like you to respond and explain why either this is fair or unfair is the wrong word for it, as you will. So the carried interest loophole. So this is where people who are stock
cases where it's possible for something to be unfair. Is this a copy paste debate or a learning curve? What do you mean? Is this copy paste for a debate or a learning curve? This is a I want to learn more about this stuff, so I'm writing down their points so I remember them better. And in theory, I could use their talking points in the debate, but I feel like instead of using their talking points, I probably just use something that I've actually like read. Like this is probably like I'd probably just use stuff from this, which gives me talking points rather than just copying their talking points. There in terms. This prep for a TV debate? Mostly, yeah. I mean, like, I would read a lot of it without it being prep. Like, this is like other notes I've taken on taxes without, like, this was not prep for a debate. I just wanted to learn more about this stuff. So, what do you think about a consumption tax? I mean, it obviously depends what type of consumption tax, but I generally think consumption taxes are more efficient than, like other taxes than unrealized taxes or capital gains taxes or even taxes on income. Yeah, I'm debating him when Red Pill at some point was going to go over some stuff today. You debating the boss? No one to fight. No one will debate me my economic stuff. The consumers pay relative to consumption seems fair. Yeah. For what? What do you mean? There are usually consumption taxes are regressive. There are like ways you can do progressive consumption taxes. For all the things. I don't know what you're trying to say. Let's just see, the boat thing has to be too wide, so it's gonna be dumb looking.
traders are able to pay taxes on their earnings at lower rates. At the rates that you pay on capital income, which are considerably lower than the highest rates they would pay on labor income, because of a loophole in the tax law. So I think that's I'd like to hear.
Actually, everything is
I think
the
fact that the pharmaceutical lobby has manipulated patents in such a way as to make the same drugs, much more expensive here than they were over there, than they are in say other advanced economies. This idea that there are CEOs paid for movements, global movements in prices that don't seem to have much to do with their skills or what they're bringing to the table. They're getting paid for profitability that has to do with prices set on a global market. And one I don't think I mentioned, high frequency traders. I think high frequency traders are seeking rents in the stock market by literally co-locating servers closer to the market than other traders and catching arbitrage price opportunities in milliseconds. So that strikes me as unfair.
And high frequency traders?
By literally co-locating servers paid for profit their skills or what they're bringing to the table. They're getting paid for profitability that has to do with prices set on a global market. And one I don't think I mentioned, high frequency traders.
I've read about this before. High frequency traders. Not including rates on lands, buildings, etc. for utilities. What? Oh, you're just saying we shouldn't tax people on that. Okay, that makes sense. Well, actually, we should tax people on land, but... Said co-locate
with their
or accessories.
skills or what they're bringing to the table. They're getting paid for profitability that has to do with prices set on a global market. And one I don't think I mentioned, high frequency traders. I think high frequency traders are seeking rents in the stock market by literally co-locating servers closer to the market than other traders.
What in the market to take advantage of arbitrage? I don't know how you spell arbitrage. I mean, GST, land and building. GST equals consumption tax. I don't think I've heard of it. Oh, goods and services tax. Okay. Successor to VAT used in India and supply goods and services. Both VAT and GST have the same taxation slabs. I don't think I've done any reading on a GST before. I've done a little bit on VAT, and I've done a little bit on Bradford X tax, which is a way to tax consumption a little more progressively. I don't know. I'm reading. I don't have to read this right now. I know. Just okay.
Traders and catching arbitrage price opportunities in milliseconds. So that strikes me as unfair. By the way, none of these by themselves would move the needle a ton on inequality. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying that these are examples, and I could go on with many more. I suspect my 5 minutes is about up. I could go on with many more. I tried to tick off many during my talk that strike me as not only unfair, but as unfair in precisely the way that boosts inequality.
Okay. All right. So I'll remind you all, if you have questions, fill out your cards, and they will make their way down to me. In the meantime, Greg, if you would answer those questions, then you have
Sure, I'll be
a chance to ask some of your own.
Sure, I will be very brief. Carried interest. I've actually written that I think we probably should reform the carried interest laws. I mean, my ideal tax system, when you have progressive consumption tax, you'd be taxing on when you consume,
no way.
regardless of how you,
Crazy.
you earned it. And of course, you wouldn't have to debate things like carried interest. But I think the carried interest exemption is problematic. It's a very, very small percentage of the population. Pharmaceuticals and drugs in Europe, I think that's an interesting policy question. Drugs are cheaper in Europe. That's partly have to do with price discrimination. It partly has to do with price controls in Europe. Drugs have this feature that they're very big fixed costs and very low marginal costs. The big fixed cost is inventing the drug, and then it's basically very, very cheap once you've figured out how to do it. If we're going to incentivize drug companies, somebody's got to pay well above marginal cost to pay for the fixed cost to get the drugs invented in the first place.
So he's just doing a classic. Well, America is basically subsidizing the development of all these drugs by paying a lot higher than a marginal cost for the drugs, and Europe just gets the free ride off of us because we pay the high cost so they can finance their upfront cost, and then okay. I don't think this melts even with torches, but I don't remember. So down here, they amalgamated various sales tax into a flat rate 10% across the board as a GST. We still pay laddered income tax, land tax, capital gains tax, etc. Okay.
America, I think it's interesting policy question. When you have progressive consumption,
make their way down to me. In the meantime, Greg, if you would answer those questions, then you.
Fairness. You said close the carried interest loophole. And
Insomnia is fucking me up. I'm supposed to get up at 7:15. Uh-oh, dude. Oh my god, my mic stand, dude. I still need a new fucking desk. I've needed a new desk for a fucking year. They close the loophole and then tax consumption progressively.
You have
Sure, I'll be
chance to ask some of your own.
Sure, I will be very brief. Carried interest. I've actually written that I think we probably should reform the carried interest laws. I mean, my ideal tax system would be a progressive consumption tax. So you'd be taxing on when you consume, regardless of how you earned it. And we wouldn't have to debate things like carried interest. But I think the carried interest exemption is problematic. It's a very, very small percentage of the population. Pharmaceuticals and drugs in Europe, I think that's an interesting policy question. Drugs are cheaper in Europe. That's partly have to do with price discrimination. Partly has to do with price controls in Europe. Drugs have this.
Drugs are cheaper than in Europe because of price discrimination. Price controls. The U.S. pays above marginal cost to finance the large upfront cost for
Now, this feature that they're very big fixed costs and very low marginal costs. The big fixed cost is inventing the drug, and then it's basically very, very cheap once you've figured out how to do it. If we're going to incentivize drug companies, somebody's got to pay well above marginal costs to pay for the fixed costs to get the drugs invented in the first place. Sadly, Americans have been paying more than their share than the Europeans. I view it as the problem with European price controls. The Europeans are free riding, but so I view that sort of a very distinct issue from the U.S. inequality issue. CEO pay for performance. CEOs are compensated as often as a function of their stock price. One of the puzzles in the literature on CEO compensation is they're compensated as a function.
I might do this. CEOs are compensated as a based on stock price.
Function of their stock price, and it should, we would think, be their stock price relative to the overall stock market. So you'd think that they'd be compensated only when their price moves relative to the overall market, or relative to the overall market in that industry, say, and that's not the way the contracts are written. That's a bit of a puzzle. I don't know the answer to that, why that is. It seems like if you're writing an optimal CEO contract, you would write it that way. And on high-frequency traders, we may agree here. There's a great new book out by Michael Lewis. I'm a big fan of Michael Lewis's work. There's one called Flash Boys. I don't know the details of high-frequency trading, but he argues that a large fraction of high-frequency traders are basically a form of wealth diverters rather than wealth creators.
Costs in the US primarily driven by insurance companies. Yeah, that seems to be a big issue. Yes, we should probably just do a public option insurance company. Hopefully that would help keep costs down. But you know, otherwise drugs would cost the same here. Are you here as in what? Do you live in the US? I thought you lived in India. But you're talking about like you lived in India.
And I think that it may be the case. I have to say, by the way, that Wall Street,
Aussie, okay.
Wall Street's a hard case for economists, for me at least, to understand, in the following sense. I want to make this distinction between wealth creators like Robert Downey Jr. and wealth diverters like Bernie Madoff. According to Michael Lewis, a lot of the high-frequency traders are basically wealth diverters. They're not doing something illegal like Bernie Madoff. So it's a legal form of wealth diversion, but it's still wealth diversion. And as a result, probably requires new and better regulations to try to avoid it. But a lot of what people are doing on Wall Street is not wealth diversion, it's wealth creation. They are doing stuff like deciding which industries are the industries of the future. When you invest your saving, put it in a mutual fund, what companies are going to get invested in, what industries are going to grow, which industries are going to shrink. That is among the most important jobs in the economy. They are deciding the future of the American economy. So it makes perfect sense to me that Wall Street's going to hire some of the smartest people. But a lot of what people are doing on Wall Street is not wealth diversion, it's wealth creation.
high frequency traders are not wealth creators. Instead, wealth diverters. And should be regulated. For much of Wall Street. Is wealth creators.
They are doing stuff like deciding which industries are the industries of the future. When you invest your saving, put it in a mutual fund, what companies are going to get invested in, what industries are going to grow, which industries are going to shrink. That is among the most important jobs in the economy. They are deciding the future of the American economy. So it makes perfect sense to me that Wall Street's going to hire some of the smartest people. A lot of you students are here probably going to go to Wall Street, right? Some of the most smartest students in the world. Does it make sense for you to go to Wall Street? It probably does from a social standpoint, because you're going to be deciding the future of the U.S. economy. And you may be doing it just to get rich. But that's the magic of the invisible hand. But the jobs certainly have high social value if you make the right decisions. And that's certainly how people, that's like private equity, who take long-term stakes in companies, often get rich. Mitt Romney got rich by helping create Staples and a lot of other companies like that. That, to me, is wealth creation and not wealth diversion.
So I have a very different perspective on the wealth creation diversion question, particularly in financial markets. Does this work? If you could put up one of my slides, my second slide, that would be good. But if you can't, don't worry about it. Okay.
Bunches equals better. It's just what
I kind of heard Greg just all right, well, never mind. I don't want to mess around with that. What I kind of heard Greg describe there sounded like kind of the financial market or the equity.
Well, actually, they're not even just gamblers, because he was talking about people who just make money off our arbitrage. So they're actually guaranteed to make money, because they literally just locate their servers closer to the servers of the actual New York Stock Exchange itself, and then make money off the price differences between people who don't have the updated prices. I think arbitrage can go each way. Work for Mr. Beast. He's a sociopath. Okay. HAI Dark Market Wire. I remember watching this video.
This video was made possible by a bunch of massive servers sitting in data centers processing millions of trades a minute, and it is for this reason why a massive, super expensive cable stretches between New York and Chicago. To understand this, though, you first have to understand something about information and data. They don't travel instantaneously. You see, generally speaking, instead of catching small bugs, it's meant to catch hurtful YouTubers want to send an email to someone in France. So you type virus across the close to the speed of light. Is about 1 foot per nanosecond. In other words, if I connect my computer to your computer with a 1 foot fiber optic cable, I can send information to you in about 1 nanosecond. If the cable is 2 feet, it'll take about 2 nanoseconds. If the cable is 3 feet, it'll take 47 nanoseconds. Wait, no, sorry, I think I did my math wrong. It'll take 3 nanoseconds. The point is, the longer the cable, the longer it takes to send or receive information between our computers. So now that we've talked information, let's talk about money. And to do that, unlike Hillary Clinton in 2016, we need to go to the Midwest. In the United States, the market for futures exists mainly in Chicago, the New York City of places that aren't New York City. A future, if you don't know, is like a stock, except technically it's not. It's a promise to get a stock in the future for a set price. You don't need to totally understand this. For now, just know that futures are basically made up of stocks in the same way that my comment section is made up of people demanding videos about bricks. But most stocks don't sell in Chicago. They sell in New York. Or technically they sell in data centers in Chicago, New Jersey, but people pretend they sell in New York because, New Jersey, gross. So now imagine this. There's a future in Chicago made up of stock in half as Incorporated, and that HAI stock is selling for $100 on the New York Stock Exchange. And so the Chicago future market is valuing HAI stock at $100. But then, because the world finally decides they want to know how polar bears ruined Halloween in northern Canada, our price goes up to $100.01 on the New York Stock Exchange. But here's the crucial thing. It'll take a few milliseconds for the computers running the futures market in Chicago to find out that our stock price has gone up, because they have to wait for the information to physically travel through cables from the data centers in New Jersey to the data centers in Chicago. But if I can find out that the stock price went up before the Chicago market can, I can buy a future of that HAI stock in Chicago valued at $100 and then sell it for $100.01 once the price is updated, and I would, with full certainty, make 1 penny. But in order for me to execute this risk-free trade, I need to be able to find out the price in New York, or again, technically New Jersey, faster than anyone else. Now, New Jersey and Chicago, for a while, have been connected by a high-speed internet via fiber optic cable, but that fiber optic cable isn't in a straight line, mainly because it runs into the Allegheny Mountains in West Virginia and has a sort of snake between them. If I want a faster connection, I have to make the cable shorter, but what am I going to do? Build a perfectly straight 827-mile tunnel all the way from Chicago to New Jersey, boring through mountains and under rivers so I can lay a single 1.5-inch thick piece of fiber optic cable across the eastern United States? Yep. I want my risk-free pennies, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. At least it is if my name is Dan Spivey, founder of Spread Networks, which spent $300
There's a problem with this seemingly logical back of the napkin math. What's the problem with it?
Of 2000 to dig a hole from
I mean,
Chicago to New
it's
Jersey.
an
In secret,
illustrative
competitors would
example.
scoop them.
I don't
Now,
know
using
if
this cable, instead of 60 milliseconds for information to go from Chicago to Jersey, it takes just under 13. That's a difference of 3 milliseconds, or about $100 million per millisecond. For context, it takes 400 milliseconds to blink your eyes. This way, if they pay to use the cable, traders can turn a profit when the price of a future is different in New York than it is Chicago. Okay, so you want to know how else you can turn a profit, sort of?
Market anyway that I was taught about in grad school, and that I fear doesn't really exist anymore. And that was the one that takes excess savings from the economy and most efficiently allocates it to its most productive uses. And I wish that were the case, but I'm afraid it's not. And I'm going to focus a little bit on the slide on the right there. What I have observed financial markets mostly do, there's some of that, but what I've observed financial markets doing much too much.
You have to know there's a buy, in which case the date, in which case the data is already at your point of bidding. I don't know what you mean by that. You, okay.
Much of in recent years is essentially figuring out innovative ways to extract wealth from the economy in ways that
I don't know what you mean. Pause to bid. I don't know what you mean. You if you have the information first, it just means you can buy the future, right? They're talking about futures. You have to be aware of the game before you can play it, or before you can game it. Okay. Well, that's what they're aware of it first. I don't know what you mean. That's the whole point. Is that that they can get the price update first before anyone else with their stupid fancy cable.
kind of circulate around the top and help explain that graph on the left with the super returns to the super managers without showing up in productivity, which demonstrably is the case, and equally demonstrably the case, showing up in, at least in the last couple of business cycles, in very serious financial crashes. Okay? So I think it's actually very tough to make an argument that somehow financial markets are allocating capital to their most productive use versus diverting wealth, extracting wealth, creating, helping to inflate bubbles that once they burst, wreak havoc on the vast majority of the workforce, while in fact, the one sector of the economy that recovered before everybody else was the financial sector itself, in no small part due to help from taxpayers. So I see this financialization of the economy is actually a problem in two ways. It's a problem in terms of macroeconomic instability, and it's a problem in terms of income inequality. On the effective tax rate problem, and this is related to this, I think we have a...
Okay. So fairness.
Fact it really exist anymore, and that was the one that I can slide, that would be good, but if you can't, don't worry about it. What I kind of heard Greg just all right, well, never mind. I don't want to mess around with that. What I kind of heard Greg describe there sounded like kind of the financial market, or the equity market anyway, that I was taught about in grad school.
But it going through, otherwise you would be unaware to the abuse at arbitrage. You can't pause it like there's a new pull on a core. You can't go get a pigeon to England for a watchchild before the next guy. Wait, I don't know what you're trying to... The whole point is that they made their wire, they made their straight wire so they could know before everyone else. That's the whole issue. The whole issue is that they're closer to the market, or they get the information faster, and that way they have the information before anyone else. Yes, everyone uses that wire. Well, wasn't it well, what he was talking about earlier was just that there were some companies that intentionally located closer to stock market exchanges to get information first.
This video,
I don't know. I thought this was just one company that built this wire. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I was just using this as an example of something I've heard of
physically
before.
travel through cables from the data centers in New Jersey to the data centers in Chicago. But if I can find out that the stock price went up before once the price is updated, and I would with full certainty via fiber optic cable, but that fiber optic cable isn't in a straight line, mainly because it runs into the Allegheny Mountains in West Virginia and has to sort of snake between them. If I want a faster connection, I'd have to make the cable 27-mile pennies, so that's exactly what I'm going to do.
It contracted with New York hedge fund to devise a low latency arbitrage strategy. It was just this one hedge fund at first, right?
And that I fear doesn't really exist anymore. And that was the one that takes excess savings from the economy and most efficiently allocates it to its most productive uses. And I wish that were the case, but I'm afraid it's not. And I'm going to focus a little bit on the slide on the right there. What I have observed financial markets mostly do, there's some of that, but what I've observed financial markets doing much too much of in recent years is essentially figuring out innovative ways to extract wealth from.
Financial markets no longer take excess savings and allocate them to their most productive use case. Instead, they find innovative ways to
from the economy in ways that kind of circulate around the top and help explain that graph on the left with the super returns to the super managers without showing up in productivity, which demonstrably is the case, and to extract wealth from the economy in ways that kind of circulate around the top and help explain that graph on the left with the super returns to the super managers without showing up in productivity,
the title.
Which demonstrably is the case, and equally demonstrably the case, showing up in, at least in the last couple of business cycles, in very serious financial crashes. Okay, so I think it's actually very tough to make an argument that somehow financial markets are allocating capital to their most productive use versus diverting wealth, extracting wealth, creating, helping to inflate bubbles that once they burst, wreak havoc on the vast majority of the workforce, while in fact, the one sector of the economy that recovered before everybody else was the financial sector itself, in no small part due to help from taxpayers. So I see this financialization of the economy is actually a problem in two ways. It's a problem in terms of macroeconomic instability, and it's a problem in terms of income inequality. On the effective tax rate problem, and this is related to this, I think we have a factual disagreement which we can figure out ourselves. I'm picturing a graph, and this isn't the CBO data, so I have to go back and look at that. I'm picturing a graph that shows the effective tax rate of the top, 400 taxpayers that the IRS releases every year, and it's gone down a lot. So I do think that as part of a solution to this, we should have more progressive taxation. That should start at the top of the scale. And one thing that would help both
IRS data shows I don't. He said the 400.
This isn't the CBO data, so I'm not. I have to go back and look at that. I'm picturing a graph that shows the effective tax rate of the top, 400 taxpayers that the IRS released.
That's the top 400 taxpayers, but I'm pretty sure the IRS data specifically excludes the top 400 taxpayers. Income tax and estate tax data from the IRS have been used to derive more detail. Okay, wait, what's the... Okay. Alright, I'm not thinking of IRS data, I'm thinking of different data. Maybe the IRS data does include the top 400 taxpayers. I thought it didn't, though. SCF data includes the 400 data, top 400. Okay, I'm thinking of the SCF data. Effective rates of the top 400 Americans. Fallen.
Pieces every year, and it's gone down a lot. So I do think that as part of a solution to this, we should have more progressive taxation. That should start at the top of the scale. And one thing that would help both in terms of more progressive taxation and dampening some of this financialization problem, this volatility that I think is wealth diverting and macroeconomically instability creating, is a financial transaction tax.
I was about to say, he's going to say, well, I was about to say, I think he's going to say a, like a short-term financial transactions tax where you only tax it if it's like a very short turnaround, but
tax on financial very small couple of basis point tax on financial transactions that would generate significant revenue, 350 billion over 10 years as scored, and help to dampen both some of this rent seeking and some of this instability.
All right, I have two follow-up questions. So, Greg, would you support a financial transactions tax if it were small, based on the theory that if capital gets to its most productive use by 4 o'clock, it doesn't really matter if it gets there at 3:58?
Well, I mean, a couple things that I don't want to look at before I sign on to that. One is to what extent these things can just move overseas. I mean,
so let's posit that it's harmonized.
Yeah,
financial.
I agree with that.
Okay, so there's a question of whether we can move overseas, and then the question is, do you want supranational? I mean, the problem is, I don't know what harmonized means. I mean, you can get London to agree, but this is the Barbados. I mean, do you want literally the United Nations to enforce this in every small country in the world? I'm not probably willing to cede economic policy to the United Nations, given its effectiveness and organization and other dimensions. Right. I'm kind of nervous about that. The other issue is, high frequency traders may have some negative aspects, but they also have some positive aspects, which means they create liquidity. If you want to sell a stock, you can do it very quickly at a very small bid-ask spread. If you want to sell your house, it takes 6 months, and the bid-ask spread is quite high if you do it quickly. So there's some benefits to the high frequency traders as well.
Thank you. Financial transactions tax would require international cooperation. Which would be hard to achieve. Where even is that coming from? High frequency traders. Provide liquidity.
So I think the question is what regulations we should have for them. I think is a very important one, and I think it needs to be debated. But I think it's fairly hard, and I think sort of looking at the whole activity and saying this is all negative is probably an overstatement. In any event, I think it's a fairly small fraction of what Wall Street does. I think the number of people actually engage in high-frequency trading as opposed to longer-term positions is fairly small.
All right, so follow for Jared. So Greg mentioned a progressive consumption tax. You guys would probably quibble over the rates, but would you support a consumption tax, progressive, if it meant then I assume zero tax on capital gains until they're consumed?
Yeah, yes. Every economist wants to do that, and every tax
Bernstein.
discussion always ends with a progressive consumption tax, or maybe just a consumption tax, and then the good guys say, well, it should be progressive. And I'm sort of just, I think it has attributes that I definitely support. I think both theoretically and in the real world, it has real efficiencies. I agree.
It ain't
gonna happen. I live in a world.
About what? Don't we have our debate set up for tomorrow, right? What do you want to do right now? Into my Discord? About what? Wait, I don't know if I want to. About what? If it's about something I'm not interested in, I'm not going to do it. Or torches. I don't know if I have that much coal. He's just not gonna answer. I don't know if he's gonna answer. Somebody in it with him or something? I didn't interpret there.
Only bad thing that Tim Walsh did. He vetoed the fucking it helps independent workers, right? Give rights. You have to be paid at least minimum wage, so immigrants doesn't get, like, people who are working the lower end don't get fucked, etc. Gavin Newsom signed it, brother, and he signed that fucking $20 bill, a minimum wage for restaurant workers, which nobody's done in the country. So it's just Overton window shit, brother. It's Overton window shit. Gavin Newsom is great. Tim Walsh is great. If both of these motherfuckers would have been in the running, I would have told you guys. Vote for them, dude.
I would have voted Newsom or Pete Buttigieg, but I'm not going to vote Kamala.
Pete Buttigieg is horrible, brother.
What do you hate about Kamala so much, bro?
Give me a policy position she holds.
She's not Donald Trump.
That's not a policy.
Which is going to win her the election, dude. Which is going to win her the election.
That's not a policy.
I know Kamala is for a ceasefire in Gaza. At least she was not that long ago. I know she no longer supports Medicare for all.
Is.
I know
she is. She secretly is for the ceasefire, and you could kind of tell, dude.
Yeah. Well, she called for a temporary ceasefire before, like, because that was the Biden administration's position. But I would assume that she would align pretty closely with Biden's policies. I know she's pro-choice, obviously.
Look, if Kamala Harris, and I think she's gonna do it because she's getting a lot of money from these corporate fuckers. The Tim Walsh pick actually like fumbled my brain because I thought she was gonna go with Shapiro because he is also a fucking corporate whore, but she went with the progressive, right? But if she gets rid of Lena Khan, dude, the FTC lady, then she's gonna be worse than Biden, dude. I can guarantee it.
Yeah.
100%. Oh, well, listen, we're gonna talk about taxes tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
I haven't fucking studied anything. I know you studied. That's fine. But I wanted to talk to you about fucking let's like a mini debate. So you can get better and I can get better.
Wait, hold on. I have a question. Is your debate with PPG non-fawn as a result of you not getting the debate with me?
Well, I challenged all of you. Bimby's the only one fucking saying yes to my shit, bro. You know how many I said?
I said yes to your shit, and I brought it up to Boss, and he told me that he scheduled a debate for that day and that we couldn't do it.
Yeah, then you said you want it to be a free-flowing conversation. I'm not interested in the debate deathmatch shit.
And then I offered to concede you the debate so you could get the points.
No,
Yeah, but that's
I
lame.
don't like boss's rules, man.
What do you mean?
I
You
gotta
said
be
you
real with
wanted
you
the points. Well, what is it? Do you want the points or do you not want the points?
I do want the points.
I'm still willing to give you. I'm
Wow.
still willing to. If you are willing to have a more freeform debate that isn't necessarily sticking to the exact prompt, I will literally concede you the debate in Boss's debate deathmatch as long as you are willing to have the conversation. Because I don't want to have it with the other retards in this community.
Base.
Well, you guys can have it now, dude. Well, like a free. I don't like boss's rules.
I
Man.
offered
I honestly
Non-Fon the
don't.
conversation. He wants to have it on the boss's channel so that he can get the points for the competition. Even though I've already told, I told Non-Fon, but I've also told Boss that I'm not interested in competing.
Because it's stupid. It is stupid. Boss's rules are stupid, dude.
I mean, I don't
That's
think
stupid.
Boss's
I
rules
don't
are
like the
stupid. I
trivia
just don't want to
questions, but-
compete.
No, like if you interrupt my debate, right?
Oh,
Boss,
yeah.
Hold on. Let's just real fast. Boss said that the only time you implement fucking shock doctrine is when you need that loan. That's objectively false, dude. Right? And I brought it up, and apparently that's when I got disqualified. I was like, "What?"
Well, you got disqualified for interrupting so much, but
That's what I mean,
I
'cause I
wasn't
had-
giving you negative points for disrupting at first, because I was going in expecting it to be like that. And I was like, this is just how fucking Twitch politics debates are. Like, why would I be subtracting points for
It
that?
was too much interrupting. That's what you're saying. Too much.
Also, I would literally like to point out how in that debate I offered to be your judge in that specific debate, and you told me no because you said that I was going to cuck you out of a win, but I was the only person of the judges who were available or unofficially judging.
I
that
just
have
didn't
you
know
as
the
zero.
rules, honestly, because you probably were gonna cuck me anyway. See, Non-Form was lenient too, so it was fucked. Anyway, I wanted to talk about fucking protectionism, dude. Non-Front. You do know that Joe Biden is probably the most protectionist president we've had since like Lyndon Johnson, dude.
Since Trump.
No, Trump wasn't protectionist. I wouldn't.
He has tariffs,
he has the USMCA.
He's gonna
he
do
did a lot
even
of
more
tariffs.
tariffs.
No, but I would say like the
got rid
USMCA,
of
right?
NAFTA.
Yeah, which replaced NAFTA. But if you actually look at like the nitty gritty details of that shit, he was trying to make it like the TPP, dude. He was like, he wanted to be like NAFTA 2.0. And it was only because of fucking AMLO in Mexico, dude, that it actually became it became a good bill. It was free trade, but it was more.
But it was less free trade.
Worker. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Pro worker on all sides, dude. When you're pro worker,
What do you mean
it's
pro-worker?
less free trade. Well, it protected American workers, Mexican workers, and fucking bless you, and Canadian workers, dude. It was like more the provisions were put on by AMLO, and if they didn't meet him, he was like they're non-starters. I'll give you a provision
how
that
did it
fucking
protect workers? Didn't it increase
hold on.
decrease the amount of trade and increase the amount of tariffs? Like,
it was more like it disincentivized companies to move to Mexico. You know what I mean? Like to get cheap labor and then bring back their products, dude. Type shit like TPP would have done that, right? TPP was gonna fucking destroy
80,000 illegal immigrants just get deported from Mexico back to the United States a couple months ago.
I didn't
what
hear
he's talking
about
about?
that,
Companies.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Something
barely
like
following
companies
the
outsourcing.
conversation.
I'll give you an
I got
example.
uninvested.
When AMLO came out with one of the provisions, which was you can't. This is a long time ago, dude. This was I think like you can't. I think it was like the import back into the United States was going to be taxed by the Mexican government enough to basically disincentivize. If you want to come to America, if you weren't going to be able to Mexico, you were going to be able to basically abuse the Mexican worker. You know what I mean? And at almost at the end, dude.
What do you mean? You just
Hold
mean
on. Well, let me
cheaper
tell you. Let me
labor?
tell you. Almost at the cheaper labor, and almost at the end, fucking Trump. It put like because they put that provision right, which is they don't want to piss off Mexico. Nobody wants to piss off each other. Donald Trump put a fucking provision, dude, in the USMCA that said, okay, if they're gonna do that, we'll incentivize you to go to Mexico to get cheaper labor, dude. they were incentivizing companies to actually go and build their plants in a cheaper fucking labor country, dude, like the United States. I mean, Donald Trump wasn't a good guy in this fucking deal, man. The only reason that fucking USMCA was much better than NAFTA. Wait, you like NAFTA?
I haven't done like a ton of reading on NAFTA specifically, but like I'm generally a fan of free trade. So, I mean,
Free trade is fine, but if it's done in the right way, like where we all protect each other, but we get to trade, right? I don't disagree with that,
protect each other, but we get to trade. Those are like somewhat contradictory. There are like
But
some like
there
worker
is-
and environmental protections I'm going to be in favor of. I just don't think that usually like the tariffs are the way to go about that.
Okay, let's go with tariffs. Tariffs, a big one for Joe Biden, because Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't like Biden's tariffs. I think Biden's tariffs are probably the worst thing about them. But
well, he put Donald Trump put 25% tariffs on EVs, right? Which was I thought my leftist side, to all my commie friends here, dude, it was like just let China take over, fuck it. But to my American side, you're gonna fuck up the American workforce, dude. And the UAW was right away was against letting any competition that would fuck up the American auto industry in America, right, itself. And then Joe Biden expanded it from 25% to 100%.
yeah, I know. I don't think tariffs are the best way to even protect your own domestic industries.
Well, this is where we disagree. Why do you think that, though? Well, specifically with this one.
Well, with this one, with electric vehicles, you're asking why I don't think they're the best way to protect American electric vehicle stuff, manufacturing.
Well, I mean, he did it because electric cars are the future, right? And they were not only just gonna fuck up Tesla. I agree with you. I don't give a fuck about fucking anti-union Elon Musk, dude. But the UAW was actually the one who pushed Joe Biden to do this, dude. He is pro-union, and he did it for them. It was gonna come and fuck up what is it, Nissan, their GMC, whatever the fuck, their auto industry.
Yeah.
You don't think that's a good? You think that's a?
Well, I don't know why we wouldn't just subsidize the building of electric cars rather than like taxing imports from other countries. Like I think we should probably just be subsidizing domestic production.
This is the problem. The problem is that we can't compete with China, bro. That's
that's why we subsidize them, which is probably better. Which helps us better.
I agree with you. I mean, I agree with you. We should subsidize them, but I mean, China right now has the most infrastructure to build these fucking great EVs, right? They have that $10,000 car, which is gonna be imported into Mexico, which is gonna fucking replace all cars. Honestly, dude, like $10,000 is pretty fucking cheap for a car. For an EV, it's gonna like fuck up. Yeah. No, I think that was a good one. I think the UAW realized the fucking danger, and they forced Joe Biden to, you know what, bring. I don't disagree with you on fucking subsidizing, but we don't have the infrastructure. We have Tesla, dude, who is fucking anti-union.
I think you should probably just be subsidizing building the infrastructure. Like you should probably just subsidize building like electric car charging facilities and stuff like that.
No, I agree with you.
I think tariffs
what if it's not politically there, though?
What if what? I mean, if it's
what
not,
if it's
I
not
understand.
politically
Yeah,
there?
I understand it might not have been politically there. I just don't listen. The economics person in me just really does not like tariffs. They're just not efficient at all.
No. I mean, this is my disagreement with you because tariffs used the wrong way, like fucking Herbert Hoover, right? Like in the fucking 28, 31, whatever. Those were bullshit. He was just doing it he actually hurt the country more. Some of the tariffs that Donald Trump did were fucking stupid. He just did them because he's a fucking idiot, right?
Horrible. Yes.
The
steel and aluminum tariffs were absolutely miserable.
Yes. But there are some tariffs, and I have to agree with Joe Biden, dude. I think the EV tariffs were a good thing. It just depends on the tool you use and how you use it, which could amount to a good thing for Americans. It is protectionism, but you're protecting the UAW is the largest union in America, dude. It has like 300,000 workers. Are we going to annihilate them?
I mean, I somewhat like you're protecting them, but you have to understand you're protecting them at a cost. You're protecting them at a cost to consumers who would now have to pay increased prices, and B, at the cost of other American jobs that would have otherwise traded for those goods. So like heard of the Iowa car crop? It's the best story in all economics.
Well, what do you mean would it traded for those goods?
I mean, like there's trade-offs, right? So you are protecting some jobs, right? You're protecting the union workers or whatever. But as a result of protecting those jobs, you have to put a tariff, which makes consumers pay increased prices. And then also,
I get that. Yeah,
there are
like they have to pay double. It's 100%, so they have to pay double the. Whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, like if that car comes, which is not a lot, man. It's still 20,000. Is still, but anyway.
Well, you're also technically you're increasing domestic prices too, usually just because you decrease price competition. So like, if I'm a farmer and I'm competing against a farmer against a road with free trade, I'm also competing against a farmer in China, which means there's price competition. But if there's tariffs, then now I'm only competing against the farmer across the road. Therefore, price competition has decreased. Therefore, in theory, I'll have more price making power.
Yeah, but wouldn't you create, like, by this logic, wouldn't you create an impoverished workforce, man? Because you're gonna be competing with country, like if you're a first world country, which is what happened to the United States when we enacted NAFTA, CAFTA, and trade relations with China, right? You're gonna create an impoverished workforce. Like you're gonna be competing for fucking cents, right?
Some of that benefits people because that benefits through low consumer prices, and then two, we're exporting because we export mostly like skilled labor products, right? So arguably that actually it can increase American wages if we're able to rely on other countries for the low unskilled worker stuff and then export our own high skill stuff.
Okay, but you are, and I mean, this is a fact. Like, I understand that you see it as low skill labor, but I see it as labor. You did fuck up the living standards of Americans. Like, when NAFTA happened, our fucking factories were gone. What is it, like 60,000 factories moved overseas? It destroyed towns everywhere. It lowered the living standards. It actually destroyed economic growth.
Well, I don't believe that.
Like straight up in America. No, it did. No, it actually did. Like
how?
When he had protectionism in when it ended in 1980, when Ronald Reagan. Before that, economic growth was like close to 3 to 4% on average every year, and then right now we're like at 2 we're dog shit. We're like 2.5 to like 2%, dude, which is worse.
Yeah, it's increased a little since COVID, but yeah. Okay. Have you heard of the Iowa?
Hold on. Oh, might have left, dude. I have to take a piss and I have to grab a beer. But you can talk to my chat, dude. They're in here.
Okay.
They can hear you. Why'd you leave, Mida? What the fuck? I'll be back. I'm gonna mute myself.
Okay. What's up, PPG's chat? Hold on, I should probably pull it up. Are you guys hyped for our debate on wealth taxes tomorrow? What's PPG's Twitch? It keeps changing. I have to do more reading on free trade, but just like the economics beast in me just loves free trade. Keynesian hack. Thanks, dude. Alright, there we go. Here's the chat pulled up now. Okay. I have to do more reading on free trade, but I'll do it eventually. As soon as he gets back, I'm going to go over the Iowa car crop event. Basically, usually people present free trade as like a trade-off between protecting domestic jobs and higher prices for consumers. But in reality, usually tariffs don't actually end up protecting American jobs because they what time is the debate tomorrow? It's at 1 a.m. EST. Shut the fuck up. Good one, dude. What was I going to say? Oh, because you're harming U.S. jobs that would have otherwise traded with other countries to import the goods that we would otherwise make, basically. I'll explain it when he gets back. Automon needs to die. Good one.
I'm back.
All right.
Fuck, I got 17 beers. I don't know how, dude. I'm fucking drunk as fuck. Anyway,
Good
whatever.
one, bro.
Mida, why did you leave? I want to ask Mida's position, dude. I didn't even know Mida's position on trade.
Yeah. Okay. Well, before he comes back, if he does, I wanna tell you this Iowa car crop story. Okay. I'm gonna be quoting here, but basically, there are two technologies for producing automobiles in America. One is to manufacture them in Detroit, and the other is to grow them in Iowa. Everybody knows about the first technology. Let me tell you about the second. First, you plant seeds, which are the raw materials from which automobiles are constructed. You wait a few months until wheat appears. Then you harvest the wheat, load it onto ships, and sail the ships eastward into the Pacific Ocean. After a few months, the ships reappear with Toyotas on them. International trade is nothing but a form of technology. The fact that there is a place called Japan with people in factories is quite irrelevant to America's well-being. To analyze trade policies, we might as well assume that Japan is a giant machine with mysterious inner workings that converts wheat into cars. Any policy designed to favor the first American technology over the second is a policy designed to favor American auto producers in Detroit over American auto producers in Iowa. A tax or ban on imported automobiles is a tax or ban on Iowa-grown automobiles. If you protect Detroit car makers from competition, then you must damage Iowa farmers because Iowa farmers are the competition. So basically, that's another reason why you're not usually protecting U.S. jobs.
You're like conflating. Okay, so you're conflating. How do I say this? Like if so, you're having it would be like an after effect, right? Like I mean, if you're gonna hurt. There's gonna be industries in all states, and like you said, seed growers and car manufacturers. But if you don't have what can you rephrase that, dude?
Okay.
Can you make it a little bit stupider? Because I think I know what you're saying, but I don't want to sound stupid.
Basically, either way, no matter what, right? These cars are going to be made with American labor because either Americans are going to produce the cars or Americans are going to produce things that they then trade for cars. So, really, when you ban or tax imported cars, you're not actually protecting American laborers. You're harming.
You're gonna going off by if we are if I mean there's two countries that are the most manufacturing hubs of the world, right? And China's number one, and that's why they are protectionist because they're like, fuck you. We're gonna fucking we want that, which is a tool. It's actually a tool. That's why they did it.
Well, I mean,
in the fucking 70s. Yeah,
there's plenty of countries that were protectionist to build up their own export base. Like South Korea did this, Taiwan did this. A lot of countries do this.
That's why they grew and they were super successful.
Well, yeah,
when you're protectionist. No, actually, America did that too, brother.
Yeah, that's infant industries. So they're protecting their infant industries, which can't yet stand up to competition.
Oh, true. You think we were doing that like in the 70s, 60s, 50s? Like there was a lot of competition.
I don't think America was really protecting. I don't think America was protecting infant industries in the 60s and 70s or whatever. But I would assume South Korea and China and whatever were.
They were sure. You think China's doing that now? You don't think China's wielding manufacturing, being the manufacturing hub where capitalists have to, because they have increased living working standards and working standards and working pay. Like I think they tripled their fucking minimum wage and shit to a point where they don't like. It kind of looks like they're just gonna wield it. Like they're gonna. You think that they're gonna fucking, if there's enough competition, they'll ship off their manufacturing to another country?
China, that's already happened to some extent. As living standards have risen in China, China's becoming less and less cheap to produce stuff in. Like, that's why I think Mexico is like the U.S.'s largest trading partner now, and there's more factories being built in Mexico and India
But
now.
you're going by the United States. No, the United States is doing that, and both Trump and Biden have like encouraged forced other countries to stop sending manufacturing jobs to fucking China or Vietnam or whatever, and bring it to fucking Mexico or whatever the fuck, right? Especially the United States.
Yeah, but
They're trying to. I mean,
I don't have the graph on me. I'm sure we could look it up. But like, China is no longer the cheapest place to produce a lot of these things. I mean,
they might not be cheapest, but they do have the infrastructure to build it. That's why they are the number one manufacturing hub.
Well, yeah. Well, they had the infrastructure because they were the cheapest for so long. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they're becoming like super protectionist, right?
Well, kind of, yeah. They also subsidize their exports a lot, so.
Yeah, that's protectionist, right? Like,
well, yeah, that's how they.
Well, that's what I mean. I don't think they're gonna give it up. Like, is that your claim that China will find eventually like somewhere to produce these things cheaper so they can advocate for the consumer in China? You think they're gonna do that?
Well, no. So, I think China's if China ever wants to become a truly developed economy, it has to eventually grow its own consumption base, and that's hard for it to do while it's subsidizing its exports. But also, it'd be difficult for China's just in a hard spot, but none of its options are very good. I don't think China wants to give up its manufacturing superpower, whatever.
I don't think they're gonna give it up. I think they're trying to drown out the United States. That's why they're doing what they're doing, like buying economic influence, right? And it's relatively been pretty successful. Like, if you look at how there's like the Belt and Road Initiative and how they're going around the countries, and just don't take them, take us, dude. I think listen, this is gonna go into like leftist thought, and I don't want to do that. I think they're doing it because they have a plan. This is what Kairos. Remember, I think you were here when Kairos was here. Kairos was trying to say that no, they're not trying to do that. Well, that's kind of going into like, what do you think China's plan is? I think China's plan is to end capitalism, dude. Like, actually end it. We don't know how that looks.
I mean,
I don't know how that looks.
Do you think we're seeing China embrace more and more capitalist policies
they
as
have
time
to.
goes
No,
on?
now, now, every country has to. Vietnam has embraced capitalism. All these fucking countries. Like, Cuba wants to actually open up itself to markets. They just can't because of the embargo, right? You have to embrace markets, dude. The global system is a market system for now. But it doesn't. This is irrelevant. But so you do know about the America's history, right? Like, Hamilton back in the fucking 1800s was like, we're gonna create something that fucking England did in the 1500s, which is become protectionist, and that made them the global superpower. Like, you don't like. What's your problem with protectionism? Is my deal.
I mean, I don't think it's very efficient for America right now. It's just not.
You don't think Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just not like it's just not something that we should waste our time doing. The opportunity cost of American manufacturing stuff is so high now because we have like such high. Because it's better for us to just specialize in making iPhones because that is such higher not productivity. Well, I guess productivity. Like, yeah, it's just not worth it for America to waste its time making cars when we could make iPhones instead.
Which is like, see, so I don't want to say it. This is gonna sound fucked up, right? But aren't you kind of like advocating for an impoverished workforce when you see shit like that? You know what I mean?
No, I think it makes everyone better off.
This is okay. So I cannot not really argue this point because America's fucking political system is fucked, right? Money in politics, oligarchy, all this bullshit. It doesn't really let us pass like a state expenditure that would be like, okay, we're gonna retrain people to give us what we actually need, even if it's like low labor, whatever. And then we'll pass social programs that get to uplift you. where we can have this type of trade, but we don't have that, dude. Like, this is why NAFTA fucked up the country. Like, it was just like, nah, we're just gonna send these low where we can go into cheap labor wage jobs overseas and then bring back goods and then sell them at whatever price we want to make a huge profit. It was just profit based. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, the market kind of provides an incentive for like, you know, factory workers. So for factory workers who, you know, had their job shipped to Mexico, and suddenly there was more demand in the US for like software, for, you know, software development, the wages for software developers went up, and that provides an incentive for people to learn how to become software developers.
Which is gonna be a minority, right? This is why our living standards went to dog shit, because to be a software manager, America's living standards went to dog shit, dude.
So?
What do you want to talk about? Economic growth? Because economic growth did fucking collapse. Like, it went down.
Collapse.
It didn't collapse, but it did fucking like half. It went from 4% when we had protectionism. We'll get into this tomorrow. High taxes. But we went from 4%, almost 5%, to fucking 1%. But like, living standards when it comes to fucking housing, mortality rates, homelessness, all kinds of
mortality.
shit.
I'm pretty sure homelessness and mortality rates have remained pretty stable. I don't think.
From the New Deal days to now, they have exploded, actually, dude.
The New Deal days? That's okay.
Yes,
Homelessness,
like in the 50s, 60s. That was like the golden age, brother. Are you looking it up?
Yeah, I am. I don't believe that homelessness has increased dramatically since the 40s.
It definitely
Estimated
increased.
number of people.
No, not 40s. New Deal kicked in 50s, 60s.
This graph only goes back to 2008, but it was falling until like 2016, and then it went up again. But it's only moved like about 100,000 people. It's remained relatively stable at like 600,000 ish.
I don't think we actually had homelessness back in the New Deal days, man. We went from like house ownership back in the Gilded Age before the New Deal. It was like 10% people owned their homes, and then we went to like 65% or so, which is still remain now, dude. Like, it was like a huge explosion, right? And it was like we were protectionist, state intervention, all kinds of state intervention in markets. It was a good thing, right?
Oh, some of it was. I'm trying to find. None of the things I find have any data from before 2008.
I don't think it goes.
Yeah. This is.
Well, I'll find it next time, but it's fine. But
I have one for California. California has gone down and it's remained relatively stable. But this doesn't.
Homelessness. California started having a homelessness problem when what was it? It was like in the early 2000s, right? When like
but in aggregate, it's still
2008 crashes when it exploded. But okay, how do I say this? Living standards from the New Deal till now. So we had a wealth transfer, that's for sure. The bottom
inequality has increased to some extent, sure, yeah.
Yes. What is it? Middle class definitely decreased. It was 65% in the fucking 70s in the New Deal, and it went up. Now it's like at 45%, which is fucked.
Right. But a lot of that has gone to the upper class too. It's not just a lower class. My understanding is that the number of people in the lower class has remained relatively stable.
What do you mean?
I have data on this somewhere.
No. There's definitely people that, because there was that 20% dip, some people became richer. They were able to class mobility themselves to fucking multimillionaire, whatever millionaire. But the rest did dip down, dude. Like, that's where they're gonna go. Like, right?
Well, they could have gone up.
Some of them went up, but not all of it. The rich are a minority in our society. That's what wealth inequality is. You have some people who have more, and other people have less.
From 1979 to 2021, the share of households earning less than $35,000 a year shrunk from 30% to 25.2%. The share of households earning between $35,000 and $100,000 per year also shrunk from 49 to 39%. The share of households annually earning more than $100,000 increased from 20% to 35%. So the middle class has gotten smaller, but only because Americans are getting richer.
I call bullshit. And does it go into detail of how, like, as an individual level, like how many people have got? I agree with you. That some people got richer, dude. But how many people got? I bet you by percentage, the actual, like, if you count people, they actually got poorer.
I just quoted you percentages. What?
I know. I understand what you're saying. Wait. Where are you getting this data? Show it to me. Fuck it. We're going into data, bro.
Cato Institute study. I can link it to you.
Oh my god! No.
What? Oh, Cato Institute. Oh, libertarian capitalist propaganda. It must all be fake. I know. Yep.
Are you gonna bring up the Cato Institute tomorrow?
Maybe for one thing.
You know who they are, right? You know who they're a non-profit, but you know who funds them?
Oh, they're funded by the fucking oil brothers, and they're all the
hold on,
capitalist propaganda, but their data is always just more accurate.
Okay,
than
wait,
everyone
because
else's.
they came out with one. Let's see if you know this one. They came out when Bernie Sanders was running for president, just out of the blue, dude. They came out with a data that said Medicare for all would cost, what the fuck was it, dude? It was $40 trillion in 10 years. You remember that one?
No, I'm not familiar with that one, but okay.
That was the Cato Institute, and that's true. I agree with the Cato Institute there, right? They're moving around data, but they're leaving out the most important thing. Is that if we don't do anything with our current healthcare system, it's gonna cost $50 trillion. Our fucking healthcare industry in 10 years. But they don't mention that anywhere in their data because they're biased.
I never claimed they weren't biased, but I don't think that data is inaccurate on that.
Unbelievably biased. You don't think they're? Oh.
I mean, I read stuff from them knowing that they're gonna have a libertarian bias. I don't agree with a lot of stuff they put out, but like, I think their data on it is better than a lot of other people's data, considering they're people who actually go into how CPI works and all that stuff. So I mean.
I'm gonna go take a piss. Potato King is in here and he loves to debate. Potato, if you want to join, brother.
Oh dear God. Okay.
We're gonna have this. Yeah, we're gonna have this. I'll be back.
I don't argue half points. What does that mean, Potato King? What in the United States has declined in the 50s and 60s. Some research predicted it would nearly disappear by the 70s. However, the number of homeless has increased significantly since the 80s. I don't see any data. Can you, like, link something? I don't see any data going further back than 2007. Million is worth less, dude. Even if you slang shot to $1 million, it's time to wage that needs to be examined. I'm arguing with the other guy. Okay. I forget what fentanyl wasn't in the 80s.
I don't argue with him. Potato, why are you being such a... Come on, Potato. Everybody wants you here, man.
Wealth tax, I'm not interested in it. It's a band-aid at best and can easily be circumvented. Oh, true, it can be easily circumvented. I'm glad you know that.
You asked me to come in and argue for a wealth tax.
I think he's talking to me.
And it's not... Hold on. Well, it's not interested in... It's a band-aid. Okay, because the reason he says it's a band-aid is because he believes in, like, full-blown no more capitalism. I think a wealth tax is great. It's going to produce a lot of revenue. I don't care about the fucking revenue. I care about the wealth income inequality because it's a proven fact that societies that have huge gaps on wealth income inequality, including the United States, lead to fucking horrific outcomes like the fucking Gilded Age, right? So you want to tax these people to not, especially in a country where money equals fucking speech, you want to tax these people so you don't have this type of division politically or fucking socially.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Oh, man. Dude, you're gonna... now I gotta do fucking research. Fucking Cato Institute, bro. Okay, I'm almost positive that, what is it, like the 1% of the 1% of our society own, what is it, like fucking 48% of all wealth?
I'm not interested in the wealth inequality thing right now. We're talking about the household income stuff. You were like, we're saying the middle class was shrinking, and like, I'm not
middle class is shrinking. No, it did shrink.
But a lot of that growth has gone to the upper classes, right? How do you define middle class?
Well, I don't know exactly. How do we define middle class, dude? I mean, wages have stagnated, right? 100%.
No, I don't believe that.
Oh
not
my god!
Not in a significant way.
Not in a significant
pull
way.
up graph.
Why do you say that?
Because I haven't seen any good data showing that. And also, I care more about time prices then.
Well, what do you mean? Time prices? Prices have gone up.
Time prices. The amount the time an average worker has to work to afford to get good. And those have fallen a decent amount.
Are you taking into the fact that, like, what is it, like fucking 30% of our fucking workforce is a gig workforce? People get paid nothing?
They are factored into calculations that
they get work.
Yeah, their median earnings. I mean, if you look at median household earnings,
okay,
they would be counted in that. Yeah, or average or median. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they use median, but
you know what median is, dude. You know what median is? That's like taking a whole pool of people. Well, especially a lot of people who earn way the fuck more, like the medium income in America. What is it, like 60-something%, right, on median?
Or
some shit like that.
Yeah, it's about 50 to 60,000.
Yeah, but you know that, like, they put Jeff Bezos in the fucking in that list, hyper billionaires, and it's like to just throw you off.
Yeah, but medians account for outliers. Medians, because median's just the middle. You'd be right if we were talking about averages, but we're talking about median.
What do you mean middle, dude?
I mean, it's a median. So averages is when you add all the numbers up and divide by the number of
No. You
add
add all the numbers up, and then you get to a certain point, which is the median number, which it shows you that, oh, look, Americans are happy with all this amount of money. It's the median number. But the majority of people live in poverty, especially for a first world country. In fact, we are the most impoverished first world country.
Do you think the majority of Americans live in poverty?
Not the no. There no. We are for first world countries. We have the most impoverished percentage.
That's probably
we
true,
have
yeah.
third world poverty actually, dude. In America.
Yeah.
Okay. That's when you take medium into effect. You know that you're averaging.
No, you're not averaging. You're taking a median. Median means half of the people in America earn less than that, and half of the people in America earn more than that. It doesn't have the same outlier effect that averages have.
Okay, but listen to what you just said, brother. But isn't it gonna push the number in the higher direction because these people earn way more than everybody else?
No, because you're just looking at the middle number.
I understand what you're saying, but the number's gonna be moved, right? When you have people earning so much. Well, we agree. There's a lot of wealth income inequality in America, right?
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me type this out.
Purchasing power in the federal minimum wage in the United States has steadily declined since 1968, when it peaked in 7.25. In 2023, the minimum wage was worth 42% less than it is in 1968, brother. I mean, I know this fucking number, and 30% less than it was raised 14 years ago. Some economists argue that it is the minimum wage had increased with the U.S. No, what do you mean claim? That's a fact. What the fuck? Minimum wage increased in the U.S. since no, which is the not minimum wage. Minimum wage workers is a somewhat percentage of our workforce, but impoverished workers is the largest percentage of our workers. It's like 60. What is it? It's like fucking. No, it's not 60. It's like 40 to 50% of our workforce is impoverished workers, dude.
Impoverished workers?
It's like not impoverished workers. Let me get the hold on. No, here, let me get it.
Wait, hold on, just real quick before you do that. If you look in general, I got the thing for you, so you can see how medians work. We have people, so there's broke. The middle there, you average the two brokes, so the median person is broke, and then broke. Bill Gates. The middle is still broke. The median person is broke.
Are you streaming?
Just look in general. I sent it in your general. I sent it in shit show general.
Oh, okay.
Like it's not distorted by how high the number is. It's distorted. It's the middle value.
Medium person is broke. Broke. Medium person is broke. Broke. Bill Gates.
The middle value.
Medium person is broke. I don't understand this. I honestly don't understand this one, dude. I think that you don't think that wealth inequality has no change on this graph that you're talking about? If we go by averages,
on medians, wealth inequality does not have a significant effect.
What do you mean by significant?
I mean, on median, inequality doesn't have an effect. The only reason it would have an effect is if there was a big number of rich people. But if there's a big number of rich people, then the median income should be higher, because if there's a large number of rich people, then you want to account for that you want to show that there is a large number of rich people in this country.
Hey, so we don't have of course you can't, right? Nobody's gonna be rich. Not everybody's gonna be rich. I mean,
yeah.
I don't get it. Like, honestly, don't get it.
Okay.
I don't get it. Why don't you just use averages? Because wouldn't averages would be fucked?
Because averages would lead to what you're saying, which is because Bill Gates' income
which is
so
a
high.
Fact.
Yeah,
which
that
is
true.
fucked.
Averages would do that. Yes, because
because the majority of people live in, I wouldn't say impoverished, but don't live like whatever the rich percent, right?
He's gonna say paycheck to paycheck.
Brother, this is, I mean, when it comes to first world countries, where do I go? Medical debt, number one reason why people go bankrupt.
I mean, like, listen, I'm a liberal, brother. I agree with you. We should nationalize our healthcare. It's a big issue. Like, we're way behind the first world.
So what are you trying to argue, man?
I'm trying to
argue. Are you trying to argue that the U.S. is okay country?
I don't believe that. Well, okay. I think we're an okay country. I mean, we have the highest.
We're an okay country considering third world countries, second world countries, but first world countries.
Well, I mean, even first world countries, we have the highest median disposable income in the world, other than like the fucking microstates. But
okay, but what does that have to do when you fucking don't have healthcare, when you can't afford housing, where we have the highest homeless rates in the world, when it comes to first world countries? What?
I mean,
are you not taking in these fucking factors?
I am taking.
And
that's why I said okay and not the best.
Your argument is that exposable income. That's what you're talking about. So we can spend money.
I'm saying like this is a metric that is meaningful that points to us being better than even other first world countries. Yes.
I don't know how to answer that, dude.
Okay.
Like, I would say, can I just cherry pick and counter that? No, America has the highest medical debt because other countries, first world countries, definitely don't have medical debt. And people go bankrupt. The majority of people go bankrupt because of medical debt. Wouldn't that be just me cherry picking?
Well, that would be a negative metric, which is why I would say, like, I would not say like we're the best country, especially. I mean, obviously when it comes to that, we're the worst. But I think there are other things about us.
These things together, though.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying. I still think we're an okay country. Our economy is not stagnating like most of Europe's economy is. Like, our productivity is not stagnating nearly as much. Like, our GDP growth is higher, our disposable income is higher. Like, there are all of these other good things.
Wouldn't that be because of the war, though?
What do you mean because of the war? Because
of the war with Ukraine or some shit?
I mean,
there was their largest trading partner, right?
What? I mean, like, some amount of stimulus came from war spending, but like it's like $80 billion in government spending. It's probably not like that meaningful, and European countries are also spending on the war, so like you would expect that to have a stimulus effect as well. So,
no, not us. I'm talking about like the European countries. Like, what do you mean productivity?
Oh, well, yeah.
Like,
Europe definitely has unique challenges because they were relying on Russian energy, and they were getting a lot more food from
grain.
From Ukraine, yeah. But like, yeah, that doesn't. I mean, they were stagnating after 2008, even.
I think it's so much factors, and I think we're cherry picking way too much shit. But when it comes to first world countries, your argument is because of medium, expensable income. That's why we're better than disposable income.
Well,
we're better than all the other first world
every
countries.
other first world country in that metric, yeah.
Well, that metric, right? But then I would be like, oh, let me cherry pick two.
And it's a bunch of bad metrics.
Exactly. So wouldn't that fucking counter the whole fucking
I think we're better than Greece.
Well, Greece, okay, but the United States should be better than fucking Greece, right?
Well, Greece is also a first world country, though. I'm just saying, like, where
Greece, first world country. I would put them in 1.5, dude. They were kind of fucking. America became like the one after the World War II, right? America became the global superpower because we were not bombed at all. Greece, all of Europe went through a war, right? You do believe in like generational wealth and shit like that, right? Like,
yeah, like, I'm not gonna do. There are unique things that make America better and worse. Like, better and worse.
Well, that's what I mean. We should be way fucking better than Greece.
Okay, I'm just saying that like we're not the worst. That's my only argument here.
Well, we're not the worst to medium when it comes to medium.
Well, we're the best when it comes to. I'm just saying we're not the worst overall.
I have to disagree with that, dude. It depends on who the fuck you're talking to. America has I would put it at. Well, do you know? Well, I don't want to be a dick. But you know about Greece, like how they're like redistribute wealth. You know, you can have a fucking impoverished country, but if they redistribute wealth in such a way where not everybody's fucking living in third world poverty, right?
I mean, yeah, but like Greece also like did up their work week to like a 6-day work week. Like they're not doing
That's
well.
what I mean. They got a lot of social.
Either.
They have a 6-day work week.
Yeah, they had to up their work week to a 6-day work week.
Wow, that is fucked. That might have been a right-wing government that did that shit, dude.
Oh well, it's because of austerity.
Like, fuck with them. That's what I mean. Yeah, didn't they go through like heavy austerity because of that fucking crash?
Yeah, because of the 2008 crisis and the EU financial shit that they had to go through. Yeah.
So we shouldn't do austerity, brother.
I agree. I'm a Keynesian.
Oh, well, I'm a Keynesian now until you guys turn around and I fucking beat you with a hat back of the head. Oh no, we're not. We're moving away from Keynesian, but we're not there yet, so it's fine. You're an actual Keynesian. You don't believe in protectionism, dude?
I mean, I would say I'm broadly new Keynesian. Yeah, and like I.
Oh no! Wait, new Keynesian in like in the 50s, right? That's when that fucking because they Keynesianism in the beginning was a little bit different. And new Keynesianism, yeah, it was more like
new Keynesian's more of a synthesis between Keynes' ideas and more classical ideas of economics.
Yes, in the liberal Austrian fucking belief. You know why that happened? Did you know why that happened?
Why? What happened?
Nothing.
The Austrian economics,
gamer boy would know about that. No. Why? Because the two got mixed. So, like, if you look at American history, Franklin Roosevelt was a traditional Keynesian. He was much more. No more. We're done with austerity measures. We're done with imperialism. All this shit. And new Keynesianism in America. I'm not saying other countries. I don't know how it's in the countries. We're gonna go back to listen. We'll give the American workforce and the American people Keynesianism, but all overseas, internationally, we're gonna keep these countries impoverished for resources.
I mean, I'm not gonna fully
you disagree with that?
I don't.
No. Why not? Why not? You know the Truman Doctrine, right?
We didn't have to deal with that. The explicit goal of that.
The Truman Doctrine was let's keep. It was basically a new version of the Monroe Doctrine, which was traditional, and let's keep these countries impoverished so we can extract resources, brother.
Okay, wait,
like,
Truman Doctrine. That was after the
FDR.
That was after the other doctrine, right? So it wasn't the we weren't gonna let European countries colonize it. As well as the U.S.
So that was Monroe. Monroe was
Monroe was we're not gonna let the countries colonize. Yeah. Oh, this was the communist
reason
one.
they.
Yep. Okay, no, I understand.
Yes,
yeah.
the communist, which is any type of little communism propping up next door neighbors. That's not gonna happen. But here, I'll give you.
Welcome to the stream.
I don't want to be an asshole. Dude. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that fucking leftist guy. You want to talk about something else, non-front?
I mean, I like. Okay. So like the median income thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm just median income. You should know. Just in the future,
yes.
Average is distorted by like outliers. Median is not distorted by outliers. That's why we use median for a lot of things. Secondly,
is the median income not distorted in any way?
Distorted in any? I mean, not
anyway.
really. Like it's distorted by the number of rich people. But if the number of rich people is high, then like you are a rich country, so the median income should reflect that. Yeah, like it's not distorted by the actual amount of wealth they have.
I don't get that. Okay, I'm actually gonna study it. I'll study it. I don't have work
All you have
tomorrow,
to
dude.
just
We
just
should have the fucking tax
just-
debate today, actually, dude. Because I actually have work on. I'm still gonna do it, but I have work on Friday. But that's fine. It's okay. I don't have work tomorrow, dude. They canceled the job. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I mean, the thing's typed out right there. You see broke, broke, broke. The median person is broke. And then Bill Gates walks into the room. Now, despite the fact that Bill Gates has way more money than all these broke people combined, the median person is still broke. If we did an average in that case, then the average would show that Bill Gates would affect that average. The average would be misleading because everyone is broke except for Bill Gates, and Bill Gates makes the average go up. But with median, the median person is still just as broke as before Bill Gates entered the room.
It's okay. I'm gonna study medium income. I don't know how medium measures. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna find a lot of problems with it, and I'll bring it up. Like,
okay,
I honestly, I thought medium was just average. Like when you put these two people together, I'll study it, and I'm pretty sure I'll find problems with it. But it's all right.
Okay. But you think that... Well, okay, when you say, like, median or real wages or whatever have stagnated, like, what are you...
They have.
What exact metric are you using there? Are you, like...
Hold on. Well, let me get it. I fucking pulled it up.
Oh, okay. So you're just looking
Purchasing power of the federal No. So we were talking about the minimum wage, right? Not everybody works for the minimum wage. The majority of workers...
I don't care about the minimum wage.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we have a percentage of workers that are in the minimum wage, but
yeah,
the
but
majority of workers,
if
we had the minimum wage workers and the impoverished workers, they tend to make up the majority of workers in America, right?
I don't know what you mean by impoverished. I don't know why we wouldn't just look at median wages, but okay.
Why would I look at median
What do you mean
wages?
by impoverished? You're telling me the majority of workers are impoverished. I don't know what that means.
Let me look it up, dude. Talk to the chat. Why don't I just look it up?
I haven't done all my research in poverty, but like, there's no the poverty rate has remained pretty stable, and then poverty by consumption has actually fallen, although there's issues with poverty by consumption.
You can talk to the chat, dude. I'm looking it up.
Okay. Well,
How many
I'm
people do I
looking
have
stuff
here?
up too.
16.
This big tuna beluga in your chat seems awesome, dude. Why are Democrats so dumb? Biggest deficit ever. Non-funny's too dumb to get it, just give up. Thank you, the current thing enjoyer. I don't know what you think I'm too dumb to get, considering I actually know what medians are, but you know, okay.
Who said that? By the way.
Current thing enjoyer.
What was his name?
Current thing enjoyer.
Oh, that guy's
he
an
comes
idiot.
into, He comes into my chat too sometimes. He's chill.
Everybody, dude.
I'm talking about PPG. He's too dumb to get the concept. Oh wait, you're talking to me. Okay.
Wow.
Listen. At least PPG. At least he'll debate me on stuff. Okay. No one else in the Boston server will even do it. Okay. Panda has me blocked. Non-fun is literally the nerd emoji. Okay, good one, dude. Listen, at least PPG will debate me. Okay. No one else. I guess Casey did agree. But Casey hasn't even DM'd me a time yet. But
low wage workers would be 30. What is it? 23%. Impoverished workers would be 4-5%. So like I would say like 30% of the workforce.
Low wage does
is
not mean
impoverished.
low wage does not
Low
mean
wage-
impoverished.
In America, you don't think low wage doesn't mean impoverished?
Didn't they literally distinguish between low wage and
No, no,
impoverished
no,
in
no.
your
I
own
added
thing?
low wage with fucking, I guess, minimum wage. That's like the limit, right?
You added low wage to minimum wage?
Low wage with
Wait,
impoverished.
okay, quote the thing again.
23% of the workforce are low-wage workers earning less
Okay.
than $15 an hour. This is a decrease from 2022, when 52 million workers earn less than $15 minimum wage. Off-ran, it includes demographics showing low-wage workers, such as that's actually up to that is Joe Biden, dude. Believe it or not.
Okay.
You're a Joe Biden supporter, right?
Yeah. I am a
Joe Biden was a good president. Joe Biden was a good president when it comes. People don't believe me, dude. These fucking leftist assholes.
I know, yeah, I know for real.
This was Joe Biden, idiots. He actually made wages go up, dude. Like, because you know why? Because he was increasing union power, dude, which tends to make other fucking business places raise their wages. Anyway. 15 million workers earn less than $15 an hour. Off-ramp research includes demographics, data low-wage workers, such as race, gender. This just goes into like fucking, whatever. So I looked at that, which is low-wage workers. Low-wage workers, I wouldn't say you're gonna consider them impoverished workers. I put impoverished workers, and it's basically 5%.
Okay, so 5% are impoverished workers. You were suggesting earlier that the majority of the American workforce is somehow impoverished
The problem
workers.
with America is that you have so many fucking metrics, brother. People can't afford healthcare, housing, or healthcare, housing, or rent. What is it like? Rent is like fucking 42% of fucking people that live on rent. So there's so many other factors that are gonna come into effect that give them horrible living standards.
I mean, I don't. Okay, housing, I think America does pretty bad in. Now we're actually at the lowest price to income ratio.
Here. Tell the chat, because I gotta take a piss and grab a beer. But they're in here.
Well, housing, I think America does relatively bad at. I think we could be doing a lot better. That being said, if you look at the price to income ratio, housing, the US is actually like the lowest out of the G7 countries. So like, I mean, we could be doing better, but also at the same time, we could be Canada. Canada's doing a lot worse. Like, I think this is it. Why they use such similar colors, dude? It's so fucking annoying. Okay, well, either way, we're the lowest or second lowest. I can't actually tell. I'm pretty sure we're the bottom line for most of it, and then we barely beat out Italy at the end. Standard of living across the board is okay. No, yeah. PPG won't accept that. Earlier he was arguing that like 60% of the workforce was impoverished. They so full of shit. They ruined the country. Remember when Democrats were yapping about saving democracy, then rich elite donors in the Democrat Party ousted the candidate people voted for to install a nasty whore. That's democracy? Hey, Big Tuna Beluga, do you think Biden was competent for office or no? I'm just super curious.
Oh no, bro. Oh, I heard that, dude.
Okay.
Listen, 60% is pretty high when it comes to the impoverished workforce claim. But if you take all the other fucking what the fuck? If you take all the other factors in which I mentioned, housing, rent.
I mean, like, you're using those metrics to try to suggest people are impoverished, but like your own thing that you quoted said that only like 5% of people are impoverished. And I get also if you look at
impoverished workforce.
Yeah, 5% of people are in the impoverished workforce. I think, like, I sent the graph earlier. Poverty has remained relatively stable at like 10% since 1972.
And then I also sent the other graph, the house price
Have
income
you
ratio.
have
in
you
the
actually
US.
looked at that graph? Because there's been studies, and I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, right? But when it's other like countries, like I think it was.
You're breaking up, dude. I don't know if it's on my end or your end, but you like cut out.
Hold on. All right, hold on. Talk to the chat because I gotta fucking.
Oh my god. Okay. Canada took a lot of immigrants to get that inflation back down over time. We have problems with rents now because of that. Okay. 8 out of 10, that's way too high considering the difference in rents across states. 15% out of 5. 15% what? Impoverished? 15 if you take the mean and compare wages, maybe take the states into account, would be far lower. Are you saying, Salty, are you saying 15% of workers are impoverished? Wait, Big Tuna Beluga, I just want you to answer. Yes or no, do you think Biden was competent, was mentally fit for presidency? Because if the answer is no, then I don't know why you're complaining about him stepping down. Nope, closer to 5%. Okay. I don't believe... I don't believe that the majority of the workforce is impoverished. I think the word he's looking for is paycheck to paycheck, but that's a bullshit claim too that he definitely doesn't know about. But election laws change. Dropbox's mass mail-in voting, older voter rules. But not a regular election. Big Tuna Beluga, you should look up the debate between Mike Pillow and an election expert on David Pakman's show. Yeah, it's a pretty good debate. Mike Pillow lists all the things that you're saying, and then the election expert who was hired. This was an election expert hired by the Trump campaign team to look into election fraud cases, and he could not find anything outcome determinative or anything that would hold up to legal scrutiny. So the older voter rolls, usually that is because they lack the date of birth for a certain voter, and the machine just auto fills in either 1900 or 1800. That's why there were a lot of 120-year-old voters or whatever. David Pakman is a bullshit artist. Thank you, Salty. He just hosted it. He didn't even do that much. All he did was host it. Correct, it occurred during a once in a 100-year pandemic. Still a legitimate election. Right.
Gary?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I don't know why the fuck it does that, dude. All right. What happened?
I was talking to chat, but like, what? Oh shit, I'm dying in Minecraft. What are you trying to claim? You're trying to claim that
America sucks for a first world country that has had put in a position where we should not be having the troubles that we have.
Like already basically conceded to that claim early. Like I already did that earlier when we were talking about this.
That's fine. But
what works in most of first world countries, okay? But like, you're trying to tell me that like X% of the workforce is impoverished or whatever.
It's a lot of our workforce is impoverished. Like if you add them up, but you have to take into the factors of. God. I know, dude. On paper, it looks that way, right?
But like, it sounds like you're quoting me a study or whatever, or like some statistic, and the statistic says 5% of the workforce is impoverished. But actually,
no, that's impoverished.
I'm gonna add in my own level.
No. But low wage is 30%, right?
Yeah, but it sounds like you're adding that low wage number to the impoverished number, and I don't know why you wouldn't just take the impoverished number and then say the rest is the low wage workers.
What does that mean? I don't get that. I honestly don't get that.
I mean, you're trying to say whatever 35% of the workforce is impoverished, right?
I would say around there, yes, because if you add up the fucking numbers, yes. Low wage doesn't mean impoverished.
You're adding impoverished to the low wage number, right? You're adding two numbers.
You think they're gonna put impoverished in low wage? You think they're gonna put that?
No, I'm saying
in what you're quoting, don't they
Well, I mean,
separate
look, if
low
you're gonna,
wage workers
I mean,
and
look, hold
impoverished?
on. Well, I don't know, honestly, I don't know. But are they gonna
Okay,
go into
send me what
immigrant
you're
work?
just link me what you're
Are they
quoting.
gonna- I honestly lost it, but I'll get it. It's
Oh
fine.
my god.
No, I'll get it. I'll get it. Anything else you want to talk about? Dude? We're not going to talk about Texas because we were talking about free trade, right? So the other, what was the other one? Free trade. You had 3. Bidenomics, which is protectionist, dude. Like I think you had 3. No?
On the whole, I don't think it's maybe I don't know.
No, it is. Joe Biden ended outsourcing, like straight up. Like he did pass some like super good fucking, which I mean you don't like outsourcing. I like I like protectionism. He did a couple of fucking executive orders. Let's go with the fucking chip bill. Actually, I want to talk to you
I
about
like the chips bill. The chips bill is
no, it's good,
because of
but it is
national security
protectionist, right? Yes, it is protectionist,
but I believe there's a legitimate national security concern there that warrants the protectionism.
No, of course, and it brought back work. But I remember you this long time ago, Ro. And you were talking to Anarchy. Anarchy didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. But did you know that in the CHIPS Act, which is fucked, okay? But I'll give Biden credit because it was better than anything else. A lot of the factories that were being built in red states where they were using contract labor. And they were avoiding the northern states, which are much more blue, which would be bluer. Northern states where you have union workers on percentage, you have higher union workers that are going to be bargaining for better pay, etc. Especially Arizona, dude. So you don't have a problem with that. I agree.
Well,
I'm conceding the point that it was a good bill compared to anything else that was given up on us. But when I'll give you an example. When I started reading up on it, Republicans voted for it, dude. Fucking Mitch McConnell voted for it. So I was like, okay, I gotta look at this shit. It actually picks up a lot of extremely cheap, if not, I would consider slave labor, dude. Like contract labor of immigrant workers that come get their green cards and they have to work in these fucking.
Wait, you mean immigrant?
Well, they're immigrants.
I thought you meant
right?
like prison laborers.
Migrant. No. Well, no. Well, who knows about that? Because there is prison work for us, right? But I would say migrants, but they come and work contract labor, which they don't, especially in red states. You know, like the minimum wage in red states is like $2 an hour sometimes, right? Like for a lot of reasons.
The federal minimum wage is $7.25. Prisoners can get paid
but
less.
there's loopholes. Like restaurant workers get paid like $2 an hour,
Yeah,
brother.
that's
in red
tipping
states.
jobs. Yeah, for jobs
Tipping jobs.
Yeah, but
Anyway, but my point to you is that the bill, they kind of fucked it to still get horrific cheap labor compared to the American worker, right?
I mean, I don't know, like, you say horrific cheap labor, but I would assume for these immigrants, a $7.25 minimum wage is probably pretty good for them.
But if you put into like living standards in Arizona, it's still kind of fucked. All living standards, Medicare, housing, rent, etc. $7 an hour, you cannot make it. You literally, there's only like 2 counties in the country that you can make $7 minimum wage. Are these people moving back to fucking? Most of them were fucking Asian, dude, because they had to come into the country. Yes, no, actually they were because they were the ones that knew how to work the job. Yes, they were from, I think, Indonesia. Yes.
What? Okay, you're telling me Indonesian workers came here to do what?
They
build factories?
Okay, but no. They weren't. No, they didn't build the factories. They were to work on these manufacturing, on these microchip, right? It was people that knew the job. The workforce. There was no training for these people to work the job. In the CHIPS Act.
No training for American workers, and no training for the Indonesian workers who came over.
A lot of these people who came over with visas were workers that already knew how to work the job, and the reason they put them in red states
I don't. Why is that?
was
I don't see
to
why it's a
fuck
bad
them
thing.
over. Okay, but they were $7 an hour, but $7 an hour in Arizona, or anywhere in America, by the way, is what is it? It's impoverished labor.
I just don't like if they're Indonesian immigrants, they're probably coming here to work for higher wages, right? Like they're.
I mean, they're working for higher wages, but they have to live here to work those jobs, which
Yeah, but they
is
probably
clearly
send
they're
the money
affording it
back somehow. Like I don't know. Well, I'm assuming a lot of them probably do send remittances back.
Okay, but listen, that's my only thing. But I don't. When it comes, I'm an American, dude, so I have to be an American patriot. I agree with the bill, but once I saw Republicans voting for it and how they structured the bill, it was technically fucking over the American worker, dude. Like, can you agree with me at least on that?
Fucking over the American how? Just because they brought immigrants in to work?
I mean, yes, and in the cheapest places that you can pay them, red states.
I mean, there are trade-offs with this, right? So like, it might be like the cheap labor means cheaper prices for the products, and it means, immigrant
who benefits from fucking chips, brother?
Immigrant labor like increases GDP and increases the tax base, and it increases tax revenue. Like it does all this. It does all this.
Does Keynes actually? No, he does actually. This is what I mean. Old Keynes wasn't like this. New Keynes, I don't know. I actually don't know what New Keynes do. Do they prioritize the consumer over everybody else? Because that sounds like neoliberalism. I'm not even gonna lie, dude.
Well, I mean, Keynesianism is a subset of neoliberalism, but like
that's New Keynes. No, old Keynes. No, neoliberalism. Keynes came before neoliberalism. You're talking about liberalism?
No, well, you're probably defining neoliberalism different than I am, but sure, yeah. I don't prioritize the consumer over everyone else. I'm just saying that there are trade-offs. So, I mean, consumers do benefit from reduced wages in some sectors, obviously.
Okay, that's see. So you're okay. This is what I said a while back. So are you advocating for an impoverished workforce?
No, not
you know. Listen, because when you okay, well, you do know that America's. Let's go. I'm gonna generalize, right? America's economic boost, ever in American history was during the New Deal, and we had the most prosperous workforce, right? Like these people were able to make small businesses. They have a lot of money. They made a lot of money through wages. It was income. Mainly it was income back then, dude, because we had if you have a manufacturing hub, people are gonna make more income. Now we don't have it. Now we have fucking people who don't make income, right? Like we have fucking people who make capital out of capital, right?
Yeah, but that arguably increases inequality, but that does usually increase income. Like the technological progress that causes to like financialize our economy, like results in higher demand for skilled labor. Like, and that
which will be the minimum. Skilled labor is smaller than
unskilled labor.
I mean, I don't even want to call it, dude, because I'm a leftist, but low skilled labor.
I mean, there are things with education that we can do to change that.
Well, we don't have that.
Well,
yes,
but we should.
We don't. I mean, we should. I agree with you. But we don't have that, right? So when you advocate for A, but you don't have B, you're advocating for come on, man. Like, I don't know how to fucking say this shit. They don't care about the workforce. The problem. Do you like? Well, let's go back all the way back,
oh my
dude.
God.
All the way back.
Okay.
Hold on.
Do I
Last
like
one.
canes?
You can leave whatever you want, by the way. No.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
You think the problem is? You don't think the problem is capitalism?
Not for what problem? What?
Well, capitalism incentivizes. My earphones ran out, dude. If you can hear me, dude, talk to the chat. If
I can
non
still hear you, but
I can hear you from one earphone. Let me change my earphones real quick.
okay. Turns out the endorsement from a convict doesn't swing voters, huh? What happened to Cory Bush? What happened to all the woke folks? They're toast. Big tuna beluga? Okay. PPD's probably not gonna like this, okay? But you know, I think it's probably good that the Democrats are shedding some of their most extreme people. You guys, the Republican Party can't do that because the Republican Party is headed by the most extreme person.
Fuck you.
Yeah, I know you don't like that one.
No, we're actually gonna argue that, bro. We got a new fucking argument over here.
Yeah. Extreme how? Trump and the Freedom Caucus is the most extreme branch of the Republican Party. If you want to somehow argue that Trump is a centrist, that's up to you. But I mean, like, good luck defending that one, bro. I don't know. Like, if you're like. Working at McDonald's when you are not a high density area, you can easily afford to live better than the same in Mexico. I would assume so. The only thing I think is extreme is putting tampons in the in the boys' bathroom. Like, dude, I don't know how his brains are still so unbelievably fucked by trans people. Where like you just get so offended by the fact that a governor put tampons in the boys' bathroom. Even like if you read the bill is so inoffensive, dude. It's literally just like put tampons in all the bathrooms. That's all the bill said, and like that obviously includes boys' bathrooms. So like it's just so fucking dumb. Your brain is so fucked by the mere fact that trans people exist. You can't even see like any of the insane shit that Trump does.
Non-front.
Yeah.
You don't find it a problem in a, I'm using quotes if you can't see my stream, quotes, democracy, that the number one primary race and the number two primary race money ever spent against one and two candidates happen to be what you consider to be extremists, which was people calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. You don't find it a problem. You said the way you said that right now, which is I think that's a good thing that the Democrats
was polling below the opposition before any before AIPAC spent any money. He was not a very good candidate. Neither was Cory Bush.
Because they redistricted his fucking district by a guy who was friends with that guy with what was his name? The dude with the fucking track guy.
I don't know. You're saying who they redistricted him?
Yeah, they redistricted him.
Yeah,
and then AIPAC spent the number one. Wait. Are you saying that the number one most heavily spent primary race in American history didn't have an effect?
I'm not gonna have that
in a country where 90. Wait,
no, it must be causal. Obviously that's causal, dude. Or PACs, will donate to both people or PACs because they want to have one of the candidates, or they donate to someone who's more likely to win anyway. I'm pretty sure the incumbent advantage in the Senate is like it's like 90% anyway. Like incumbents win like 90% of the time. So like, I mean, yeah, I would assume that PACs fund a candidate that wins 95% of the time because they like literally. The House? Oh, I'm pretty sure it's probably pretty similar for the House too. But I mean, like,
it's not incumbent power. It's spending power. It's 95%.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it is.
And you think it's causal, or do you think it could be the case that PACs are just more likely to fund a candidate who looks like he's gonna win, or PACs could even fund like PACs.
This is a problem in itself, right? Like that incumbents can usually don't lose their elections, but that's beside the point.
I mean, I think
95. Do you consider this a democracy? That 95% of the time, when some, and by the way, this is also wrong. I shouldn't give this to you because incumbents like Nancy Pelosi or incumbents, they don't tend to get a lot of funding when their races are not close or even close. They tend to incumbents tend to be left alone. They only fund when there's an ideological difference, dude, right? And how this could be proven with Jamal Bowman and fucking Cori Bush. 1 and 2, brother. I mean, there is no argument here, man.
What
are you sure you want to die on this hill?
You have to prove it's causal. I'm just not convinced it's causal.
92%, no, 95% of the candidate with the most money wins, regardless.
Because the incumbent probably has the most money. The person with the most money, the person PAC spend the most money on, or like.
That's okay, but when you have incumbents, they don't tend to spend money on that race. Incumbents only lose. What you're talking about is how our fucking whatever electoral system works, right? You have an incumbent. There is no what do you call it? Term limits in the House and in the Senate. Only in the presidency. No term limits in the House or in the Senate. So you're gonna have these incumbents cement their power, right? But that's not speaking of money in politics. Money in politics, 95% of the time, the whoever the fuck it is that has the most money wins the race. This is a fact.
Are you saying the person with the most money wins the race, or the person with the most money from PACs, or what?
With the, are you counting? What are you talking? PACs and individual donations.
I would assume the
person
incumbent
with the most money, period,
always has the most. Okay, most money, period. They probably almost.
Yeah, no. If you were right about what you're talking about, then the number would shift, right? You're not saying anything, non-front, because if this is your argument, there's a lot of people who don't have a lot of money that run against incumbents and they lose. I'm giving you a fucking actual statistic.
Yes, and I'm looking up your statistics. I don't know what you're trying to say. Okay. The statistic is 93% of House races and 82% of Senate races were won by the top spending candidate. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's what you're saying. Okay. I mean, again, you'd have to prove it's causal. I'm just not convinced it's causal. I'm just not convinced that, like...
I'm gonna jump off a bridge, dude. Okay, it's fine. We're moving on. It's okay.
Yeah, okay.
I know about the American system, dude. Like, I actually know about it. I've been doing... Anyway.
Well, you couldn't even tell me what statistic you were quoting, but okay.
Okay, that's fine. What were we talking about? Before all this bullshit?
We're talking about...
because it was important.
We're talking about, like, median income and stuff, and then...
No, not that. No. I'm gonna look up medium. I'm actually gonna look it up tomorrow. But, no, it was... Capitalism. What do you find bad about capitalism? I'm sorry, why do you think capitalism is a good system?
I think, the market structure, private ownership, tend to make resources flow to the most productive use case.
But there is problems to that, right? Like, people are advocating for their own self-interest, like for their own. When it comes to like organizations, they will advocate for self-interest, but it will be profit, right? If you live in a whatever nation state, with currency, you're gonna advocate for more currency for your. You don't think that that's gonna create like massive division between the whatever the competing parties.
But then like that's because you want competition. You're okay.
You do want competition, but you don't want. Do you want unfettered competition? Because you can. That's when you create monopolies. I mean, this is the maker, the writer of capitalism, which is Adam Smith, specifically wrote in Wealth of Nations that there has to be a basically a referee. I'm gonna dumb it down for everybody. A referee
Right, yeah.
that says too much, and this is where because you will become he warned that monopolies would overtake the market and then, make it uneven for everybody else.
I mean, I agree. If you take a basic microeconomics class, they teach you the different structure of markets, and they go over monopolies and monopolistic competition, and they go over the negative things associated with that. Like, this is all accounted for within a capitalist system. Like, we have the mechanisms to.
You want regulations. You want the only people that can set in our society, which we live in nation states. It is the state that the people that could set regulations in the market, right? It's not gonna be some random motherfucker. Like, it has to be the state, right?
Yeah, I believe the government should regulate businesses where negative externalities and or other market failures exist. Yep.
But you don't think that capital can in any way get to that state?
I mean, I'm not going to say they can't get there in any way, but I believe there are. I mean, everything is a trade-off, right? I believe having resources tend to flow to the most productive use case is a worthwhile trade-off compared to the possibility that capital influences the state. Which I'm not going to say the capital interests don't influence the state at all, but like at the same time, like we're a democracy and most people are workers. Like workers also obviously influence the state.
Workers influence the state? How?
By voting.
You get to vote.
And by voting and organizing, they can, like, workers can donate to PACs too. Like.
Oh my god.
And you can form unions, and you can.
Do you know that number though? Do you know the influence between the general population of how they influence the state and how the people with highest income influence the state? It's pretty
no clue
bad.
How you would quantify that, but
no, they have.
How would how?
There's
how do you
studies
quantify
on
that?
this shit. You want me to send you the study?
Yes, yes, because I don't think you're going to quote it correctly, but yeah, please do.
Okay, let's do it. Uh, 12 people, dude. You can talk to chat. I don't care. Oh, you're still streaming?
Me, yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
What?
Why don't you fucking? I was gonna say something fucked up. nothing, dude.
Okay.
You're pretty young. That's what I'm gonna say. You're pretty young, and it's pretty
Yeah.
late. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. My dude, being on all this stupid bosses panel fucked up my sleep schedule, so it's all.
I've always said it, dude. Bosses' fucking rules are fucked, dude. I don't know why you wanna. Maida was right. I have to get Maida right on that one because I would rather see you guys debate about taxes like in a free flow, whatever the fuck, like debate, because this point bullshit, like when you interrupt or whatever, of course there's gonna be interruptions, dude. It's fucked.
I mean, I don't know. I like that there is a place for more formal debate stuff, but I don't know. I mean, half the time a lot of times it is just a free-flowing conversation, because usually people join to watch the debate, and then afterwards everyone just sticks around and chats. But
A proposed policy change with low support among economic elites Americans, 1 out of 5 favor, is adopted only 18% of the time. They write, while the proposed change with a high support, 4 out of 5 in a favor, is adopted 45% of the time.
all right, can you link it? You're saying the policy that 1 out of 5 people support is adopted 18%
No,
of
no,
the
no,
time?
no, no. The people that have the most means. This is a BBC study. It's usually international studies. The United States doesn't let these kind of studies fucking... where do you want it?
Just send it in general.
The United States doesn't really let these fucking studies
Oh
go
my
through.
god.
Wait, what happened? No, this is how we determine a democracy from an oligarchy.
Study, dude. I should have called it out before that it was just gonna be this study that everyone quotes over and over and over and over again. Fuck, I gotta read the shit about this study, dude. I don't think it's very.
Are you giving me your opinion? Or how policy works? Because we have data on policy. And policy, the majority of people, we poll people, right? People from all over the place. The majority of policies that the general population wants do not get passed. Very rarely. And the majority of fucking well-means people, their policies get passed from a 40% percentage. Like, we have, the data is very clear, which makes us an oligarchy.
Bro. The, okay. Do you know what an R squared value is?
You're asking a retard, dude.
Yeah, okay.
An
So
R square value?
Yeah, hold on. Let me find the example, dude.
Bro, like, listen, but like, let's use our like dumbass brain, right? Because we're idiots.
It's not a very good study. Okay, so okay.
Listen, no, it's fine. But we're idiots, right? Like, I'm an idiot. You're not an idiot, but I'm an idiot.
I mean, I'm an idiot on a lot of things, but
no, but you're not. You're pretty smart, dude. Think about it, right? In a society where we have money in politics, like when it comes to PACs, but PACs represent the politician that they're running for, right? They influence. They can run ads. Ads is the number one thing that influences voters, brother. It is the number one thing. TV ads, actually, because most voters tend to watch mainstream media, dude. Believe it or not, right? So when it comes to that,
if I look this up, am I gonna find another study with an R squared value of 0.7? Like, you keep quoting all these things at me. I mean, like, you can like keep quoting these things, and they're just not good. There's not good stuff. Like, you have no way of proving like the 95% of the top spender thing is causal in any way. You have no way of proving that the U.S. is an oligarchy based on this dog shit study for an R squared value of 0.07. Like, I'm just gonna look up this new claim, and it's gonna turn out to be like a not very well sourced claim.
Are you? What is this, dude? Can you clarify?
Clarify what? What exactly? What do you want me to clarify?
Is America? Your claim is that America's not an oligarchy.
Yeah.
When we have polling data that points that
polling data.
Hold on. Well, okay, so not polling data. That's fine.
Here's a Vox article. Vox, very left-leaning fucking article. Remember that study says America's an oligarchy. 3 rebuttals.
No, you sound like a fucking conspiracy theorist right now.
What? That Vox is a left-leaning.
You gave me Cato Institute fucking data, brother.
Oh my god, dude. Okay, if you want to send me other data, I will be happy to look at it. But I trust you. The Cato Institute data is almost certainly more accurate because I've looked at the other data. What?
There is many studies that have proven, brother. There's French studies, BBC studies, England studies. It's usually international studies that prove that the United States and how policy is passed. And more studies. Okay, I'll get you more studies, dude.
Wait. Studies? I want you to show me something about real wages, okay? I just show me that, like, that wages have stagnated.
Are you moving on?
Well, you keep mentioning that one thing. You keep saying, like, I'm bringing up the Cato Institute, and I'm just telling you, like, it's dumb because I've looked at the other data. It's not very good.
Okay, now in front. It looks like we're not gonna come to an agreement. You completely pivoted. Okay. Completely.
Wait, what did I?
We'll talk tomorrow about taxes.
No, wait, what did I pivot away from?
It's okay. Well, can we talk about tomorrow about taxes?
Yeah, I just want to know what I pivoted away from.
I'm actually now I kind of see where you're coming from, so I'll do my study about taxes.
What did I pivot away from? We were talking about whether the U.S. is an oligarchy, and I mentioned Vox, and then you said...
no, I send you 2 studies. I can send you another one. I can send you a couple.
You send me 2?
There's a lot.
You sent me this one
Okay, I'll send you
BBC
more.
link.
Okay.
It's a study that's the bad stuff. Wait, I just don't know what I pivoted away from. Because you sent me the study, okay? And I said, here's Vox, a relatively left-wing leaning news outlet.
Which I made the argument with the Cato Institute.
And then you said, you sound like a conspiracy theorist. You quoted the Cato Institute to me earlier.
Yes,
And
but you didn't give me a reason to prove Vox wrong. I didn't give you a reason to prove the Cato Institute wrong. I told you I didn't have the data on me. I'm gonna study it. Can you please provide to me why the Vox article is wrong?
Why the Vox are you why the BBC article is wrong, the one you sent?
Well, there is. Please do not argue this, man. The United States functions like an oligarchy. There's too many studies on this one, brother. Do not die on this hill.
One bad one.
Here's another one.
Okay. Official America.
Here's another one.
Congressional Budget Office confirms that the risk exponentially. This doesn't prove we're an oligarchy. It just says the inequalities increased.
America functions like an oligarchy.
The study is just
which
about
is an oligarchy.
Inequality. Inequality does not automatically equal oligarchy.
The reason we have oligarchy is because who has the monopoly of violence? Non-front.
The government.
Yes, and the government also makes policy, right?
Yes. Wait, what is this?
So wait. So if they represent one class, but not the other classes, that is what makes it an oligarchy. Brother, there's too many studies on this. I'm surprised that you haven't looked at this.
You sent me one study, which I've been quoted before because everyone quotes this study, and then you sent me two articles. One article isn't even about us being an oligarchy. All it says is inequalities increased during the pandemic, which I probably wouldn't disagree with or whatever. But this one, I'm skimming through it. It doesn't seem. It doesn't see. It's not a study. It's just an article. Thanks for the follow.
Articles are made up of studies, brother.
It's not true. If it cited a study, then
that is true. It should cite a study.
The first one you did,
45% of the highest earners, their policies are represented. That's a fact.
Thanks.
Can you please disprove that? Are you coping?
Wait, disprove
brother? What are you doing?
I'm thanking
45% of the highest people with wealth in our society are represented than the other percentage.
Based on what? Based on the Princeton study that you sent?
Okay, dude. So the Cato Institute is bullshit, and nobody should listen to it. Non-fun was full of shit. I'm giving you. I am comparing. If you're gonna fucking put me in a corner, I'm gonna put you in a corner, brother. You're bringing up a fucking right-wing billionaire-funded non-profit that skews data as evidence.
Wait, hold on. I quoted the Cato Institute earlier. If you want to, I quoted the Cato Institute when it came to wage data. If you want to send me better wage data, I can take a look at it, dude. But every other thing I've seen, you're not gonna understand half these words, okay? Just take average hourly earnings and adjust it to CPI, and CPI is always going to give the highest measure of inflation, and also non-wage compensation has increased, and also household size has decreased, and you have to adjust for all these things. And I just haven't seen anyone else do that better.
How about this? Who's sample test? Who the fuck is this?
I'm just here.
He's just here to listen.
Don't worry, brother.
Don't worry.
Maybe listen. Don't worry about it.
It's okay. It sounds like you completely changed the subject to something that
Wait,
we were talking about.
what did I say?
I'm going to say exactly what you said. We were talking about American oligarchy, and you provided no data at all.
You
to which you
no,
claimed
that's not
that
true.
you and I didn't provide any data on wages. And I told you, well, you want to talk about wages? Then let's talk about wages.
Okay.
But
Wait,
now
so I want to ask you
hold
something.
on. Right now we're talking about American oligarchy, which is a fact that the majority of high-income earners, which is the minority in our society, are higher represented through policy than the minority of our population, which makes us an oligarchy.
So that's not a fact. The Princeton study again. Can you explain to me what an R squared is, just so I know that you know?
Are you gonna wait? Are you say something that actually
Say
makes
something.
sense?
Okay.
Please.
Do you know what an R squared is in statistics?
Can you make something that actually makes sense, bro? Did
Okay,
you know? Do you know? Wait. Do you know that? Do you know that? Hold on. I don't even have to
I will give you something. Wait. You asked me for something that makes sense. Okay. So we can have different models, right? And they can give different results. But what matters is how much can we explain, right? Right. That's what we seek to do in studies, right? Explain the data.
Let's do that with the Cato Institute, dude.
Wait. We can talk about that. We can talk about time prices. But chill. So I'm sending an image in the chat. Okay, I made this just to illustrate the point.
You guys are
right?
hoping so hard.
Wait. Let me talk, then you can respond. Okay. So I sent an image in chat. You can look at it.
Why did you have to come in and alter boy, man?
Wait. So I showed you an image with two different data sets. It's in the side chat. Do you see it?
I'm gonna go get a beer before I have this brain rot copianism.
Holy shit.
I'll be back.
Okay.
No problem. Go have your beers, buddy.
Understand? Oh, you don't know that, brother. You don't
Do
know
I
that.
not know what? You don't know what an R squared is. You decided.
Sends the highest earners. You didn't know that?
Oh my god.
Just look. So in a way, I agree. Wait. In a way, hello. Wait a second. So chill. You're excited. Chill. So in a way, I agree. There is a lot of overrepresentation of rich people in the U.S. That's mostly Republicans. You can look at studies in which party represents which class interests more, right? Democrats align way more with the poor than Republicans. You can look at their like partisan decision making in the Senate over multiple years. The Republican Party appeals to the rich voters a lot more. There are studies on this. Lax et al. 2019. You can read it, right? What I'm saying, I'm just asking you to explain because this study is cited a lot. It's cited a lot. And it's trash. It's absolute dog shit, right? Look, there's no substantive point. It's a nail in the coffin. It's like this is a case closed, right? You have an R squared of 0.07. That's trash. Don't cite that thing. Oh, he went to get beer. I'll repeat myself.
Beer. Sometimes you can still hear us. I don't really know how his setup works, but
mayhaps. Look, I don't know. I mean, so. What were you talking about the Cato thing? Because look, maybe you don't trust the Cato thing. You can reproduce it yourself. You just divide PCE of goods by.
We weren't even talking about the time price thing. What we were talking about was real
wages.
Real wages, yeah. I was
real
like,
wages
I'm not that convinced that real wages have.
Also, again, remember, wait, non-fun. Wait, buddy, wait. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't understand. What is it? Hold on. Even let's go by your study. Hold on. Shut up. Let's go by your all this.
What's study of mine?
Hold on.
Wait, but I was talking, buddy. Wait, I was talking.
What is the democracy? I heard what you said. What is the democracy?
Oh my god. Wait. Okay, we can talk about that. Oh my god. We can talk about that. I just want to say something, right? So
non-front. What is a democracy?
What
is the democracy?
Democracy is some like system of governance where the people in a country have some level of control over how that country functions.
Democracy. Hold on, Chad. Let me get it. Let me give you the exact definition of a democracy. If you guys want to be technical, let me know. I can do it. Technical, I can do it.
Okay, well, we can that. Oh, you used server muted sample. Of course you did, bro. Good one, bro. He was just talking. He was telling me something about the Cato Institute.
Literally, ruled by the people, which is a majority. The term is delivered by the Greek, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. That's a democracy. even by your highly cherry-picked trying to debunk this study, does that make America a democracy, brother?
What?
I want you to tell me.
Well, we're a Madisonian democracy, so we have checks on tyrannies of the majority.
Okay. Okay, so we're not a democracy. Good.
Well, we're a Madisonian democracy, so we just like how we have checks on the tyranny of the minority. We also have checks on the tyranny of the majority.
So here, brother. Let me help you out. We're a representative democcy, right? We're a representative democracy.
Yeah, but that's
now. We
Those
have
don't preclude
studies
each other.
which show which class tends to be represented.
Okay, link me it.
And again,
is it the same study that we've already explained to you why it's so bad?
Which I send a couple, dude.
You said one study.
Oh my god!
And then you sent 2 articles. Okay.
Because there's been, remember, I told you this. I made it very specific because I know about this. It's a lot of international studies because the United States does not make studies about this.
Also,
You're not going to find it on the fucking Cato Institute. You're not going to find this on the Cato Institute. You're not going to find this on the Cato Institute.
Wait, what?
Report by researchers of Princeton and Northwestern universities suggests that the U.S. political system serves special interest organizations instead of voters. Now, listen to me, Don Fran. Don't get combative, brother. That's fine. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If you're wrong, you're wrong, right? That's fine. But in a society that says that money equals speech by a Supreme Court ruling in the 1970s. That's what that
ruling says.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You don't think... Can you name the ruling? Are you
talking about Citizens United?
That's... So you don't know? My God, bro. I told you, the one place you guys don't want to fuck with me in is American politics, bro. The study, the ruling was... You can look it up, brother. Write it down. Buckley v. Vallejo in 1970. It was ruled by Jerome Powell, which basically said that money equals speech. Jerome Powell was the head of the... Wait, you don't know how the Supreme Court works? You tend to have a leader of the Supreme Court. Okay. It was Jerome Powell's Supreme Court ruling.
Was that his name?
Brother.
Okay, Sample really wants you to unmute him.
No, you're right. You're right. I get these motherfuckers confused. Jerome Powell is the current... You're right. You actually got me there. Jerome Powell is the president. His name is Lewis Powell. W. Powell. Yes.
Are you gonna unmute
Buckley
him?
v.
Or are you just
Vallejo.
gonna...
No. I'm gonna talk to you. Buckley v. Vallejo.
Oh.
You're talking about Citizens United. You want to talk about... I can talk about Citizens United. You want to talk about Citizens United? What's wrong with Citizens United,
I don't
dude?
remember all the details.
Oh, let's do it. No, actually, I want to talk about Citizens United.
Yeah,
What's wrong with Citizens United?
What do you mean what's wrong with it? I don't...
You don't think there's anything wrong with it?
I don't have a fully formed opinion on it. I did like a fucking school project on it, dude. I would have to go... Citizens United was... Wait, did Buckley v. Vallejo, was that the one allowing independent expenditures?
No. Buckley v. Vallejo basically said money equals speech.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Restrictions on individual contributions to political campaigns and candidates did not violate the First Amendment. Second, the court found that government
money equals speech. No, you said it right there.
That's the independent expenditures one. Holy shit! No, you're dumb. This is the independent expenditure one. I was right. The court found that government restriction of independent expenditures in campaign, limitation on expenditures by candidates from their own personal or family resources, and a limitation of total campaign expenditures did violate the First Amendment.
That you're talking about Buckley v. Vallejo.
Yes, independent expenditures.
That you can donate. Hold on, you can donate to fucking elections, brother. You understand that, right? That money equals speech.
So you can't work with the political campaign, right?
You can. That's fine, dude. That's fine. But we were
Wait,
talking
hold on.
about
The main
PACs.
expenditure
How do
in
PACs
elections in the
work?
United States is a political communication that expressly advocates for the election or defeat of a clearly identified candidate. That is not made in cooperation or in consolidation or concert with
You're
the
okay.
request or suggestion
You
of
know
a
how that
candidate.
works? You know how that works? You know how that works? You have a
What?
candidate run. You have a PAC come in and say, "We're going to support you, and we're going to put whatever money you need for that." You don't work. You don't work with the campaign, but you run ads. I told you. Most
Yeah.
voters tend to be people who watch
Like, you
fucking TV,
didn't say
especially in the
anything for it,
70s.
but yeah.
I said this, dude. Yes.
Yeah,
And
okay, you
this
saying it's not
swayed-
like it true, but okay. I'm just saying you didn't cite anything for that. Like that, but okay. Yes, most voters watch TV.
Okay, that's fine. Okay,
well,
but
actually,
do you know,
your initial
that,
claim was
wait,
that
wait,
TV ads are
okay.
the most influential thing, but okay.
They are.
Okay.
Regardless, there's money in politics, right?
Are you asking me if there is money in politics? I'm sure there is some level of money in politics.
Which happened under Buckley v. Vallejo, which is money equals speech. Why are you? Why? What are you hoping, dude?
I mean the fact that like I literally said, was this the independent expenditure one? And then you said no, and then I looked it up, and it was the independent expenditure one. Kind of makes me think you don't have a great understanding of this.
Non-front is trying to tell you that you can spend whatever. No, actually, that was Citizens United. You could spend money on a candidate running in an election where their vote is swayed by. Now we have determined that the candidate with the most money tends to win the race, right? Tends to win the race, right?
Wait, can you unmute him? Because he's just gonna keep talking.
Wait, can you tell me? That's fine. The candidate with the most money tends to win the race, right?
I'll answer that if you unmute him.
I'm not gonna unmute him because I know what you guys are trying to do. Can you answer the question? Can you answer the
if
question?
you unmute him.
The guy with the most money tends to win the race, right? By super PAC or individual donations. You're trying to distinguish between an individual. You're trying to distinguish that there's a difference between independent expenditures, which is super PAC, or individual donations. You're trying to distinguish that, which it doesn't exist. When we count how much people win races, it tends to be the person with the most money, period. Right?
I don't even think you know what you're quoting for that, but it was the top spenders. I don't know exactly how they define that.
Jamal Bowman.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
Yep.
Hold on. I'm
Jamal
going to give you an
Bowman,
example.
okay.
No, I'm going to give you an example.
No, wait, that's not what
Jamal
I'm asking.
Bowman. That's what you're saying.
No, I don't know the thing that you're quoting, which you didn't know what
I
you were
know you
quoting,
don't
so I had to
know.
look it up. I don't
The
know if they
person
count
with the
independent
most money wins the
expenditures.
race. Independent expenditures means PAC.
I don't know what I don't know. Do you know that? Do you know what they're counting? I don't know if you know what they're counting.
Wait. You do know that. You don't know that the PACs cannot coordinate with the fucking candidate, right?
Yes, I'm aware.
Which is in
yes.
Yes.
But I don't know what they're including.
What are you, brother? Are you coping this fucking hard, man? I am actually gonna have to go into taxes, bro, because I feel like I'm gonna wreck your ass tomorrow. I honestly do. I didn't make any fucking sense, but by your looks of how you fucking, apparently you don't know shit about American politics, dude.
Yeah, because in your world, American politics is simple, and money and capitalism are evil, and so we're automatically
I
an
didn't say
oligarchy.
capitalism is evil, but I didn't say that. I knew the Supreme Court ruling. I know when it started. I know where we turned to oligarchy. When we turned to an oligarchy. Buckley v. Vallejo.
What? Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, if you knew the Supreme Court ruling, then why did I ask? Is that the independent expenditure one? Why didn't you say yeah?
Oh, you're gonna tear it back.
What? Well, I'm just
You
saying,
don't
like,
got anything to say?
It didn't seem like I literally. You said it wasn't the independent expenditure thing.
Are you gonna say anything about it, dude? Like
Anything
actual
about
something,
what?
like of substance?
Anything about what?
Money equals speech, and nobody can tell you how to spend your money. The reason Buckley
Holy
v.
shit.
Vallejo ruled that way. Hold on. The reason Buckley
Because
v.
of the First
Vallejo
Amendment.
ruled this way The reason Buckley v. Vallejo ruled this way is because imagine if I create an ad, right? If I create an ad that says Hillary Clinton is a fucking bitch and I spend money on it, nobody can tell me what to do with it. Now, corporations being corporations or capitalists being capitalists, how the Supreme Court ruling was, how it effectively worked was that they created PACs. And when they created PACs, whatever race they needed to win to influence that politician, politicians advocate for how they can win their race. This is how it is, dude. Right? And if they have PAC money, and say it with me, non-front, because I'm trying to pin you down. The person with the most money, the person with the most money tends to what?
We've already gone through this, dude.
And
You
to
have
win the
no way
race.
to prove. I've already said 5 times you have no way to prove it's causal. And 2, I've already said I don't even know what money it's counting.
93%.
Oh, you said 95% at first, and then I looked it up.
93.
Yeah.
You're coping hard. You know what?
Well, I'm
I
just
think
saying
you're
it's
gonna
weird.
continue to cope.
It's weird that like you
I think
don't
you're
even
gonna-
like
how
know
about
what you're
this? How about
quoting.
this?
Like
How
you're just
about-
quoting
now,
this random.
now I do have to do my research on fucking taxes, dude. I didn't think it was gonna be this copial. So
Yeah,
now I
it's
am gonna do my research. I'll see you tomorrow. How about I see you tomorrow?
Wait.
We'll do it
I'm
tomorrow.
just-
We'll do it in Boss's stream.
Wait, do you
We'll do
know?
it in
Is
Boss's
it
stream.
counting PAC money or not? It could be. I don't know.
It 93% of the time, the person with the most money. I try to use an example on Jamal Bowman, brother. Jamal Bowman, who you said maybe it's an incumbent,
Wait,
which is a
also,
talking.
this
fucking-
directly
hold on.
contradicts your point
I'm giving
earlier.
you an example.
Okay, wait.
No,
say
I'm
it,
giving
say
you
it.
an
No,
example.
Yes, say it,
I'm giving you an
please.
example.
Continue. Yes, say it.
Yeah,
Yes.
I didn't make the incumbent point. That's a Destiny talking point. That most incumbents
Okay, dude.
wins the races. That's true, but that's not looking at the actual studies that point that incumbent or not, the candidate with the most money, 93% of the time wins the race.
Okay.
And Jamal Bowman, hold on. Jamal Bowman actually outraised when it comes to small dollar in donations against his opponent. And you know where they got him? In the super PAC money. They spent $17 million, and they broke the record. Spent $17 million, and look at that, dude.
Okay.
They added to the 90-something% of how people win their races, which is
saying
the
this.
most money.
But he was already pulling better before a PAC spent any money. Before any PAC
Can
spent.
you like just? Is there anything you're gonna say that isn't bullshit? I can use the fucking Cory Bush
Do you want to
argument,
look
dude.
it up? He was polling better than the other candidate before.
You do know that they redistricted.
You're gonna mention the
their fucking
redistricting
district, right?
again, but that
Yeah,
undermines your
which
point
it
about the
happened.
PAC thing.
The studies that we were talking about show
Holy shit,
how
dude.
much money is spent. Period.
Yep.
I don't even have to concede any points to you.
What?
The study that we looked about when it comes to money says how much
Wait,
money
the
is
study that
spent.
I looked up.
Period.
To be clear, you didn't know.
Okay, so you are coping. Okay, that's fine. I could see that you were starting to cope. Anyway, now I have to look at taxes actually, dude, because
Yeah,
I
okay,
didn't
dude.
think it was gonna be this bad. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wait,
Have a good night.
wait, hold on. No, wait. Oh my god, idiot. Okay. God damn it. Dude, what's funny, earlier in the debate, he literally said... Fucking hell. Earlier in the debate, he literally said, oh, PACs only spend money on, Or it's like, how do you know PACs just don't spend money on the incumbent candidate? And he was like, well, they don't have to. If you look at the same source that he was citing for the same source he was citing for the thing, it says PACs have an overriding mandate, get the most bang for the buck to maximize their dollars neatly. All PACs, particularly those of business groups, give the overwhelming majority of their proportion of their campaign dollars to incumbents.
Yeah, what's up?
Oh,
Look, you have to be more forceful. But like he's absolutely retarded. But like you have to be more forceful. because like, look, like you have to be retarded. The person with the more articles written on them wins most of the time. Do you think that's causal? Do you think that's why they win? No,
Yeah, I
they
know,
get
yeah.
more articles because they're gonna win. Like that's over. That's so like a 5-year-old could think of that.
Yeah, no.
Right? That's like
Dude,
very simple.
it's insane to me that he keeps like
But you
quoting
have
these
to be more
studies
forceful.
that
You're,
he
like, too
obviously
nice.
hasn't read. Like his, I don't know
No,
if
he
you were
doesn't
listening to
read.
my
He doesn't
stream.
read. That's why I'm like. That's why I'm like. Oh, you want to cite studies? Can you read studies? And he's gonna be like, yeah, I can read English. And then it's like, okay, what's an R squared? What's a regression? And then they can't explain it, and then they think you're like doing debate bro stuff. That's like how it usually goes, right? Look, I don't know who was that person. Were they like a Menard type?
They're more chill than Minar, but kind of, yeah.
Maybe.
His
Yeah, I guess. But I don't know.
he's
I was just
PPG's
I was
brother.
just gonna tell you, like, you said we were not talking about time prices. We're talking about real wages. Just remember, time prices are reciprocals of real wages.
Of real
At
wages,
least
yeah.
Yeah. So that's like, look, you could do it yourself. You could just look at nominal compensation divided by like PCE or CPI if you want, and you'll see it like increasing. You will just see it increasing.
Yeah.
But these people don't know anything. I mean,
Yeah, I don't
look,
even. I don't know. I don't think
you
you were
have
watching.
to be able to like explain to them very like, okay, you cited something, we agree. Like, look, it'll be like this. Not fun. Imagine you're like gonna cite me the study. Pretend like you're the one who cites that study. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, the U.S. is totally an oligarchy, bro. Okay, and it's like, okay, let's think about this. We agree bad studies are published all the time, right? Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
how
that
would
happens.
we know if the study is bad? Well, I guess we'd have to read it. Yeah, let's read it. Okay, let's look at the table. The only table in that study. Oh, the R squared is 0.07. Oh, that's like really bad. Here's an image that shows you how really bad that is. Okay, well, how else would we maybe think of this? Okay, let's maybe, what are some oligarchies you can think of that are not the United States? Then, if they're retarded, they'll say something like, I don't know, Germany or France. But if they're not retarded, they'll say something like, Russia, Kazakhstan, like, countries that
Yeah.
are actual oligarchies or dictatorships. And then, let's maybe look up, the democracy index of these various countries. We can do that, right?
Oh,
And
but
then,
they don't trust any
the U.S.
indexes,
beats
bro.
them out the park. Oh, the U.S. blows them out the fucking park. Oh, interesting. Well, maybe maybe you're just wrong. Then like, okay, let's look at your study. Here are more debunks of it. And then if they're sophisticated, there's like a response these the publishers of the study responded with, but it's a really bad response. Here's a really good talking point that is mentioned in the other study that responds to the Princeton one, the 2014 one. I think their name Gilles and Page. I think that's the names of the authors. So one of the point, because the R squared is so low, you could just like switch the coefficients, and the R squared doesn't change that much. Like you could just like flip the, like they say, oh my god, business interests matter a lot more. But if you just flip the measurements, like you could be like, it's very close result. So that's just really funny. And then the authors responded to the point that like these coefficients are not the result of random chance, because they like repeated the study with like random sections of the data or whatnot, and they got the same result. Like, okay, maybe your results are stable, but it doesn't mean they're like explanatory, right? Like the R squared is still 0.07. You're never gonna get it above 0.07. Like, okay, maybe you can get it to 0.09 or something, but yeah, it's just trash.
I think I think this was before you joined, but he mentioned the PAC candidate wins 95% of the times, and I was like, well, you have no way to prove that's causal. Like, how do you know PACs aren't just like donating to the candidate, to the incumbent that's likely going to win? Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah.
he was like,
let me guess. He responded with,
remembered.
Look, my brother, this is so much scope. My brother, you don't know anything about politics. You don't know anything. That's how they.
He didn't quite go there yet. What he said was like, PACs only spend money in a contested primary. They never give money to the incumbent. I was like, I don't really believe that.
No.
But later, I looked up the source that says that has this 95% number. Literally, they say to maximize their dollars, nearly all PACs gives the overwhelming proportion of their campaign dollars to incumbents. So like,
yes,
directly,
of course they will.
I know.
That's so obvious. Like a 5-year-old can think of that. It's like, yeah, it's like me telling you, by the way, dude, the athlete with the most articles written on them is the one who wins the race most of the time. It's like, oh my god, the media chooses the winner. No, retard. It's because they're gonna win more. It's like you're retarded.
Yeah.
You're absolutely retarded. But
We have our wealth tax debate tomorrow.
Here's another
I'm
thing
sure.
you can push people on. Wait, here's another thing you can push people on. It's like, okay, let's say you got the Zio money and whatever. How does that like magically like turn like change millions of votes? It's not. It's like that's not. This is such a bad explanation. Like, yeah, you can change some people's minds with like ads and whatnot, right? Or with people who watch TV, but just like, do you really think like elections are just like, oh, you spend more money, you win? No, it's not. That's like part of it, but like, part of it is being popular and getting the PAC money for like, lobbying or like to represent interests. That's the main function of tax. It's not to like make you magically win. I mean, of course, there's an aspect to it. That's why money is important. But yeah, I don't know. Another thing, if they're not absolutely retarded, which that person was, you can maybe like defend conceptually the idea of lobbying, but then like a lot of people's brains get fried. I don't like the way campaigns are financed, right? But like, I don't know, when people talk about money in politics, like lobbying, there's not much good evidence that lobbying is that decisive, right?
Yeah.
Companies mainly do it to reduce risk, not to like increase returns. I mean, there are meta-analyses on that. It's just so these people are so bad they never read a study in their life. Don't let them gaslight you. Don't let anyone who says, "Oh, I read here's a study. I sent you studies," and then it's like they sent the 2014 studies and like 2 articles that are talking about the same studies. Like that, don't. You need to push back against that. Don't let them run over you. No, that's silly. That's stupid. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah. I'm debating him.
No,
on
but
12
why
taxes
were you talking
tomorrow.
about Cato? Where are you people talking about Cato?
I-
Does he deny that real wages have increased? You don't need Cato for that.
He I forget exactly how it came up, but I think he was like literally like wages have been totally stagnant since since the 70s or whatever.
Let me guess. EPI.
Yeah, I know. I was like, yeah, but he doesn't know what I guarantee you, if I asked him what CPI was, he has zero clue what CPI
No,
is.
yeah. So the way you treat these people, really, I'm serious. Either like they're bad faiths, so you can like abuse them, or you just like, hey, okay, can you explain to me what real versus nominal is? Do you know what median and mean is? Do you know like what I don't know something? And if they say no, don't make fun of them. Just say like, okay, I'll explain it to you. But you need to understand it before you read stuff, right? You need to understand the terms of what you're reading.
Yeah.
So, right, like you don't want to sign a contract without knowing what like, a bunch of stuff was. Right?
Dude,
I would never.
I literally tried to explain to him what median was, because I was like, like if Jeff Bezos walks into a room full of broke people, like the median income is still low, like, and I literally like typed it out for him, like, you have a room with like 5 people in it, broke. The median person is broke. Jeff Bezos, the median person is still broke.
No way, that's a strong. No. You said Bill Gates. You didn't say Jeff Bezos.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah. Well, I did just copy the Matt Darling tweet because I didn't feel like actually typing it all out. But,
yeah, whatever. Yeah. You don't need to put effort into that. Look, just ask them. Can you act like ChatGPT this? Do you want ChatGPT to settle this? Like it's so basic that like you can trust ChatGPT to get the right answer. Explain to me what median versus mean is, and give me examples. Like it will probably give you that example, right? Yeah. It's just so obvious. These people are dumb. Look, I mean.
What do you mean it's
crazy, and then
Isaac?
like so much economic misinfo. It's like, oh well, corporations are buying all the stuff, and then it's like, we talked about this. It's like, how can real wages increase if a gorillion % of Americans are paycheck to? Wait, I forgot.
Yeah, paycheck. If they're all paycheck to paycheck, dude, he was.
To paycheck, paycheck to paycheck, I forgot.
Yeah. Oh my God, he was arguing. He said the majority of the American workforce is impoverished, and I was like, dude, there's zero shot that's true. Like, literally.
No, that's true.
Oh yeah, we already heard him. Forgot about that.
Like, it's a gazillion % of workers.
I know, and like I asked him for data on it, and he was like, okay, well this study says 5% is impoverished and 30% are low wages, so that's like 35% that are impoverished. And I was like, what? You're adding the low wage to the impoverished number. You told like it was dumb. Like.
Yeah, wait, what did he do? How did he calculate that? Or what?
So the study he was citing, I don't think he ever actually linked it, so maybe he just couldn't read it correctly or something. But it had the, like, 5% of the workforce is impoverished. And then it said another 30% are low-wage workers.
Okay.
And he was like, so that means 35% of them are impoverished. And I was like,
oh yeah, that's what it means.
Like, why are you adding those two? It has the impoverished number right there. You don't add the not impoverished.
Just say like impoverished or like poor. Just say that, and then like or like
I know,
I'm sorry,
like,
impoverished or like low wage. Right?
Yeah, I mean, even that he was wrong because like it said 35% compared to him. He said it was he said it was the majority.
50,
he initially
yeah.
said it was 60%, but he moved down to just the majority. But
it's so obviously false. And even then, okay, if that's your metric, compare that to other countries. You don't get to make up your own metric with a high number and not compare it to other countries. You don't get to do that. But yeah, what's up, anti-pronoun warrior Warren McCummon?
Oh, this guy here again.
Yo, what's up? Is it the gay people guy?
No, I don't think he commented on that stuff. He just
Yeah, well, did you see Destiny's debate with Rob Noor?
I watched a little bit of it while I was
You should watch. It's so
like,
funny.
setting up.
Rob like absolutely got obliviated.
Yeah, he didn't seem to be doing super what I did.
Yeah.
Anytime J6 is mentioned, it immediately goes to Black Lives Matter, and it's so
Absolutely.
So cool,
No. I mean, Rob is like more good. I think he lies a lot, but he's like at least nice, right? So he wasn't immediately going to Black Lives Matter or whatnot, but he was like legit defending the idea that like under Destiny's definition or like under the operative Supreme Court or like historical definition, a large gathering of people protesting something would just be an insurrection.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like it's intimidation by numbers. Like you're retarded. That's not what intimidation by numbers is. Intimidating is like threatening force. It's not, or like showing force in a way that you will use it, not just like being there and like maybe having the risk. That's like not what we're talking. I don't know. On the Bowman point, Bowman was just like losing in polls. I'm sorry, get over it. Your candidate lost. It happens sometimes. It's not always like Jewish money. I'm sorry, you just lost. You're unpopular in your own district. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
And Cori Bush lost her primary too.
Yeah,
which
and
makes sense
Nana
'cause she
Turner
was-
and with progressives can never lose because they're unpopular. Wait, what?
She is an anti-Semitic.
Who? Cori Bush?
Cori Bush.
Maybe. But yeah, I don't know.
Cori
Like,
Bush is
these
anti-Semitic.
people cannot conceive of like the idea that like, oh, your candidate lost because
know.
you're
Dude,
unpopular.
She
It's
wasn't
just
even
like you're
good for like a progressive candidate. I think she literally missed the most votes in Congress out of like every single candidate. Like she's just not good at all. She voted against sanctions on Russia. Like she's like
Oh, I didn't even know there were any people who voted against that. What the fuck?
I know.
Oh, because we don't want to hurt the people of Russia. You're retarded.
Yeah,
you are
it's
retarded. But I swear to God, these people are always pro BDS. Somehow that works.
yeah.
If you like hate Israel, I'm pro BDS. Yeah, fucking.
I hope
Take whatever
Ilhan
the
Omar
fuck you
will lost the primaries.
What?
Ilhan Omar,
Ilhan
Congresswoman.
Omar? No, she's still in Congress.
She is a ridiculous anti-Semitic.
I think she is a bit anti-Semitic, yeah, but I don't think
She's
like,
a ridiculous pro-Palestine.
I know. I pretty much agree. Look, I don't think.
I'm not a Democrat.
I don't
but
think she's like a Nazi. or
She's the
anything
most
like on that
delusional
level.
Democrat I have ever seen. After
I think she is the Lulu. But I don't think she's like frauding at the mouth like when she sees Jews. I think she just really hates Israel and has like a lot of anti-Semitic tropes in her mind.
She hates Jews.
I don't think that. Bro,
I thought
She labeled
I was
Jews
talking
as
to someone today. I was
racist
talking
people.
to I was talking to someone today who said that because Walt had a selfie where he was smiling with Ilhan Omar.
Oh
right?
yeah.
that like shows you like what he's willing to tolerate, and so like because he's Israeli, he will like place a lot more importance on Israel, and so if he was an American citizen, he will vote for Trump, but like over Harris because like they're less of an existential risk to Israel. It's like you're retarded. You're retarded. This is what I have to deal with. This is like on the level with the guy we were just talking to. Not you, Warren, the other guy. But yeah, it's bad out there. A lot of broken minds, a lot of broken brains. But yeah, like I don't particularly like Cato. Were you even citing Cato at all?
I think I quoted him once for some real wage thing, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, you can just look it up. You can just like look up real wages because, yeah, I mean, Cato breaks people's brains. Like, I don't particularly like Cato. I think they have a lot of good data. I think they're pretty reliable, but they're like obviously consistently libertarian. That's not.
Oh wait, I didn't even quote them for real wage. The thing I quoted them for, I remember now, was he was talking about how the middle class was shrinking, and I said, well, a lot of that growth has gone to upper classes, right? Like, it's not all just people becoming poor. And I think I quoted one of the Cato things for that, and his mind fucking broke.
Yeah. Do you know about the talking point that like the war on poverty didn't reduce poverty? You know.
No, not really.
You need to know that if you're going to debate conservatives. There's this talking point where, like, you know, the war on poverty didn't reduce at all the official poverty measure, okay? And you're like, whoa, that's true. You don't see any change, right? But put aside the fact that that's not how you do causal inference, whatever. You can do some causal inference with it, but it's not good. That's just not true because the official poverty metric doesn't include like cash transfers or like, you know, it doesn't include the welfare people receive in their income.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, if you ignore what the war on poverty did, the war on poverty had no effect. Yeah, that's a revolutionary statement. But like, you can look at other studies.
Yeah.
This is a talking point that needs to die. So here, let me just send you this study. This is just someday you'll confront that talking point. You'll see like some Ben Shapiro type say it, and then you know.
Dude, there's this guy in the boss's server who his name is Panda. He's like the only conservative I've ever debated there because most of the people there it's like towards politics, so it's like really left leaning.
Okay.
I debated him once on abortion, and I beat him pretty easily.
Oh wait, just saying. So if someone cites the official poverty measure, use tell them that and cite the supplemental poverty measure.
Okay.
Includes like, and then you see a decline. So yeah, it's just like such a dumb talking point. I saw when I like was 16 or something, I saw Ben Shapiro make it a lot. And I was like, whoa, that's true. The graphs don't change. I was like, okay, yeah, that's dumb. But yeah, welfare works. It's good.
I gotta find this guy's message. I don't actually know why he hates me. His stated reason is that he thinks I'm 14 years old.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Wow.
I followed up my ID. I don't know what more he wants to see. Like, I've literally
posted your ID.
I mean, I held it up to the camera once with like with stuff censored on it. Like I did it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but that's like that's over the top. Just be like, no, I'm not. That's all you need. You don't need to give these people any proof. Like they didn't prove they're above 18, right? Like, fuck that.
Yeah, but like
even if you're 14, let's say you were 5, does that make what you say false? No. So
I know. I challenged him to like a debate on Bidenomics, and then he declined and just blocked me. Like he blocked me. It won't talk to me anymore. God fucking it. This game sucks. Hold on. And then he said, Nonfun is the most retarded person in this server. Doesn't have his own thoughts. Just regurgitates other far left podcasters.
True. Yeah, let's say maybe you regurgitate like talking points. That's maybe because they're true. Like my problem with the misinfo about economic stuff is not like, well, my intrinsic problem is not that it's regurgitated. My problem is that it's false.
Yeah, well, like what's crazy is I spend basically all of my time on this server debating further left people. Like everyone else in the Towards Politics server is
conservatives are scared to debate. That's why like Trump is debate. Oh wait, no, he isn't. Yeah, because he's a pussy.
Yeah. And like he says that like my research streams aren't like the second video I sent is it's just an edit of one of my like reading streams.
There's no host.
Like he says that like you can't just go to my channel and like watch me read. Like
that's a funny meme. The second one is really funny. Men with no host. What are you? Yo, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's really funny. Look at that. Yo, I need one. That's so funny. That's so.
I don't even like.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I did.
That's big.
I don't have a clip army yet. It'll happen one day.
That's based. God, you know the image with the dolphins and whatnot, and it's like how it feels to do blah blah blah.
I don't think so.
Oh, it feel to here.
Oh, yeah. I know that's how it feels to spread misinformation. Yep, I've seen this before.
This is like how it feels to debunk misinformation as well. It feels really good. It's like, yeah. So, I don't know. Did you see Matt Darling was talking to someone and he was like explaining to them like, what was he? I think he was explaining the difference between median and mean. And someone actually like was like, oh, I'm wrong. Yeah, you were right. It's like, it's so rare. It's so rare. What a hero. What an absolute like warrior. Yeah. God.
Yeah,
I don't envy you, darling.
That dolphin means every time when someone says paycheck to paycheck, and I quote the median American net worth is 193,000. Like the median American is 8K in transaction accounts. Paycheck to paycheck's not a well-defined economic term. 54% of adults have 3 months of savings in savings account. Like,
Wait, can you send me? Do you have any stuff on it? I can just paste it in my Notion.
I have the sources because that's what Matt Darling tweets every time.
By the way, there are actually like some studies you can cite to support like the oligarchy hypothesis. Well, I'm not going to give it to this because there's like also equal and more evidence on the other side. But like I want to like, help people be misinformed. But yeah, like there are some studies from the Netherlands or whatnot that do show that they have some like oligarchy, but like that's also. I assume, like, if I look at the democracy index, it's not going to reflect that. But yeah, it's just so I don't know. Like they saw it in a Gravel incident video, and then like thought, oh, it's absolutely real. Here, what is this?
One of those is like adults who have 3 months of savings. The other one, I think, is the net worth. Somewhere.
Okay, so you say 45% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck? Whoa.
No, well, it's just obviously people say like 80% of people are living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah,
and it's like, well, at least these 54% aren't by any reasonable definition.
A bazillion %. No, it's like, again, if it's like a rich person who like earns, I don't know, 20K a month, right? And then like he spends 18K. Is he leaving paycheck to paycheck? I don't think so. In a way, but I don't care about that. That's not what I care about. I care about people in poverty, and that's decreasing.
Yeah.
What do you real wages have gone up?
What do you think of measuring poverty by consumption? I saw a little bit of stuff about that today.
I mean, you could. I think consumption is disposable income per capita is a pretty good measure of quality of life as well. Real wages, disposable income. Yeah. I mean, you also, some societies have like a lot of disposable income and whatnot, but they're really overworked, right? Like South Korea. So that's also something to think of. But yeah, I mean, there are many metrics. But I like most, disposable income measured by PPV. But like then maybe do some factoring of hours or keep that in mind of like hours worked. But yeah. Is there a lot of good? I don't think there's a lot of good data on hours worked. Like there's a World Bank stuff. There's the
I don't know.
data stuff.
All I remember is that one Economist article that showed it. Economist hours worked, productivity.
Bro, also, what the fuck? This guy. Oh, I just reminded that the other guy we were talking to. He said the most retarded thing. He said the U.S. doesn't do a lot of studies on this. What the? Do you think the government does this stuff? Are you retarded? Are you like absolutely like remedial like idiot? Are you? That's that shocked me. That statement shocked me. The U.S. doesn't do a lot of studies on this. Yo, that's wild. That's a wild statement.
Yeah, all
But bro, we don't want to debate U.S. politics with him. The U.S. politics understander is logged in.
Yeah, there's a graph of like the Economist put this out about
Oh
productivity.
yeah,
like,
that graph.
you can see-
Yeah. I know that. Yeah. There's a more recent one, I think. They have a 2024 or 2023 one. But yeah, Norway's at the top. Yeah, I know this one. South Korea, yeah.
Oh fuck! I was gonna mention something. Oh yeah, literally all I've seen this guy do is like react to TYT and Noam Chomsky. I've never seen him open an article.
Yeah, I mean these people don't read articles; they consume information from TYT. Even look, I read a lot of. I don't read like a lot of articles about what's going on, like with Trump or Kamala. But I just watch David Pakman and he does a good summary because he's rational. But like, no, I'm serious. But TYT is like absolute trash. The majority report is absolute trash. David Pakman is like gold tier. So it's like S tier content creator. Yeah, I mean, Luke Beasley, that guy's based and awesome. But yeah, I don't know. TYT is just dumb. It's so dumb. It's so stupid.
All right, okay, I gotta read through some of this stuff, and I have to
Oh
finish
yeah, it's
watching
like
the
5 a.m. for you guys, right? It's 5 a.m.
yeah, but my sleep schedule is still fucked. But
Hey, go to fucking sleep. I don't want to aid you in like ruining your sleeping schedule,
well, no, I've been going to bed at like 10 a.m.
bro.
You're free
what are
on
you doing?
Sunday or Friday?
Are you asking me?
I mean, I want to challenge you in a debate.
No, yeah, I've told you 3 times, dude.
Yeah. Sorry.
After the wealth tax
Yeah,
debate,
you have a
okay?
debate. You have an upcoming debate, and after that, you're free. Okay.
I told you. I'm gonna read the stuff. on
Wait,
wealth
how's the
taxes.
debate on wealth taxes gonna go? When is it?
It's tomorrow at 1 a.m.
Ooh,
Dude, I told that guy
1 a.m.
three.
So
I told that guy 3 times. I'll do it to him after I read the J6 report. I'll do it with him after I do that, but he won't. He just keeps asking. Like, okay, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, I have that guy we were just talking to. I have a wealth tax debate with him.
Oh, the guy you just talked.
Both of us were. The yelling guy, the remedial.
Yeah. Okay.
The
Good
American
luck,
politics
dude. Good luck.
understander. Yeah,
Good
we'll
luck.
see.
He's gonna cite like he's gonna cite like articles or
Oh,
something.
he told me he'll do reading into it, but I
Wait, do you share your sources beforehand?
No.
You should do that if you're gonna debate literature with people.
I mean, he's not gonna check any of it out. That's not like I mean, I could do it. I don't.
No. You should check his out. Of course, he's not gonna read anything because he's illiterate. I'm saying you should read his stuff so you know. Like that's just standard when you debate literature stuff. You share the thing you're basing it on.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that should be. I could tell the boss about that and say if I'm
By the
debating
way,
anyone on
here,
literature, you have to share.
Iran was gonna attack us. I don't know if you followed it. Iran was gonna attack us. I was gearing
I saw
up.
there were some Hezbollah missile fires in the north, but Iran never actually attacked yet.
Nothing. Remember, nothing ever happens. Okay.
Yeah,
but
nothing ever happens.
So here,
this
is an image I
stocking
took.
up on Monster Energy.
Yeah, you gotta be ready. You gotta be ready to any scenario. Wait, let me show you something. Give me a second. Watch. Wait, give me a second. Okay. Watch this, okay? Absolutely.
hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's right. We love Monster.
Hell yeah, brother.
Very healthy. And
I got my Monster. I drink at least one a day.
But no,
Well, sometimes I don't have
that image, like it is real, but it's like the image, like the image of the what do you call it? Cart full of Monster Energy. That's not, like I saw it in the grocery store, and I was like
Oh.
I guess they were like restocking on Monster, and I was like, oh, I can make a funny image. But yeah, no, I did actually buy Gorillion Monsters. But the cans are real, though. The cans are real. I have more in my university dormitory. But yeah. Yeah. Dude,
I was
Minecraft
watching
is my... Yeah, go ahead.
I was I keep like reading more about like economic stuff, and like recently I've been reading and watching some things from Gregory Mankiw, who I don't know if you know him. He wrote like he wrote some famous economics textbooks that like we use, and the more I like read from him, the more I'm like, my old economics teacher just got like everything from him. Like there's this thing like he kept talking about. He's like, you know what I've always thought. I think that students should just give up a percent of their yearly income to someone instead of getting a student loan. You know, like you should just you should be able to sell like equity in yourself. And like I was watching
what's his name? What's his name? Gregory what? Gregory
Gregory Mankiw, Mankiw.
Okay, yeah, and Gregory Mankiw.
I was watching like a debate with him, and then he said that exact thing, and I was like, oh, he literally just...
Oh. Word for word, bar for bar.
I know, yeah.
I do that with Krugman. I want to read Pop Internationalism. That book's supposed to be really good.
What book?
Pop Internationalism by Krugman.
I've never heard of it.
It's supposed to be a really good book, debunking a lot of the people who are like, trade is super exploitative and bad and horrible.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Oh, we were talking about a little bit
I
about...
might read it fucking today. I might read it today. I have free time.
Me and
By the way,
me and the guy were talking
do
a
you
little
use
bit...
library or whatnot? Do you ever pirate? I don't know to what extent you pirate.
Oh yeah, I never do anything. Yeah, I never...
Yeah, okay, good. Because that's immoral, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't,
Yeah.
Everything on my Kindle I got legitimately. It's all...
Yeah, yeah. You know,
Otherwise, how would it be
you know,
out
the
there
time
without-
price to get books is like zero for me, but I'm not going to elaborate. I'm not going to elaborate on that. That means the real wages are infinite. That's true. My book, real wages infinite. That's all I'll say.
I've I was talking about NAFTA a little bit with that guy too, with Bimmy, the guy we were talking to. He I don't remember what we were on about with it. He did keep saying it was like exploitative or whatever. And like offshoring was all bad, and the Mexican workers. He also mentioned he mentioned this, which I hadn't heard before. I think he was like half right about it. He was like, oh, a bunch of Indonesian workers came into work for the chips factory, and they were working for $2 a day. He was like, he was like, they're working for red states where the minimum wage is $2, and I was like, the federal minimum wage is $7.25, and he was like, yeah, but for tipped employees. I was like, do you think chip manufacturers are tipped employees?
Tipped employees. Yo, that's hilarious.
I gotta
That's
make sure to
hilarious.
tip
I mean,
my
do these
GPU
people
maker.
look, I mean, I think to some extent, I think you should not waste your time on economically literate people and just debate like Trump on Trump, like debate Trump supporters, right? But yeah, that's really funny. Trump wants no tax on tips. That's like the
I know,
retarded
yeah.
idea.
And he
Absolutely retarded.
What do you mean? It's a great benefit for the workers, man. No tax on tips.
Yeah, yeah. The moment you see that happen, somehow like tips become like $1 million. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how that happens. The Trump economy, I guess. Why is there no good PDF of Pop Internationalism? The fuck. Maybe in the book. Wait, let me try Anna's archive. Like, of course, I'm just never gonna use it because it's illegal. But you know, let me just check it. Pop Internationalism. Paul Krugman. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Good PDF. fuck? Bro, do you use Anna's archive?
I do, yeah.
Do you have to wait until you can download something?
For some of them, yeah. Some of them have a wait list. Yeah, I think it says if you go to like the main page, it has the fast downloads, which you have to donate for, and then it has like the slow downloads. And some of them you either have a wait list or it's just incredibly slow.
They're just slow. Yeah.
Usually, I just wait like 600 seconds or whatever, and then like.
But if I miss it, it restarts. If I miss it, it restarts.
Does it? It should.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Do you think it's slow by design or what?
Well, I think they probably want people to donate, and they're probably.
Yeah. They do have a donation goal. Any good things to read? You have any recommendations?
I haven't been reading books lately. I've been reading.
I want to read a lot about like trade and whatnot. Just like to fully flesh out the talking points about like trade is horrible, trade is super bad, trade is like super evil.
Yeah, have you heard of the book Bad Samaritans?
Nope.
Oh, this is a book by I don't know how to pronounce his name. Hajoon Chang. He's like a Korean economist.
Okay.
He talks about
the guy
like,
who was like 23 myths on capitalism thing.
Yeah. He wrote that book too.
He's dumb. He's dumb.
I read this book when I was like more.
Isn't he on that like isn't he on the train of like, oh, trade is horrible? He's like one of the big ones.
He's not that bad. Like I think most of the stuff in the actual book is like relatively
Had Kami
decent.
inside me his papers, which you can debunk. It's like
it's like because he'll mention like, oh, the U.S. and Britain like employed like industrial spies
protectionism in
like,
the beginning. Yeah.
Yeah.
But who cares? Who cares? Yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, who cares? Oh,
Well,
historically that happened. That must have been good.
He'll argue, his argument is that that's how they built up like their infant industries, right? And then they protected their export base, and then they went from there. I think that's the argument. Is basically half the book is basically just infant industries. And yeah.
No, I mean, but like, yeah, maybe that's how they did it. It doesn't mean they could not have done better.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, he has a chapter on state ownership as well.
Yeah. I mean, state ownership can be okay, but it depends
Hello,
on what
dude.
state ownership.
You
is
stream
like.
pretty cool content. That's why I follow you. I love to make friends. To be
Let's
a
go.
long-time fan. If you wish kindly,
Let's go.
chat with me on Discord.
Let's go. Let's go.
Listen,
you
at least they're not promoting
friendly
their...
reaching out. That's big.
They're not promoting their fucking graphic design or whatever.
But I don't have your stream open. Give me a second.
Well, the chat message got it was in Kick because
Okay.
I gotta add this person to Discord. Better accept it. They want to be a longtime fan.
Okay, the Pop Internationalism PDF just appeared on my computer. I don't know how that happened. Legally. But yeah.
I'm just friends with Paul Krugman. He just gives me.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sure.
You know how the hackers put child porn on Paul Krugman's computer? Paul Krugman is
Yeah,
puts
they
his books on.
did. Yes, they did. They did. Shut up. Fuck, I forgot about
that
it.
happens
Yeah,
with me, but just like Paul Krugman's books, like.
Yeah, that's right. That's so funny. Yeah. No. I was talking to this ANCAP guy. He's actually really reasonable. He's like really nice. I was meeting up with him in real life, and we were talking, and what I mentioned like the Krugman fax machine quote, and we started laughing about that. And I told him like my strategy on how to do Krugman apology. Okay, there's like, wait, can you look up something right now? Look up kettle logic, like a kettle, the thing you put tea in, right?
Yeah.
Kettle logic. Okay,
Kettle
look
logic.
that up.
Rhetorical device where one uses multiple arguments to defend a point, but the arguments are inconsistent with each other.
It's based. It's so based. Yeah. So it's like the story goes like this. Okay. Someone borrows. Well, let me actually. Kettle logic. Let me have it in front of me. Logic.
Yeah, he had returned the kettle undamaged, that it was already damaged when he borrowed it, that he never borrowed it in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah. And I hate continental philosophy. It's actual garbage. But like that's a funny idea Derrida I think coined. Yeah, use the expression too. But it's from Freud and whatnot. Whatever. That's funny. That's like you can do that in like lawsuits or something. I don't know. I don't know if it's allowed in like the court room, but it should be. But either way, so that's how I do Krugman apology. Okay, someone says like the fax machine quote, and I say like three things. One, he didn't say that. He didn't seriously say that. He never meant it. Okay, that's the first apology strategy. The second apology strategy that I do simultaneously is that look, he was right. He meant it and he was right. Okay. And the third thing is like he meant it and he was wrong, but that's irrelevant. Okay. The broader talking point is correct. Or something like that. Okay. So all three of them are correct. Okay. He was right. He never meant it, and it doesn't matter that he was wrong. Okay. So yeah. And that became like a meme between the two of us. But yeah, look, I'm a professional Krugman apologist. Okay. But yeah, he's based. He's based.
I think I need to.
This is how Rob Noor does debates, by the way. But yeah, bro, he was literally citing it that Destiny was like, Destiny was saying it's obvious that it was an insurrection. You cited like the Colorado Supreme Court decided it, the Maine Supreme Court decided it, the New Mexico Supreme Court or lower courts barred someone from office because of he was an insurrectionist. Yep. The Supreme Court upheld it, right? Like the Mexico Supreme Court upheld it, and then Rob was citing the fact that that person was appealing to the United States Supreme Court. But he didn't cite the fact that the Supreme Court dismissed his case. So, like, what? Why are you citing his appeal? You're retarded. You're evil. But yeah, Destiny should not have made fun of him more for that. He didn't, which sucks. But yeah, I don't like Rob. He's nice, but he's really like malicious. I don't know how that's reconcilable. But
welcome to the stream, Big Tuna Beluga. Wait, you never answered my question. Do you think Biden was mentally unfit for office?
I don't think. No, I'm joking. I know you're not talking to me.
I don't think he's gonna answer.
Whoa.
Hell yeah, Biden's mentally unfit. Oh, so he should have stepped down? He's a puppet. Oh, okay, so
wait,
he should
that
have
person
stepped
was
down?
against Biden stepping down, or what?
I don't know. It's just one of the dumb talking points. Like Democrats say they care about democracy, but then all of a sudden, the donors made him step down.
Give me a break. Yeah, it was a coup. It was the Pelosi coup, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Yeah, cry about it.
I've never said coups can't be justified, but like, you know.
That's right. That's right. What do you think the Revolutionary War was? Yeah, you probably support that. Yeah.
I mean, it can be justified. An insurrection can be justified. Just know, like, that's what you're, like, just say that then. Then own it. Say that's what it was. Biden didn't want to drop out just a week before. True. I don't think any candidate, like, ever, like, even, like, in primaries that they were definitely losing would be like, you know, maybe if Super Tuesday doesn't go well, then maybe I'll step down. Like, that's just not how messaging works. Like, no candidate, like, ever does this. You always say, like, you're staying in the race till the end no matter what. Like, yeah.
So you like a coup?
Obviously, bro. Like just coup? Not against Biden. Unless it's Hunter Biden taking over. Okay.
That's right. I'm so upset she picked Waltz as VP. My candidate was Carter. She should have picked Jimmy Carter.
I know you, Jimmy Carter. Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you think of Waltz as VP? I like it. I think it was the good decision. When she chose it, I thought Shapiro would be a better choice, but now I think the energy momentum probably justifies it.
Listen, I didn't watch the full thing, but like I clicked on like a Piers Morgan panel and I saw Cenk with a big happy smile. Okay, that man was so happy that Waltz was VP. So I think it'll
Really,
probably.
he was saying Josh Shapiro would be a better.
Was he?
Yeah, I think he was
It
on
looked
Twitter.
like he was really happy.
Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll find you the tweet. Maybe it wasn't a serious tweet, but let me.
Why do I not look Trump? Not like Trump? I just like don't agree with like almost any of his policies. I don't think he's a very competent leader. He is a leader. Okay. Trump makes our country look strong to the world. True, dude.
Here, so he was saying this. Okay, so
you like high taxes, definitely, dude. I mean, I like higher taxes than Trump.
I mean, I want some high taxes. Yeah, I mean, that's not this one. But yeah, okay, yeah. So here, read this tweet. Okay, I'm convinced Cenk is a genius after reading it. Okay. I know he dropped out, but I'm still gonna vote for him because of this tweet. Okay.
Told you, Netanyahu trying to pull a hit on Shapiro. He's the last guy Netanyahu wants in office. He can't be called an anti-Semite. He won't be bullied by AIPAC, and he thinks Netanyahu is one of the worst leaders of all time. Sick, dude. Oh, you know it's bad when even Mike from PA says this might be one of the worst takes.
Wait. Here's a better take by Cenk. Okay, better political analysis, even better than the previous one. Read this, okay?
I know with every fiber of my being that Mark Kelly and Pete Buttigieg would not lift a finger to help Palestine. Yes, Josh Shapiro loves Israel, but that's why he might care enough and be brave enough to fix things, because the occupation is also killing the soul of Israel.
He's so pro-Israel that he will be anti-occupation. What a political genius! What a genius! God.
You like this inflation? Hell yeah, I like this inflation, baby.
Let's go.
That's my talking point from now on. I am just pro-inflation, and like.
I like disinflation. That's why I like Biden. Disinflation.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, all the disinflation. I don't like Trump's proposed deflation. His "Make America Affordable Again." That's a good Krugman article. You guys should look that up. Big Tuna Baloo or whatever the fuck your name is. I don't care. Can you just tell me what some of the trade-offs of this inflation have been? If you can just list 3 trade-offs of this inflation, I'll be I'll be incredibly surprised. I mean, I would take a couple hot Mexican chick migrants if they don't steal. Okay.
Let's go. I support that.
Trade-offs? Yes. Tell me some of the trade-offs of the inflation. Let's see. I don't know if he knows. I bet he doesn't know about the Phillips curve.
Whoa.
Is Big Tuna a Russian bot? Probably, dude. What did a Trump presidency do for small businesses? And worst COVID response was Trump by far. True. I mean, he'll mention the corporate tax thing. I don't know. High inflation erodes purchase power. That's actually not at all what I asked. You'll notice that that did not answer my question in the slightest. So I don't really know what your point is there.
Interesting how that happens.
I don't actually know. I don't actually know if the small businesses do.
Bro, I was reading that Economist. I was reading that Economist title again. Productivity has grown faster in Western. And I was I had flashbacks to the EPI talking point. I had trauma. Actually, I had PTSD. But yeah.
Explain your vague question better, because I just named a trade-off. If you think that's a trade-off, then you're actually retarded. I asked you name a trade-off of this inflation, and and you just said high inflation erodes purchase power.
Economic growth versus inflation. That's a trade-off. True. We have seen really high economic growth. Yes. Okay. Good one. Good. Yes. Good. Good. That is an example of a trade-off. We've seen much higher economic growth under Biden than we have under Trump. No, you are wrong. Okay.
They're so desperate. The Republicans are so desperate on like Tim Walz. Have you been following that? Like,
yeah,
absolutely pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. What is this survey of consumer finances? What is this?
What is what?
You sent me the survey of consumer finances.
Oh, one of them is oh shit, I just closed it. Okay, one of them is the Americans, like 54% of adults have whatever savings for 3 months, and the other one is net worth. I think.
Okay.
COVID.
Okay.
Are you giving him credit for that situation? I mean, I'll give him credit for the expedited vaccine, but you guys don't even. You guys don't even want to give him credit for the vaccine because you guys all hate the vaccine. High inflation can erode purchasing power, reduce consumer spending and investment, which may negatively impact economic growth. Okay. Oh, so you're saying okay. So you're done. Okay. So sorry. You think the trade-off is inflation negatively impacting? Okay. Dude.
Wait, what are you asking him?
I just asked him to name some of the trade-offs of the inflation.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
COVID is reason
so you
for
care
growth.
about the nominal value. Okay. Yeah, you care about nominal prices.
Oh yeah, definitely. I love that.
Interesting. Are you still a Phillips Grover? No way. No shot.
Not really. I mean, like.
Let's go. Let's absolutely go. Not doing this. Oh well, it's an all sequel. No, it's not. It's not. It's fake and gay. Actually.
Listen, I gotta read the
Yeah, but what if you had a bajillion people working? Then prices would go up. Maybe.
Exactly.
Maybe. Yes. Yeah.
How much is gas for Trump? I don't even think gas right now is that much higher compared to Trump, but it's a little bit higher. But you also should adjust for wages, and also like the president, in fact, does not have a gas price dial. Believe it or not, Biden opened up fracking when we needed it the most. Like he opened up more drilling. How much is the cost of living? A lot higher. Yeah.
No, but wait, don't you know about the pipeline? Don't you know about Biden and the pipeline? Dude?
No, he canceled the Keystone Pipeline. Yeah, definitely, dude. Which was already fucking
completely. That's why. Yeah, this thing which would have been like 1% of supply. That's why prices have increased. That's the reason.
No, Biden did not open fracking. Like every progressive was ass mad at him for approving the Willow project. Like I remember suffering through that for like a week. All my progressive friends were like, "The Willow project, the fucking polar bears."
Yeah, you're just dead wrong if you think he hasn't opened fracking. Doesn't the U.S. export like a lot more?
Yeah, we make more oil now than any other country in the history of ever. So like you know, and at the same time, he's also invested a lot in green energy, like more than any other president, which I understand you probably don't care about, but
more than any other country, like any in history, the IRA was the biggest investment in history. I think, like in climate change. So. But you know, he hasn't done everything right, so it must be bad. But isn't the guy you're talking to not a progressive? I thought he was a conservative.
No, he is he's like a conservative. So.
That's why he said he hasn't opened fracking. That's why he said he hasn't. No, yeah, you'd just be dead wrong to think.
But like, there isn't more fracking. Why is that? I just told you the U.S. produces more oil than like any other country ever now. Like there is more fracking. I'm pretty sure. Where we are energy independent under Biden just as much as we were under Trump. Like I don't know how to tell you. U.S. produces more oil. Like we're making more oil than ever. Biden used up our oil reserves. Oh, you know, maybe that's because there was like a war in Ukraine, which was complicating some oil things, and like he wanted to bring gas prices down. So that's probably why he opened up the oil reserves.
Oil reserves should be used when that's the reserve part, right? They should be reserved.
Trump
when you have a country in war that exports a lot. Yeah, it's probably
like oil was available during Trump's term, so like we should probably have been filling up the reserves, and then oil was less available when Biden came into office, so we should probably be using the reserves. Gas prices did not go down. I don't know what to tell you. Like, gas prices have gone down compared to their high. Like, what are you comparing them to? That did not happen. Do you think gas has only gone up?
Look up in the index. Look up gas prices. Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, 2020 to.
I don't know why people talk before they can Google stuff.
I don't like. I'm assuming like, oh look, we see a spike and then we see it goes down. That's crazy, dude. Like,
oh, yeah. Who would have thought? Who'd have thunk? I don't know why people open their mouth before they Google something. I cannot do that. I'm so cautious. I try not to ever.
We bought oil from other countries at higher price. You can't trust Google. Oh, okay, dude. So this graph is just lying, I guess.
Oh,
also, again,
right.
we're energy independent. We make more oil than any other country ever. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Wait, that's not what Trump said, though. So it's probably wrong.
Google is not truth. Okay, so is this graph wrong? Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me gas prices have not gone down? Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Go to actual websites then. Yeah, go to actual websites. Don't use Google Images. Go to fucking actual websites. Go to the first results. See what
you just go to a gas station.
Also, use DuckDuckGo or some shit. I don't know. These people like it more.
Like
you can just
literally,
open it. You can look at the data. So,
like, I go to gas stations, right? And a year ago, gas prices were higher than they are now. I don't know what to tell you. Do you think Biden is for fracking? I think he broke a lot of his pledges that were anti-fracking because we needed to do fracking to bring gas prices down. He's probably less pro-fracking than Trump, but like when we needed it the most, he did open up fracking. Do you think Democrats want to use our own resources? I mean, yeah, they just want to use green resources more than they want to use non-renewable resources, but I mean, yeah, again, you have not addressed the point that we're making more oil now than any other country in the history of ever, so I don't know what to tell you. I think gas prices were high under Trump. Did you just say that? Did I ever say that?
no, he didn't say that. What? He just said they're lower than their peak, which is kind of analytically true.
I mean, inflation is like is back at 2% overall.
Even then, like that. You shouldn't just look at the gas price, like at the retail price. You should adjust it for wages. Obviously,
yeah, wages have increased too. So, like,
yeah.
Why did it not bring down the price of gas? Okay. Yeah, only during midterms temporarily. I'm so glad that you think he has this like gas price. Wait, also the midterms were in 2022, which I'm pretty sure is when gas was like at its highest. But like, it's okay, whatever, dude. Oh shit, Grumple, thanks for the raid, dude. I appreciate it, man. Welcome to the stream. Look closer at the chart, moron. Which chart?
Does he really think gas prices are at the same level they were in 22?
I don't know, dude. You seriously get your info from Google Images? I mean, like, where are you getting your? Then link me something. Link me something that shows gas prices have stayed the same.
Also, wait. You said look closer at the chart, but the chart was from Google. So are you also relying on Google?
Yeah. This is in 2022. Gas prices peaked, and then they've fallen. Look closer at the study. I don't know what you think you're going to prove here, dude.
Well, what does it mean to look closer? Here, I'm putting my face right, like, close to the computer.
Okay, here we have this graph, right? U.S. retail gas price in 2022. The numbers are weird, but that's what happens. Keep it sexy. I working crash. It was at like $5, and then now it's come back down to like $3.50. Who performed the study? Where was it done? How many dude, don't act. If you have a better study, link it. But like, this one is charts.
It's like it's a readily available metric. It's not. That's not a study. They usually just survey prices and average them. That's like how they do it. Right. That's how like. Yeah, I mean, I know this because like in my class, in my financial technologies prediction class I'm taking right now, we just downloaded like data from the Fed about like oil prices, not gas prices, but like whatever. And they just like they survey sellers and like 900 sellers at the beginning of each month or day or something, and they just average it and report it. That's like pretty reliable.
You gotta follow, dude. Appreciate
Here,
it.
I think that's what we use. Yeah, I think that's like the gas price thing. Yeah, and by the way, they say their methodology below. If you have Fred open, they say the methodology right there, like below the
Weighted average based on approximately 900 retail outlets, 8 a.m.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I said. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I used this exact graph in my like course for predicting financial stuff. But
what's up, Grandpa Raider?
Yeah, they just survey sellers and like report it. Pretty sure I even said the word the number 900 when I talked, but yeah.
Idiot, it was
Yeah, I don't know.
$2.59 under Trump, and now it is at $4.90. I don't know where you're getting gas. Where's that?
Wait, what do you say?
$4.90?
Wait. What you said there? Like, we were just saying they were falling from 2022. They're
I know,
higher
yeah.
than before Trump because you had inflation, but like that's not the point.
No,
That's
you
it.
had
You just changed
inflation.
your point. You moved the goalpost. They were lower than in 2022. You said they weren't.
I wonder, is there a time price of gasoline, do you think?
Like, yeah, you just divided by wages. I mean, you could do that here. Where's the?
Yeah, but that's math.
Here,
Then I have to.
bread,
Okay.
gas,
Average prices of gas
price.
throughout history. This ends at 2022, dumbass.
Here.
Look it up, not some.
Here.
This is
U.S. regular all formulations gas price. I think that's what we should use. Maybe, I don't know. If not, if you have a better metric, I'll use it. But
dude.
let's
This ends in
use
2022.
now like
You just
hourly wages, average hourly earnings of all employees. Add. Okay, and now we do A divided by B. Here we go. Yeah, it's about where it was under Trump. It's like basically
awesome.
Wait, now can you do it? Can you do it for me? You have the all formulation gas price. Okay, edit graph. Click edit graph. Right.
Where? Edit graph.
Yeah. And then just like add in the customized data, just like select, just write like average hourly wages. Just look that up. And then you should see something like average hourly earnings of all employees total private.
Yeah, average weekly. This is weekly.
Yeah, click that. And then
This
click
is-
add.
And then do I just do A?
And then yeah, now in the equation do A divided by B. Yeah. Wait. Did you do it right?
I think this is the wrong thing. Hold on.
No, did you click apply?
Yeah, right. Oh.
So what's A and what's B?
I think B is wrong. Average weekly.
That's not the graph I'm seeing right now. Oh wait, maybe you're focused on 2017. Let me try to do that. Yeah. Oh, oops. Oh yeah. Yeah. So if you look like from 2018 to right now, and you look at like regular formulation gas price divided by average hourly earnings, it's about the same level than before COVID. Right now, it's like about the same level. So yeah, if you adjust for wages,
We were energy independent. Are you going to address the point where like I've literally
We're
said
still
like 10
energy
times by
independent.
now
We're still
we're
energy
energy. I know. I mentioned so many times. We make more oil
Wait,
now than
here,
any other
let
country
me
in
send-
history of
let me
ever.
send you what
And
I
all
got.
you can say, but in 2022 there was a spike in gas prices. Like I've ever disputed the point that in 2022 there was a spike in gas prices.
Here, Nathan, let me send you this. This is what I'm. Maybe I don't know. You use a different. Here, this is what I'm. I just made this graph. Took me like less than a minute. Everyone can do this. It doesn't require like high economic literacy. Just like you open, you add a metric, and you divide them. That's like pretty simple. But yeah, it's about the same as in 2018, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't. Why? It's about the same. It's about on the same level, right? You take that. Yeah. there was a spike and now it's less. So yeah, maybe the nominal price was higher than under Trump, but you should also adjust for wages, right? Like imagine I'm trying to talk to the person in the chat, okay?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Imagine like right now the price of gas is multiplied by 10, okay? But your wage is multiplied by 100, right? So nominally, in terms of the price you see when you go to the gas station, you see a higher number, but it's cheaper for you as a percentage of your wage, right? Like you can afford it more easily. Even though the price is higher, your wage has gone up a lot more, so you can afford it a lot more, right? That's what you should look at. You should never look at just like prices by themselves, like that. No, you should So if you look at like prices and you divide them by the wages to take account of that, you see that it's basically on the same level that it was under Trump. There was a spike in 2022. There was COVID and there was the Ukraine war, but now it's lower. So, I mean, yeah, that's pretty straightforward. I don't know if you have any objections to that. That's just like very trivial.
No, he sent me a graph, and the graph just ends in 2022, and he was like, "Well, look at how high gas prices were." And I'm like,
it's true. I can do that too.
It's not 2022 anymore. Actually, it's actually 2024. And
yeah, not fun. Actually, if you take the graph, if you take the graph I sent you and you change the time frame to just like cut out at 2022, it's actually like a huge increase. You see a huge increase. Yeah,
wow, I can't believe Biden did this, bro. Bro, what?
Also, wait. Let me use kettle logic also for Biden. Okay, gas prices in terms of time have not fallen, but also it's good thing that they have increased. Okay, I'm sorry, they have not increased, but it's also good that they increased because fuck cars. I don't like cars, but yeah, and it's irrelevant that they are. So they haven't increased. It's good that they increased, and it's irrelevant that they increased. Okay, all three are true. All three are true.
I mean, I don't know if he's here anymore. I think he's.
This is a joke, by the way. I'm not actually contradicting. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough. At least you're based.
Exactly, bro.
That's true.
At least there are 2 people with brains. And Micah. Micah's the third person.
Micah's based. Micah's based. I love Micah.
It's us 3 against the world. I don't think Micah knows who I am. I think he's talked to you like maybe once or twice.
Micah follows me on Twitter. Are you jelly?
That's right.
Are you jelly?
I am jelly, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Loser.
Oh yeah, well, Arcana Boy was in my chat again, so...
Okay,
Or no, he was only in it once,
why are
but...
you being mean? Come on, are you trying to make me... Why is it? I like being like this. I like being aggressive when I get fired back at. I just be a bitch. But yeah.
Yeah, but you but Iran's not doing anything still?
Well, yeah, Iran has not done anything. I saw a meme. It's Iran is like, give me one more day. Give me one more day. Not a week, not a year, not a month. I'm just asking for one more day.
One day. As we send you all that money, clearly.
Yeah, I'm telling you, nothing ever happens. Okay, you can count on that. Nothing has ever happened.
Exactly. Nothing ever happens to not work for Biden dropping out. Unfortunately, my comments on r/neoliberal have not aged well.
Luckily, I'm sorry, nothing bad ever happens. Okay.
Oh yeah. That makes more sense.
Yeah. This meme is where I get my news from. Okay, I sent you a meme.
Yep. I've seen this before. Yeah, the nothing burger meme.
Yeah.
All right, I'm pretty sure
That's where I get my news from.
Chatter is gone.
Well, maybe, I don't know.
I don't even think he followed. What the hell? This guy didn't even follow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. And the U.S. is also. I don't know why people say we were energy independent. We still are energy independent under the definition that we import more than we export.
Yeah.
Or is it the other way around? I think export more than whatever. Something more
yeah.
than the other. Yeah.
Well, it's just that you're a net exporter is
No, is it more you? Yeah, you export more than you import. I think something like that. It's retarded. It's a dumb definition, but whatever. It's actually a great idea. I saw it in your Notion to have like starter questions. I should do that too before I like debate people. But it's like, yeah, if you debate a Republican, David Pakman does this. He's like, "Who is the current president?" It's so funny. They never they rarely answer rationally. Yeah. It's so funny. Like, yeah, who's actually the president? And it's like, I believe the deep state, but no, not Biden. Or like, I believe it's Trump. Or I believe it's so crazy. These people are crazy. But yeah. I don't know if I would go to people where it's like I ask them like theoretical savvy questions, like, oh, what's the Phillips curve? What's that? But I guess no. I guess if you're talking about inflation and economics,
well, yeah, this is my issue. It's like so many people do this. Like Republicans do this, and like lefties do this too. With like wealth taxes. I'm just like, what are some of the trade-offs? And they're like, oh no, like it's so dumb.
You're
it's
right.
So,
You're right. Yeah,
it's like
that's not
you can
theoretical.
make an
That's not
argument
theoretical.
for wealth taxes, but like you have to admit there's a trade-off that decreases savings. Like you have to admit that trade-off is there.
Yeah.
But they won't do it. They're just like,
question.
no.
I was talking about like that's a fun question. I was talking about like theoretical questions, like, oh, I want to talk about about like wealth taxes. Okay, explain to me what a deadweight loss is.
Oh yeah,
it's like that's a fine question. That's something you should know before you open your mouth on taxes, but no one's ever going to do that. So, but yeah, asking someone like what's a counter argument to your view that people should know that all the time.
People won't even admit there's trade. Kate, like that, I mention this a lot. Casey will still won't even admit to me that corporate taxes do have some incidence on workers' wages and on consumers through higher prices. He won't admit it, but like, I don't know what to tell him because it's like true. I don't think there's any study that says otherwise. Yeah. Like maybe it's low. You can probably find a study saying it's low, and you can probably argue that the trade-off is worth it. But the fact that you won't even admit that there is a trade-off is absurd.
Corporate taxes are trash. I mean, it's just there's so many better taxes. But that's the thing. People support policies not of like out of empirical motivation. It's just like a moral motivation. It's like, oh, you. So it's like
yeah I don't like rich people. I want to punish rich people. Don't you know? Don't you know money equals speech? Don't you know?
No, I mean I wanna reduce the power of rich people too. Just corporate taxes are not a good tax.
Are not a good way. Yeah, they're just not.
It's also
it's
they
not
don't
a good way to
raise
tax
that much
anyone.
revenue as well. They don't raise a lot of revenue as well. So like it's not the best tax. It's not the best tax.
Yeah, you wanna?
It's one of the worst taxes.
This is my opening statement that I have so far.
Yeah, let me review it. Wait, can you share your screen or anything, or you already?
Yeah, I can.
With OBS, because I there's like a big delay when I'm seeing your.
Stream, yeah. Well, I mean, I can read it too, but.
Okay.
I can also send it.
No, I just like when I open it in chat. When I open it on YouTube, it's like there's a delay of like 5 seconds, but like from the moment you do something and so I see it, and that's annoying. But here, full screen. Let's see. Income. Oh, wait, what is this? What is the title? Taxing the rich. Okay. First.
Oh, I forgot you just have access.
Wait, what?
I forgot you just had access. Yeah.
I don't have access. I'm seeing you sharing your screen.
Oh, I thought you. Okay. Oh.
What? You said you were sharing your screen.
I am sharing my screen.
I have access only to your Palestine thing.
Oh,
I don't have any access to anything. But yeah. Either way. Yeah, let me read
probably
it.
some.
I'm not opposed to decreasing the for giving money to the Norma in favor of giving money to the rich in hopes that it benefits trickle down. However, this could include and some taxes, the decreasing inequality. with more costs than benefits, and harm the very people can help. Land value tax would decrease inequality and are economically efficient, but for this debate, I'd like to focus on the taxes that are not so economically efficient. First, taxing unrealized gains takes away. Oh, I'm sorry, taxes away. Wait, what? First, taxing unrealized gains taxes.
This is written like 3. It might not be the best written. I need to like change it.
Yeah, okay. Taxing unrealized gains take away more
Taxes
money
away
than
more money.
realized gains.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Why does Tesla keep
taxes
doing
away.
that?
Okay, yeah. It's
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying it's a verb. It's not a. I thought it was a noun. Okay, taxes away more money than realized gains
At the same.
Since the money at the same rate. Yeah. Since the money you pay on unrealized gains every year cannot compound. Realized gains taxes also have a lock-in effect. Yeah, I agree with that. Because it's compounding, it's still pretty bad. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Realized gains taxes also have a lock-in effect. I mean, you should probably explain what a lock-in effect, or be able to explain it, I guess. I don't know that much about lock-in effect.
Well, I mean, it just discourages you from selling it because you have to pay taxes on it if you realize it. Like it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Is there any section on the corporate taxes or wealth taxes?
Yeah.
Did you check out the tax foundation thing you sent?
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah. People say it will raise like $1 bajillion, but it's only like about 2 trillion, which is a lot, but it's like less than people say it will. Probably causes more harm. I just don't.
An all-nighter, pretty close to it, my dolphin. Although I started streaming later.
Not good. You should fix your shit.
It's not going to be fixed.
Here, can I read the section about corporate taxes?
Yeah.
Thirdly, corporate. But by the way, why do you mark some things in red?
That's so I know I haven't read them.
Okay. Gotcha. Thirdly, corporate taxes may actually be the worst of them all. True. Corporations are nothing but collections of people. Oh, that's a statement that like breaks people's brains. Don't say that. I don't think you should say that. I don't think you should say that. That's my opinion. Collections of people, and as such, the burden of these taxes fall people, not corporations. That's true, but like when you say corporations are collections of people, like people will think,
I know it's like the libertarian talking point.
It's people. You break people's minds when you say that, right? Oh, so you think they deserve to vote or something? It's like,
yeah, I know, yeah.
Whatever, man. Yeah, sure. Let corporations vote, dude. No, the tax incident of corporate taxes is divided between the 3 groups: shareholders through lower returns and dividends, workers through lower wages and higher unemployment, and consumers through higher prices. True. Whoever you want to tax, a corporate tax is not the best way to do it. If you want to tax shareholders, tax capital gains. True. If you want to tax workers, tax wages. If you want to tax consumers, if you want to tax consumption, I'm sorry. There are a number of better alternatives, like a sales tax. No.
You don't like sales tax?
Yeah, VAT is way better.
Well, I mean, VAT is literally the next thing. It says or VAT, but
yeah, but if you wanna like help the poor, you can either shoot them or do UBI. It's like, yeah, well, instead of shooting them, you can just do UBI. But that's the next thing I wrote. It's like, okay, yeah, but you wrote the bad thing. Like, yeah, whatever. And a Bradford X tax, sure. Corporate taxes also directly disincentivize capital investment, which decreases the long-run growth. There are a lot more talking points against corporate taxes that you should include.
Yeah, what are they?
You want to? Here, I'll send you what I have in my notes.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this is either, yeah. So this is what I have in my notes. I think a lot of this is just me listening to the 3 wonks and just copying it. What? I mean, why not? Right? If I listen to a very good podcast and they talk about a lot of relevant stuff, I'm going to write that down. You bet.
Yeah. Oh, I think I have this Brookings thing marked.
Yeah, I sent you this. No.
No, you probably did. Increase prices.
Maybe let
Reduce
me look at
investment.
that right now. No, I don't think I did. Maybe no, I didn't. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
I wrote down maybe increase the tax on wealth. I'm opposed to it. I'm just saying like here are some ideas. I'm not. Look, I'm doing the thing you did. Right? I'm doing the thing you did. Oh no, I'm a hypocrite. No. Wait, why is it formatted like? Wait, it's formatted badly. Give me a second. Oh wait, it's not. I don't know why. Wait, does it also show you that like the maybe increase the destination-based cash flow tax is above the others? Why is it above? Why is it like?
Yeah, like
I don't know why that should not be. Wait, okay, highlight all the others, all the other four, and then shift tab.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why that is. It's not that way on my Notion. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. Oh, I also misspelled consultants and shareholders.
You misspelled it. Yeah, don't use that.
And 100. That's embarrassing. Oof, that's embarrassing. I misspelled 100. Damn, I'm pathetic. Yeah, you should fix that. Can you fix the 100 billion thing I misspelled? That's like
You did misspell it, but if I can't
I know.
automatically spell
Look, it
check
was
it.
probably also 5 a.m. Okay, I know how to spell 100.
I don't know how to spell hundreds.
100? You don't know how
I
to
do
spell
know how to
100?
spell 100. I don't know how to spell anything, dude. I used to get like a 50 on all my stupid spelling tests every single time. I can't spell.
I just included an O when I wrote 100. I don't know why. Yeah, either way, so these are like some good talking points against corporate taxes, right? So just like tell them this, it's like, okay, first of all, how much revenue do you think they give, right?
Yeah,
because it's not
going to have an answer.
So the
but
benefits
yeah.
already are either distributional, but very unlikely that the main benefits are from like the way it's spent or the revenue it raises, because it doesn't raise a lot. The costs are pretty big, and so they probably overcome the revenue you raise. So you just have to make the case that it's the distributional effects are good, but then you could do them better without the costs. So you don't need corporate taxes. But yeah, that's not to say, like, I don't know if I think I said that when I was initially. I don't know if I don't know if I still believe it. I don't know if I think that like corporate taxes would be better than not having them. I think they are net negative. But like there are taxes that do a similar thing that are just net positive, clearly.
Yeah.
Like the DPC. So just do that. Debate on that, and be very clear to like avoid breaking people's brains. Is it going to be moderated? Because the other guy is probably going to shout over you a lot. That's like, is he Muslim or anything?
It's not heavily moderated, so they do like allow interruptions, right? Like
was the other guy
make sure
we're talking
during
to
your
like a big? Wait, go ahead.
They'll make sure to like let your opening statement, be completely uninterrupted. But other than that, they'll let interruptions. They just deduct points for it. So.
Okay.
Last debate he did, he got disqualified for
Yeah.
interrupting.
Is he
I was
like
a judge for that debate, and I was so lenient too. I didn't take off any points for interruption until the other judges DM'd me and they're like, he's at 0. He interrupted so many times. And I was like, oh, I haven't even taken off any points yet, and he still interrupted so much after that point that I eventually got to 0. Like,
yeah, okay. Is he like a Muslim debater or anything? He sounds like it.
No, I don't know. I don't think he. No, I don't think he has an opinion on religion at all.
He was
Again,
just
all I've
giving me
seen-
Manoa energy. He just giving me
Oh,
Manoa
yeah.
energy.
He's I don't know. I might have told you this before that he's banned from Twitch because he peed on the carpet.
Ooh, yuck! The fuck?
For subs.
That's like
Yeah.
the quartering level thing.
Yeah.
Do you know the quartering thing?
No. I don't
He
think
like
so.
peed in his basement or something.
Oh.
The-
Well, that's nothing
do
compared.
you know the
He
quartering?
pees on the carpet all the time. Or he used to. Now he makes new accounts and he I mean,
Yeah, I
it's his
guess.
brother. It's his brother. It's not him. It's his brother. But
Wait, what is this image with the Destiny and the retard guy? No, why you switch tabs all the time? Never mind. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I'm just doing things in the background. Like I'm not like looking
you
at.
are.
And
What do you think of the carbon tax?
Me? A carbon tax?
Yeah.
I mean, you should tax negative externalities, so you should probably tax carbon.
Yeah, but what if
What about the
if
laugh curve?
it makes us less competitive, and then China will take over?
I don't think a carbon tax will make us significantly less competitive. I think it'll
That's
probably
true. And also,
incentivize the
China has
production
already. Yeah, that's right.
of like green energy, and we can be competitive in that.
Yeah, and China has already did like their own cap and trade thing. That's not a carbon tax, but it's another way. So it's time for the U.S. to do that too. But yeah, and carbon taxes
the
do
fuck?
not significantly impact growth. What?
There was just a full ass pussy on my Twitter timeline. It was like
Let's
illustrated.
go!
and, like,
Let's go! You stream
it was like an
pornography.
illustrated help
Get it
diagram,
back.
so
Get
it should
that
be
ass
fine.
banned. Get that ass
But
banned.
it was like a
You
help
respond.
diagram, so it should be fine.
Okay.
Plus, there's no way for me to know that there's gonna be pussy.
Well, how do you know what a pussy looks like? Are you not a real incel? You're a fake incel?
I don't know. Ever since North Carolina banned porn, I guess I.
Fake incel. Fake phony incel. No, I'm joking.
I
Bro,
may
that
not know
debate
what
with Rob Moore was brutal. That debate with Rob Moore was really.
You said it's like 5 hours long, right?
It is. It's like really long. I didn't even stay up to listen to all of it. It started like I think 1 a.m. for me, and I slept like in the middle. I couldn't.
I can't even. The opportunity cost is. The problem is the opportunity cost on both sides is high because I get so many YouTube views when I react to Destiny that it's like. It's hard not to do it because I get so many YouTube views, bro.
I mean, why not go chase that back?
But also, I just want to like read stuff half the time. Like I don't want to.
Yeah, that's also based.
Yeah, but I can only do so much.
But the viewers, dude.
Question: my mic is good
housing
quality.
money.
How much was it? It was like $150-ish. It's a Samsung G Track
Oh, damn.
Pro. Eventually, we'll get
Why are
the.
you giving the nominal price?
Oh,
Give them the
yeah.
time price. Yeah.
Well,
I
the
had to
time
work
price.
Like 2 hours for this bad baby.
Oh well, on what with this current streaming gig? This is like 3 months of.
Yeah. You make money from streaming?
Oh, a little bit. Only like I make like 30 cents a day off of Twitch, and then technically a little bit off of Rumble. But they don't actually pay you out until you reach like $50, which will not happen for
I
a
think
long,
Twitch
long
should
time.
pay minimum wages. Okay. I think Twitch
Yeah.
should pay.
I think
yeah.
Kick was talking about that at some point, but I don't think they.
That's retarded. That's like a retarded idea. It's like the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
But we should incentivize everyone to just be Twitch streamers, bro.
Go get a job. You're 18. What are you doing? Go get a job. No.
I'm busy. This is my job, bro. I can live off this wage in some third world country,
That's
maybe.
good. That's right. Let's go.
I don't technically, if you factor into Twitch subs, then I get a little bit more. But and eventually I'll be monetized on YouTube, and then I'll make like $10 a month there too. So you know.
Let's go. Let's go.
You have any I think I have like anything you would have show me on this, but anything about how progressive the U.S. tax system already is, because it's decently progressive already.
I don't know. I've never looked into that. I don't know. I've not looked into that. I mean, there's the Piketty data. I think there's some Piketty stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I see Piketty cited a lot with data, wealth, and whatnot. Maybe it's reliable, maybe it's not. I'm not. Look serious.
I forget what the exact story was. I might go for something like $80 to $50. What do you think? I mean, what are you trying to do with it? I'm not the person for audio advice. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I watched YouTube reviews and they told me this, and I said okay. I mean, you can look at I know a blue snowball is like a fine bike, and it's $50. There's probably other stuff too, but blue snowball is what I would look at first. I think Piketty like changed his methodology after 2018. Like he used to account for the tax incidence of like these taxes, and then after 2018, he just started assuming that all of it fell on capital and none of it fell on labor. Which is not.
Yeah.
Time to discard Piketty's inequality in statistics.
What is this? How to discard statistics. That's a based on an article name. Oh, it's time to. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, the independents that we don't love them.
Independent.org. What is this?
They're silly, but maybe they will be good here. I don't know. Should probably read it. See, I don't dismiss people based on the source, but some people do. Bro, I'm still not over the guy saying like America doesn't do these studies. Still not over.
I know, it's
so.
Let
so
us
dumb.
start by looking at this first claim made by Zuckman in the New York Times. Let me bring that back up here. There we go. So this graph purports to show the effective tax rate for the 400 richest Americans plummeting from 56% in 1960.
I'm gonna go eat something, okay?
Yeah,
See you
okay.
later.
Well, thanks for
bye-bye.
stopping by and yelling
Good
at
night.
people.
Good
Yep.
night. Go to sleep. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Yeah, well, I'm not sleeping for another 2 hours at least.
Okay. Well. Yeah. I'll see you then. Bye bye.
Yeah. See ya.
Or well, I will not see you then. You'll be sleeping. But you know what? I'll see you later.
Eventually, at some point.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. See ya. I think it was this where I first
So
watched
23% in 2018, which incredibly appears lower than the 24% effective tax rate on the bottom half of income earners. So in other words, the poorest Americans are paying more of their a larger share of their income in taxes than are the richest. And you say this is misleading. Why?
Absolutely. Well, this chart, which was tweeted all over the world and celebrated by Elizabeth Warren, pushed out by Gabriel Zuckman, basically manipulates the numbers to get the results that he wanted. And they do this through two ways. That top line that you see there that purports to be the rate that the wealthiest earners are taxed at, the billionaires, 400 richest Americans. They actually suppress that rate by reallocating the share of corporate taxation to the wealthiest shareholders, which is a very unconventional way of handling corporate tax incidents. What that does is it suppresses the rate that they actually pay, at least in appearance, over time. And in the meantime, for the bottom half, the lower income earners, they actually exclude intentional tax credits, like the earned income tax credit and child tax credit, that benefit poor people by basically giving them a tax break. And it turns out if you take out the tax breaks that they have, well, shocker, their rate goes up. So basically, these two statistics are inaccurate, unrepresentative of reality.
Yeah, I think if you... The Tax Foundation has stuff on this. If you count transfers, the U.S. tax system is like really progressive, because like the bottom quintile of people in the U.S. have like a negative 100% tax rate. Yeah, negative 127%. Overall, U.S. tax and transfer system highly progressive. Household effective rates, yes. Negative 127% effective rate. Like, okay, buddy. Okay, fuck. I don't know why this has this icon up here. What's a tax the rich icon? No entry sign. I mean, that's a little misleading, because I'm not against taxing the rich again. It's just I'm against certain ways to tax the rich. Okay. Eat the rich. Okay. I'm gonna get something to snack on while I keep watching this.
Where you really have to wrestle with tax policy.
I'll leave it playing. Okay, we're at 56, 57. I need to remember that. So when I come back, I can pick up right there. This. Okay, I'll be back.
And I hope that many of the students here go out and wrestle in that world as well. I think that before we can start fantasizing about a progressive consumption tax, we should think about fixing a pretty broken tax system of our own right here. The rates that, and it's part of the inequality problem. The rates on labor income are typically higher than they are on capital income. It's one of the things that has created the kinds of problems that Thomas Piketty is writing about. The inefficiencies and loopholes in the code are such that you can, if you're smart enough, you can buy the tax return you want. There are big international players, multinational corporations, who pay a tiny fraction of what they should pay in the tax code. So before I'd think about a progressive consumption tax, I would try to think about actually reforming our current system in ways that probably Greg and I would agree on in terms of closing a bunch of loopholes. One quick thing. We have another factual disagreement here, but it's very narrow and very small and very in the weeds. There's and it's one paper, and you may know this literature better than I. I was very moved by a paper by a guy named Eric Budish. Have you seen this paper? Okay. He and his colleagues seemed to look very carefully at this high frequency trading issue with great data, and I mean like to the millisecond. And they concluded that in fact, high frequency trading reduces liquidity. And the reason it reduces liquidity, I wrote about this on my blog, jerrybernsteinblog.com. The reason it reduces liquidity is because you've got high-speed traders that are sniping stale quotes. And when you're a non-high-speed trader, you can really get burned in that situation. So they found it reduces liquidity.
Okay, question for each of you very quickly on tax reforms. This seems to be an area of overlap. Yes or no on capping or eliminating the home mortgage interest deduction?
Yeah, I'd eliminate it.
You're not running for office, I see. I feel I'd phase it out slowly.
Of course, you phase it out. All right. All right. The only thing I'm surprised.
I am running.
There will be security to lead you out. The only thing I'm surprised neither of you mentioned is family structure. So all the, did you?
I thought you
well, so
said
not
that.
asort mating, the flip side. So the rise in single-parent households, and and thinking of it as the opposite of asort mating, in that it tends to be low-income households. So it exacerbates not only the one earner, one oar in the water, but also fewer resources to spend on children.
Yeah, when people we didn't talk about this data, but sometimes people look at things like median household income or median family income, and that data is particularly affected by household composition. Because if you have more single-family households, so people are splitting up, that's going to tend to reduce the median family. That's absolutely true. There's a guy at Cornell named Richard Burkhauser who's done a lot of work about that, and talks about why it is that some of the median numbers you see are maybe misleading for the reasons like that.
Yeah, you still get, I mean, once you make those adjustments, you still get very significant increases in inequality. You can't explain it away by
that's why I
changing
didn't bring it up, yes.
I wrote a piece that if you, a short answer to the question is, I wrote a piece that I encourage you to read if you're interested in this, just an article that was in the New York Times called something like, why marriage isn't as great a solution to poverty as you think it is, something like that. And the idea was, this was around the 50th anniversary of the war on poverty, and there were a lot of people who were kind of going around saying, if only people would get married more, we'd have less poverty. And there's definitely some truth to that. And by the way, there's a lot of truth to the effect that a two-parent, all else equal, a two-parent family, kids who grow up in two-parent families have better child outcomes than kids who grow up in one-parent family. So I'm not disparaging at all that research. I think that the idea that single parenthood itself is a cause of increasing poverty, or something that you could even do much about with public policy, is somewhat overblown. So read that article and see what you think.
Okay, so some with cards, you guys can start collecting cards. Meanwhile, question for both of you, start with Greg. You've stated your policies on income inequality, but what policies that you hear from people who care a lot about income inequality would be most desirable to you, irrespective of income inequality? So whether it's universal pre-K education or something, you say, you know what, I kind of like that, even if I don't share their underlying motivation.
I'm not sure exactly what that category is, but I mean, things like letting skilled immigrants in. I think even if we were worried about income inequality, I think letting skilled immigrants in would be an absolutely good idea. I think providing sort of better access to higher education is an absolutely good idea, and figuring out different ways of dealing with educational reform at the pre-college level is an absolutely great idea. I think it would help inequality, but I think they're sort of fundamentally good policies in and of themselves.
Okay. So I want to respond. I don't think that we've quite done enough on policy, frankly. We've kind of blown by some things, but I actually think there are a lot more we could do in that space. One thing that I'd like to say about this is that there is a kind of a thread, and I think I hear it a little bit in Greg's argument, that says, I actually don't want to do anything really much to the top. I mean, maybe you'd close the carry interest loophole, but basically they're doing fine because they deserve it. I want to help the bottom. So Greg mentions educational access, better access to education, particularly for folks in the bottom half of the scale. It's key. It relates exactly to this problem I mentioned earlier of inequality reducing opportunity. However, inequality itself blocks those solutions. You can't shut that off. You can't ignore the top and somehow help the bottom when the top itself, through money in politics in part, through lobbies, through intensive lobbying against increasing tax revenue, which is a real problem. So we're going to need more revenue if we want to have better educational access, right? And so the linkage there, at least to me, is very clear. Our high levels of inequality are blocking the very policy solutions that would reduce inequality, particularly in areas of educational access. One other policy I would put forth is, because I think that weak labor markets, the absence of jobs, the absence of pressure in the job market is so important. I mean, unless employers face such a tight job market that they have to raise the wages and benefits of the workers they need to get and keep those workers, they have to bid their compensation up. I would do some direct job creation. I would actually help the long-term unemployed, folks who face discrimination in the job market, by directly creating employment, for example, to help improve infrastructure. So I would do some direct job creation.
Can I start a question?
Sure.
Like Joe Biden. All right, I gotta go back to where we were like 4 minutes ago. I can speed it up though, since my brain can comprehend it far faster than you can.
Going to happen. I live in a world where you really have to wrestle with tax policy, and I hope that many of the students here go out and wrestle in that world as well. I think that before we can start fantasizing about a progressive consumption tax, we should think about fixing a pretty broken tax system of our own right here. The rates that, and it's part of the inequality problem. Okay,
I gotta go back to when you first speaking.
And every tax discussion.
I don't remember exactly what they want.
A consumption tax, progressive, if it meant, then I assume, zero tax on capital gains.
Would you support progressive consumption tax? Fucking cat hair in my
Until they're
mouth.
consumed?
Yes. Every economist wants to do that, and every tax discussion always ends with a progressive consumption tax, or maybe just a consumption tax, and then the good guys say, well, it should be progressive. And I'm sort of just, I think it has attributes that I definitely support. I think both theoretically and in the real world, it has real efficiencies. I agree. It ain't going to happen. I live in a world where you really have to wrestle with tax policy, and I hope that many of the students here go out and wrestle in that world.
It has many benefits, but it's not going to happen.
As well. I think that before we can start fantasizing about a progressive consumption tax, we should think about fixing a pretty broken tax system of our own right here. The rates that, and it's part of the inequality problem, the rates on labor income are typically higher than they are on capital income. It's one
tax system for, but that's because, whatever, okay. I won't commentate on it. I'm just trying to learn. Although, I mean, capital income is, labor income is taxed on the front end, and then you tax capital income again, so it's a double tax. But and you don't want to disincentivize capital income because you want people to save. Okay, anyway, it's capital income at the same rates as labor income.
It's one of the things that has created the kinds of problems that Thomas Piketty is writing about. The inefficiencies and loopholes in the code are such that you can, if you're smart enough, you can buy the tax return you want. There are big international players, multinational corporations, who pay a tiny fraction of what they should pay in the tax code. So before I'd think about a progressive consumption tax, I would try to think about actually reforming our current system in ways that probably Greg and I would agree on in terms of closing a bunch of loopholes. One quick thing. We have another factual disagreement here, but it's very narrow and very small and very in the weeds. There's and it's one paper, and you may know this literature better than I. I was very moved by a paper by a guy named Eric Budish. Have you seen this paper? Okay. He and his colleagues seemed to look very carefully at this high-frequency trading issue with great data, and I mean like to the millisecond. And they concluded that, in fact, high-frequency trading reduces liquidity. And the reason it reduces liquidity, I wrote about this on my blog, jaredbernsteinblog.com. The reason it reduces liquidity is because you've got high-speed traders that are sniping stale quotes. And when you're a non-high-speed trader, you can really get burned in that situation. So they found it reduces liquidity.
Reduces liquidity because high-speed traders.
Stale quotes. And when the reason it reduces liquidity is because you've got high-speed traders that are sniping stale quotes.
What? Okay.
And when you're a non-high-speed trader, you can really get burned in that situation. So they found it reduces liquidity.
Okay, question for each of you very quickly on tax reforms. This seems to be an area of overlap. Yes or no on capping or eliminating the home mortgage interest deduction?
Yeah, I'd eliminate it.
Thank you. Limit home. What is it? The mortgage
Overlap.
interest
yes
rate?
Yes or no on capping or eliminating the home mortgage interest deduction?
Mortgage interest deduction. Eliminate it.
Yeah, I'd eliminate
it. You're not running for office, I see. I feel I'd phase it out slowly.
Of course, phase it out. All right.
Bernstein, mortgage interest deduction. Phase it out slowly. Why do they hate the mortgage interest deduction so much?
All right, the only thing I'm surprised...
I am running.
There will be security to lead you out. The only thing I'm surprised neither of you mentioned is family structure. So, so not asort mating, the flip side. So the rise in single-parent households. And thinking of it as the opposite of asort mating in that it tends to be low-income households, so it exacerbates not only the one earner, one oar in the water, but also fewer resources to spend on children.
Yeah, we didn't talk about this data, but sometimes people look at things like median household income or median family income, and that data is particularly affected by household composition. Because if you have more single-family households, so people are splitting up, that's going to tend to reduce the median the family. That's absolutely true. There's a guy at Cornell named Richard Burkhauser who's done a lot of work about that, and talks about why it is that some of the median numbers you see are maybe misleading for the reasons like that.
Yeah, you still get, I mean, once you make those adjustments, you still get very significant increases in inequality. You can't explain it away by
that's why I
changing
didn't
it.
bring it up, yes.
I wrote a piece that if you, a short answer to the question is, I wrote a piece that I encourage you to read if you're interested in this, just an article that was in the New York Times called something like, why marriage isn't as great a solution to poverty as you think it is, something like that. And the idea was this was around the 50th anniversary of the war on poverty, and there were a lot of people who were kind of going around saying, if only people would get married more, we'd have less poverty. And there's definitely some truth to that. And by the way, there's a lot of truth to the effect that a two-parent, all else equal, a two-parent family, kids who grow up in two-parent families have better child outcomes than kids who grow up in one-parent family. So I'm not disparaging at all that research. I think that the idea that single parenthood itself is a cause of increasing poverty, or something that you could even do much about with public policy, is somewhat overblown. So read that article and see what you think.
Okay, so some with cards, you guys can start collecting cards. Meanwhile, question for both of you, start with Greg.
Okay.
You've stated your policies on income inequality, but what policies that you hear from people who care a lot about income inequality would be most desirable to you, irrespective of income inequality? So whether it's universal pre-K education or something, you say, you know what,
Policies should we do regardless of inequality?
kind of like that, even if I don't share their underlying motivation.
I'm not sure exactly what that category is, but I mean, things like letting skilled immigrants in. I think even if we were worried about income inequality, I think letting skilled immigrants in would be an absolutely good idea. I think providing sort of better access to higher education is an absolutely good idea. And figuring out different ways of dealing with educational reform at the pre-college level is an absolutely great idea. I think it would help inequality, but I think they're sort of fundamentally good policies in and of themselves.
Okay. So I want to respond. I don't think that we've quite done enough on policy, frankly. We've kind of blown by some things, but I actually think there are a lot more we could do in that space. One thing that I'd like to say about this is that there is a kind of a thread, and I think I hear it a little bit in Greg's argument, that says, I actually don't want to do anything really much to the top. I mean, maybe you close the carry interest loophole, but basically they're doing fine because they deserve it. I want to help the bottom. So Greg mentions educational access. Better access to education, particularly for folks in the bottom half of the scale. It's key. It relates exactly to this problem I mentioned earlier of inequality reducing opportunity. However, inequality itself blocks those solutions. You can't
agrees on our policies, but inequality self-blocks these policies.
Shut that off. You can't ignore the top and somehow help the bottom when the top itself, through money in politics in part, through lobbies, through intensive lobbying against increasing tax revenue, which is a real problem. So we're going to need more revenue if we want to have better educational access, right? And so the linkage there, at least to me, is very clear. Our high levels of inequality are blocking the very policy solutions that would reduce inequality, particularly in areas of educational access. One other policy I would put forth is, because I think that weak labor markets, the absence of jobs, the absence of pressure in the job market is so important. I mean, unless employers face such a tight job market that they have to raise the wages and benefits of the workers they need to get and keep those workers, they have to bid their compensation up. I would do some direct job creation. I would actually help the long-term unemployed, folks who face discrimination in the job market, by directly creating employment, for example, to help improve infrastructure. So I would do some direct job creation.
Can I start a question?
Sure.
The typical top earner now in the top marginal tax rate, not the carried interest person, but the typical successful corporate lawyer, say, who's paying normal tax rates. If you let's say New York City pays New York State, top federal taxes plus the new Medicare tax and so on, faces a marginal tax rate of probably about 50%.
Where does that start in their income? Like $1 million or something?
I mean, probably 400,000, say. So where would you raise? How high would you raise the top marginal tax rate? So if not 50, where?
Oops. Make it a Bernstein. How high should the top marginal rate be?
How high would you raise the top?
Well, I think 50 is getting up there. Now, I think that what I would probably do is I would lower the threshold. so that more people would enter. You remember President Obama ran this election? You remember President Obama ran this election and said that he was going to increase taxes on people above 250,000. Well, it ended up he increased the tax on people above 450,000. So what I would do is I would increase the tax liability of folks at the top of the scale, not by cranking up the marginal rates you mentioned. Now that's New York State. You've combined everybody. That's probably higher than some people in other states. But I would lower their threshold so that more people were in that category.
Lower threshold for top marginal rates.
Now there is a literature on this by colleagues of yours that says you could go up at least on labor income to 60, 70% That makes me a little nervous. But I do think that lowering the threshold would help.
All right. So it's really it's the upper, what some people call the upper middle class.
Well, let me be very clear. Yes, exactly. That's right. But let me be very clear. I agree with something I think you're getting at, and I've written this. We cannot solve our fiscal problem simply by raising taxes on folks at the very top of the scale. That the idea that if we truly want to, and I believe we should, be able to afford this many government services, we're going to need to raise more revenue than this. You got to bring those together, and we can't do that simply on the top 1 or 2%.
All right, we got a lot of cards. Let me start with the ones where we've got repeats here. A lot of folks would like to have you both weigh in on the minimum wage, and in particular, obviously, balance the trade-off between higher incomes for those affected and loss of employment.
We'll watch some of this because I want to play Minecraft. But I don't. If there's something interesting, I'll write it down. But I don't know how much this will come about. Also, I don't know where I put my sword. I think I tabbed out of the game and then tabbed back in and hit Q instead of W when I first tabbed back in. And I dropped my sword, and I don't know where it went. I don't know if that's what I did or if I just put it in a chest. I don't remember where that chest is. So I don't know.
I'm sorry, what was that? I was thinking of something else.
The minimum wage, in particular, and both of you walk us through the trade-off that all economists are familiar with, and what the CBO laid out.
So, if you increase the minimum wage in any sort of a meaningful way, there will be some job loss. If you just increase the minimum wage a tiny bit and it doesn't affect anybody, then sure, it won't matter. But if you increase the minimum wage, and they're talking about $15 an hour in Seattle. The president wants to go up to $10. By the way, with phases, so it doesn't mean tomorrow. So let's be clear about that. I don't disagree with the Congressional Budget Office that did a recent study. I thought they were high on this, but they did a recent study where they found that they predicted that an increase in the minimum wage in 3 years to $10.10 would lead to about 24 million people getting an increase in their wages and about 500,000 people losing jobs. That's something like a 99% effective target rate. 24.5 million people get a raise. Some people lose their jobs. It's not a perfect policy. It needs to be complemented with strong, say, wage subsidies through an earnings credit. But it's a very important policy whose benefits far outweigh its costs. Everything in moderation.
I mostly agree with that. In moderate, I mean, anything on the margin. Yeah, as long as it's paired with earned income tax credits, then who cares? As long as it's not set too high and it's paired with that, then it's probably a good policy.
I would eliminate the minimum wage.
So much for moderation.
Because I think we have much better policies to help people at the bottom of the income distribution. I think the earned income tax credit is a much better policy. In fact, it's a policy that has been expanded over the past several decades and has gotten support from both sides of the aisle. And so I think given that we have a better policy than minimum wage, I would focus on the earned income tax credit. There is a debate in the economics literature, by the way, about how big the adverse employment effects are. Jared certainly cited one credible part of the literature that has relatively small effects. I think you can find a range of estimates out there. But let me point out that if you believe the effects of increasing the minimum wage on employment are small, then you believe the labor demand curve is relatively steep. It's fairly inelastic to those students who are taking economics. If you believe the demand curve is relatively inelastic, then you believe that shifts in supply would have a huge effect on the wage. So if you believe that the minimum wage has a small effect on the unemployment, you probably believe that the influx of unskilled immigrants has a huge effect on their wages, because you can't have it sort of both ways. I don't know what the truth is.
Oh, that's a fair point, actually.
If you're not very worried about the minimum wage disemployment effect, you have to be really worried about the unskilled immigrants effects.
A couple people would like you to weigh in on the role of inherited wealth in regard to income inequality, and then obviously your views on the estate tax.
Well, I mean, I think in the context of our discussion, it's funny. It's like sometimes, especially when not with someone as balanced as Greg, but you go on CNBC, which I do, and you start having these discussions, and someone argues, you hate the rich, or you're an enemy of the job creators, or I don't begrudge people their I don't begrudge people their success at all. I do think that when you get into inheritances, there you have a very tough argument to make that somehow this is deserved. I mean, there are people running around America who were born on third but thought they hit a triple, and I think that I think that is problematic in a sense. Again, I don't know if folks have read this book by Thomas Piketty, but I think it's problematic in a sense of his kind of economic mechanics, which suggests that this problem will only get worse as long as the rate of return stays pretty high relative to the growth rate. We'll see more and more inheritances. He has pretty good historical data to support that. I'm not sure he's right about the future, but he certainly makes a cogent argument. And so therefore, an estate tax that targeted some of that wealth at the very top of the scale would very much be warranted. And it is a scandal the extent to which Congress has not gone there and in fact allowed the debate to make it sound like when you're talking about a wealth tax, it's really on the top half of the top 1%. It's somehow going to ding middle class people. That's absolutely false.
I'll tell you the story of two brothers. The names are Sam, Spendthrift Sam and Frugal Frank. They both graduate from Dartmouth, start businesses. Both are successful. After a few years, they both sell their businesses for $20 million, and they sit back to enjoy the rest of their lives. Spendthrift Sam has lavish parties, buys fancy cars, fancy women, spends all his money, so when he dies, it's all gone. Frugal Frank lives modestly, lives in a small middle-class home, mows his own lawn. When he dies, he wants to leave his money to his kids. Do we think that Frugal Frank should pay higher taxes than Spendthrift Sam? That's what the estate tax does. The estate tax says, if you're frugal, sorry, you got to pay extra taxes. We don't like frugal people. Now, see, I don't actually, sometimes you think of capital income as unearned income. It's often referred to as unearned income. I hate that phrase. Because you earn capital income by not consuming your earnings in the past. Capital income is the return to patience. So you've earned it by being patient, not spending your money. Now, it's true that the person who's inheriting the money didn't earn it, but his parents earned it. And you can't deny the person the inheritance without denying the parent the ability to bequeath. And so taxing, so basically, from my view perspective, what the inheritance tax does is it says we, the government, much prefer Spendthrift Sam to Frugal Frank, and we're going to institute a tax policy that does that. I personally don't see that as just, and so therefore I'd eliminate the estate tax.
So I would just say to say that it's denying the inheritance is way over the top, because what we're talking about with an estate tax is a marginal tax rate on the very top 1 or 2% after you forgive. What's the cutoff? I can't even remember what the cutoff now, but there's some number of millions of what is it? 5 million for a couple. It's 5 million. 10 million. 10 million for a couple. So you're deducting 10 million for a couple before you're applying a marginal tax rate. So I think it's very much a mischaracteristic. Even though I think your story is a very good defense to end with, and that's somehow denying the inheritance as opposed to shaving a piece of it off, I think is just overstating the case.
So we'll call that a matter of degree.
Yeah.
Okay, so the top 20 hedge managers in the U.S. collectively make more than 150,000 kindergarten teachers. So we'll assume the math is correct. Two questions, one from here, one my own. So does it make you somewhat uncomfortable? This is mostly, I guess, for Greg, because how does it fit into the Robert Downey
say we should raise teachers'
story?
wages.
And probably the more substantive question, I guess, is given that we now know from things like the Tennessee Star experiment and so on, that good teachers actually matter a lot. Are there things you would do in particular on the school reform front to channel more money to those teachers who actually are creating a lot of value?
I'm not an expert on educational reform, but I would focus on two things on educational reform. One is I probably would pay teachers more, but then I'd also make it easier to fire them. Because I think there's a lot of evidence that good teachers matter a lot. So we need to get good people into teaching, and low salaries don't encourage that. Higher salaries is a good thing. But then also when the people don't perform, we should figure out ways to fire them. And stories we hear about sort of bad teachers sitting in rooms because they can't get fired, and no one else put them with students, which New York City does, are a travesty. Now the hedge fund managers, I've always been puzzled a little bit about hedge funds. Hedge fund managers make a lot of money. Do they really outperform the market? Well, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I have wondered, like if I were advising Dartmouth or Harvard, would I tell them to invest their endowment in hedge funds? They all do. I'm not actually sure it's what I think. I put my own money in index funds. I pay Vanguard 10 basis points. So I don't have a single dollar with a hedge fund. So but if people want to put their money, if Dartmouth wants to put their money with hedge funds, I can't stop Dartmouth from doing that. That's Dartmouth's decision.
Jared, you want to talk about educational reforms in particular? There are things that Greg pointed out, making it easier to fire bad teachers and so on, that would certainly help folks who are coming out with the short end of the stick in terms of income inequality. So are there things like limiting tenure, promoting charter schools, things that are more closely associated with the conservative agenda that might actually help, in your view, on the income inequality side?
I think the firing teacher thing is kind of like a Republican talking point. I haven't seen.
Okay. I'm gonna go get my tater tots for sit on, and then I'll come back. And I don't know. I actually don't know. Fuck, I want to read more, but also I need to edit, and also I need to read more. Fucking hell. Okay, hold on.
If you could show me some evidence that somehow making it easier to fire teachers would help improve the quality of schools, I'd definitely be happy to look at it.
We can call my wife. She teaches at Mescom High School. I think
evidence.
she would weigh in. It's anecdotal evidence.
Exactly. Something beyond.
You said any evidence.
Okay, sorry. Any non-anecdotal evidence.
Good one.
This debate is fraught with anecdotes, and I would say it needs much more than that. Here's the thing. And again, I really do think we have an anecdotal problem here. I'm actually quite sympathetic to the idea of different forms of schooling like the charter schooling in the following sense. If you're a parent in a neighborhood with a really terrible school, and I could show you those neighborhoods, I've lived in some of them, the idea that you don't have a choice and that you have to send your kid to that school because you're too poor to pursue any other option is just horrible. And for us to somehow kick back and say, we want to preserve that is completely irresponsible. The problem is, so I support choice for people in that situation. The problem is that the evidence in favor of charter schools has been anything but supportive, as far as I can tell. And I'm not an expert either. I think it's been like pretty unconvincing. It's also worrisome in an adverse selection sense. Remember, for you to take your kid out of the public school and put them in the charter school, that's up to you as the parent. And that means that the parents who actually are concerned about their kid's future are the ones who are going to make that move, leading to an adverse selection problem with the kids left back in the already lousy public school, which is now even that much worse. So I don't know that it's the solution that will help, although a solution is very much called for. Rick Collenberg has done some work that I've thought has been pretty smart in terms of integrating schools that are integrating schools by class versus race. And I thought that those kinds of experiments look useful.
So could you each talk about social mobility? And in particular, I've seen conflicting evidence on whether social mobility in the U.S. has been impaired relative to, say, the 70s or 80s or before. So could you give a reading of your literature on what's happening with social mobility in the United States, and then to the extent to which that affects your broader views about income inequality?
I think the best evidence comes from a recent study by Raj Chetty and some co-authors.
That's what was referred to in the question, yeah.
And Raj Chetty finds there's been very little change in income mobility. He looks at the income percentile of the parent and the income percentile of the child as an adult.
And then to the extent to which that affects your broader views about income inequality.
I think the best evidence comes from a recent study by Raj Chetty.
Raj Chetty. Social mobility.
And
that's
some
what was referred
co-authors.
to in the question, yeah.
And Raj Chetty finds there's been very little change in income mobility. He looks at the income percentile of the parent and the income percentile of the child as an adult, and finds that the relationship has not changed over time. It's been pretty steady. I think the most surprising thing about the Chetty numbers, which actually shows in the previous literature as well, is not the fact it hasn't changed. I think that's surprising and interesting. But I think the actual magnitude of the numbers often surprise people. So let me give you sort of a sense of it. Suppose that you have a parent who's at the 99th percentile, top of the income distribution. Where do you think his child's going to be? Now, if we had a perfectly static society, he'd be at the 99th percentile too. If we had perfect mobility,
Let me add these here. Without a social mobility. Mankin says, or Manqui, I don't know. Raj Chetty finds social mobility to be high. Then we'll cite his example.
no correlation at all between parents and children, he would be at the 50th percentile. So someplace between 50 and 99th is the sort of plausible range. Where do you think the child's going to be? Somebody, I want to volunteer. Somebody take a guess. So you're a 99th percentile parent. What do you expect your kid to be? Well, look at income. I mean, for most people, inheritances are fairly small. I mean, you're right. For the billionaires, the typical 99th percentile guy is not. He's making $400,000 a year. Inheritances are not going to be huge. It's not like your Bill Gates. So what income do you think he's going to have? 92nd. I think that's what most people think. They think it's going to be pretty high. Well, obviously not 99. Turns out it's about 65. So what you find in these.
The parent is in the 99th percentile. The child ends up in an average of the 65th percentile.
These studies is, to me, I think, more mobility than most people expect. Now, of course, the glass is half empty and half full, so it's someplace in the middle. But I think when actually people look at the data, I think they're usually surprised about the amount of mobility there is. I should know, by the way, there's actually some debate about that. Those are the Chetty numbers. There's a guy named Greg Clark who has a book that finds much higher numbers using historical records from the UK, I think, primarily. But I think the Chetty numbers are the best that we have.
I think that the mobility discussion sometimes takes place in a way, and I don't disagree with much of what I don't disagree with the facts that Greg just shared at all. But I think that the mobility discussion takes place in a way that somehow gets skewed. As somehow, because we have X amount of mobility,
but
the inequality problem
isn't
as
half
severe.
empty, is it?
And in fact, I would say that that's wrong. The I very much agree with a lot of the research. The Chetty stuff didn't surprise me because I've been seeing and doing research like that for a long time. It was actually pretty well known that income mobility was stable. The problem is you've got stable mobility and increasing inequality. So
the issue is there is stable mobility, but increasing inequality. Even a system of odd purpose mobility, insofar as it sets of parents at zero causal impact of their children, you would still expect correlation between parent sets and their children because of shared genes. Maybe. I don't know how big of an impact the genes would have. I would guess that it would come more down to environment.
Oh, the gap between the bottom and the middle and the top is getting wider. But the rate at which people are moving across those quintiles is the same, or deciles or percentiles is the same. So it's as if if you think of the economy as a building with a really a terrible apartment in the basement and a decent apartment in the middle and a great apartment at the penthouse, what you actually need is that building gets longer and the distance between the hovel in the basement and the penthouse at the top gets further away. You actually need a faster elevator. So the fact that that mobility has been stable, I don't take much solace in at all. We actually need accelerating mobility if we're going to offset greater inequality. Unfortunately, in the United States, relative to other countries, we have considerably lower mobility in precisely the metric that Greg mentioned, this idea of how well the son or the daughter, typically sons, because we have the data on sons longer, but how well the child does relative to the parent. If you look at other advanced economies, that correlation between how the child does relative to the parent is considerably lower than that of the U.S. And if you plot inequality against that mobility, you'll find that the U.S. is an outlier with very high inequality, very low mobility relative to other advanced economies.
So now that you've taken the discussion abroad, I have questions for both of you. Are there lessons from other countries that we either, regardless of your view on the income inequality, that we ought to be considering?
Read-only research I've seen is average over 20-year period, and 6% heritable, meaning 60% of variance explained by genetic difference. Do you mean intelligence, or do you just mean intelligence, or do you mean income? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that is that 60% inheritance stat from the bell curve, although I'm not sure. Would be something like wealth, possibly environmental factors, bigger place in the USA. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Okay. I might even stream later today. I don't know. I don't know what my sleep is gonna look like. Average income over 20 year period. Okay. Okay. Thank you guys for watching. I had a fun stream. I'll stream again tonight. Listen, the wealth tax debate is coming up. Okay, so we will see that. I guess you guys can go over the Kidnot in. Fuck, I need to edit. All right. See you, everyone. Love you guys watch me.